Hello everyone, welcome to my CCI Enterprise course. In this course, you will learn all the technology related to your CCI Enterprise journey. And in case if you are looking for the actual lab type of scenario and the solution, then you can reach out, you can send me email ratnesh721kumar721, that is here. And then I will send you that detailed info that how my students they are preparing for their actual lab training. It will be almost similar that what you will expect in the exam. You can practice. I will help you. I will guide you for 1 month to clear this exam. I will help you step by step how to drill down um, the solution, drill down the technology into small pieces, and I will help you to pass your exam in first attempt. So go for this course. This will be a good place where you can learn the technology. But if you are serious about the CCI lab exam, then you can drop me an email and you can get the detailed info. All right, so let me stop this video, and if you watch this video, you can simply contact me and you can get the information related to the new update that we have in the CCI Enterprise Lab. Hi there, thanks for your enrollment. We are in 1 minute ad break. In this break, I'm going to show you that I have so many courses uploaded over Udemy. And if you're going to enroll my courses, you will get 95% discount. Every month, 3 times. First week, mid of the month, and the last week of the month. I am sharing the coupons. If you go and use those coupons, then my courses related to CCNP, related to CCI, all those courses, you are going to get heavy discount up to 95%. You can see the prices are a little bit higher here, but if you go and apply the coupon, the prices will go rock bottom. So go use those coupons. Suppose if you don't have those coupons, then you can always ping me over YouTube. You can send me email. You can ask for those coupons. I will provide you that coupon. So get the coupon, get the discount. Some of my courses over Udemy, they are bestseller. Some of the courses are quite new, like SD-WAN automation, DNA automation, CCI Data Center 3.0. Those are the new uploads as well. So please go, continue your learning, take the coupon, enroll my courses, and study well. All the best. Hello everyone, thanks for your subscription. Now we reach to day number 3, where I'm going to cover automation topic. Now, since this topic is big, so I have break this day into 2 days, means you'll find automation day part 1 and automation day part 2. So let me quickly go through the agenda, the syllabus we have inside the enterprise. Here you can see that the overall weightage is 15%. That is 5.0. This is the last section where we have to learn about different type of scripting and automation techniques. Now, we have already covered DNA, SD-WAN. That means we have already covered 25%. If you go and cover this 15%, that means that you will cover 40% of your syllabus. So 25% we have already covered in day 1 and day 2. Now 15%. So that means that 40% of the technology part related to CCI end I will cover. Okay, so let's understand that how we are going to cover automation. That's the 15%, and I have divided this into 2 parts. So blue one, you can see that with this particular recording, you are going to cover the blue portion. That is what's the data encoding format like JSON, XML, automation scripting, EM, and then SD-WAN. Now inside SD-WAN, what I have done that I am going to cover 60% of SD-WAN in this section, and remaining 40% you will find in the next video. That will be day number 4 or section number 4 like that. Okay, so let's focus on first portion, that's the blue one, 5.1 up to 5.3a, and how we are going to cover it. So let's start. If you want to check the syllabus, you can go to this link and you can have a look over the syllabus. Now, different section, as I told you, from 5.1 up to 5.3. So first of all, you can see that 5.1a and b. Anyways, I'm going to start with the evolution of networking management programming. So two small 10-minute videos combined together. And then I will go to the agenda like JSON and XML format. Then 5.2, we can see that automation and scripting related to EM script, and that is integrated with Python. So for that, we'll find this a small 6 videos, because anyways, all these videos are nested, they are attached, joined together. So when you watch, you can pause the recording if you want to stop. If you want to watch this in continuous hours, then what I have done, I have given 10-minute pause timer as well. I will show you in the upcoming slide. So you can do like that as well. Okay, so 5.1 is done, 5.2 is done, then 5.3, programmability, vManage API, and Python. This is in detail. Now, before coming to CCI syllabus, you can see everywhere Python is getting used. So if you have good knowledge of Python, that is well and good. Suppose if you don't have very much good exposure in Python, or how much Python you need for this particular course, then you can check my Python courses as well, or I will upload in this section as well. If someone will request, in this we have playlist, correct? Playlist for CCI Enterprise. So in this playlist, I have 4-hour Python video also. I will upload, but that is not part of syllabus. That is for your knowledge purpose. Great. Now, related to SD-WAN program, you can see that we can say day 1 up to day 5, 5-day training I have conducted for this, and I have uploaded day number 1, 2, and 3 with this recording. And next recording, I'll go and add this day number 4 and 5. Why? Because otherwise this length will become very, very lengthy. So I don't want to make this more than 7 or 8 hours. 7 hours, 7+ hour, it's okay for one video. Okay, since this particular day is 1 hour 30-minute long, so if you go and add all these videos, you'll find that this is the total playlist you have from this 2, 4, 6, 8 like that, and finally up to 26. In between, I have given 5-minute timer. That means you have 10-minute break if you want to take break. In between up to 20, and then in between here. So you can see that you will get a natural break after maybe 2 hour 30 minutes or maybe 3 hour, and then you have again 4 hour or more than 4 hour video. So like that you can break and you can study. All right, so this is the strategy related to the automation section. Automation section part 1, and once you complete, then you can move to day number 4. That will be the part number 4, and then we are very much done with the 40%. Then I will tell you that how we can proceed further. Solution of the networking, managing the devices, and the programmability. We know that the way that we are managing the device, that is still the case, that we are managing the device. Here you can see in the diagram that the operators, they perform manual verification. We are doing the telnet, SSH, or SNMP methods to log into devices. We can poll different type of information from the devices. When we are doing the troubleshooting, we are using the CLI. Still CLI is used for troubleshooting purpose. Then we have multiple other tools. Say for example, we can use multiple tools from SolarWind, or there are many vendors, they have tools related to trace route, or maybe to understand or to do some sort of visibility with respect to net flow and other inbuilt mechanism we have inside the devices. One of the key role that we have with the SNMP in the existing network is to manage the network devices. One of the good example for this is that SolarWind tool, that with the Orion SolarWind tool, we have the pollers everywhere. We are doing the SNMP configuration, and with the inbuilt MIB, and that's again the database, and that's again one type of you can think one type of object which has code related to MIB. That's the managed information base, and from that we are using some sort of get method, and then retrieval of data is happening. Now there are a lot of disadvantages of SNMP, although this is running from more than 25 years, this SNMP, simple network management protocol to manage the entire IT infrastructure. This is good as well, but the capability of SNMP is not that huge. It's okay that we can have the inventory, we can check what's interface is going up and down, protocol is going up and down, etc. But there are n number of limitations we have with SNMP. So I'll list all the limitations that we have in SNMP one by one. Again, when we are talking about CLI, this is for human, this is not for machine. While the APIs are built to machine, that's is something like machine to machine language. But on other hand, it's very easy to read as well. So not only the machine can understand, but the humans can also understand different type of API and the format of API. Now, starting with this SNMP that evolved or developed in late 1980, and it was doing its job. We know that we have SNMP version 1, version 2, and now we have version 3. That's quite secure. But version 1 and version 2, they are community-based SNMP, means community, you can think at this point of time some sort of password-based system who is taking the information or who is polling the information from the uh, networking devices, or even we can push the configuration as well. We can push the script as well from the SNMP server to the networking devices. But still, the method that we are using is quite fixed and it's legacy. So let me quickly list you all the disadvantages that we have with the SNMP. Here you can see that SNMP is using, so let me quickly highlight this, uses a get request to retrieve MIB variable. That's get is nothing but type of show, like we are typing show run. Show is equivalent to get, you can think in the API world. Now here you can see the limitation of SNMP is that version 1 and version 2 are loosely secure. They are not 100% secure. It is not built for real-time communication, that's true. So it has the polling interval, and sometime it will take 15 to 20 minutes time to just get the information that what happened in the network infra. It has a lack of writable MIB, so all the MIBs are fixed. Again, the vendor, they will create the MIB, and again with the OS patch or code, the MIB will get updated. So it's not that you can write the MIB and you can upload. Okay, so that's the problem we have. This is the vendor lock writable MIB we have. Difficult to replay or roll back the configuration. You don't have library. So for me, these are the biggest disadvantage. Writable MIB, lacks of library, like say for example Python. You can have the libraries, you can use multiple libraries for different type of devices, and then you can use inside the code. That is not the case for the MIB. And the scale factor is missing, the security factor is missing, the real-time monitoring is missing. So those are the disadvantages we have in the existing networking model. And if you see at present the enterprise level, so many companies now they are doing the API based or the netconf or RESTCONF based monitoring or the management system. Okay, so it's not that these things are not in use, they are already in use. And along with SNMP, maybe some places you'll find SNMP is used, some places you'll find mix of SNMP and the other REST-based APIs or other tools, programmable tools are used. Some places you'll find that 100% programmable tools are in use. So for example, 2015 Google has announced intent to disable SNMP for monitoring by 2017. So big companies like Google or say for example Microsoft or those type of networking giants, uh, they are very prone to the real-time informations. So 15-minute delay or 10-minute delay is a big lag, and they don't want to do that. So that's why in Google and in such type of big companies we have a real-time monitoring based system, and that is again a system based on the programmable uh, modules or different type of APIs, REST API, XML APIs, etc. All right, so these are the problems we have with the SNMP. We have a restriction, we have locked, we can't scale, security, etc. So just to overcome from that, we are moving from this existing network. You can see that most of companies still using this type of networking solution to manage their networking devices to next gen configuration management system. Now, when we are talking about next generation management system, so at that time, the goal or the agenda is that handle machine to machine communication, correct? And what are the high points we have at this point of time is provide easier to use management interface, support client side validation and error checking. That's again the big thing. So we are validating the client side validation and the error checking. We have separate configuration and operational data. We have built-in backup restore capability, be both human and machine friendly. Now the moral of a story is this, that when we are using the programming interfaces, that's again the next generation management uh, tools. So in at that point of time, what is happening, that there are so many things that we already know. Those are the problems with the existing SNMP based management system. So new programming interfaces or the management tools, they know all the existing problem, and then they have created this system having those problem in mind. So that's why we have the support client side validation, error checking, management interface, say backup and restore capability, etc. These are just 5 or 6 points that you're seeing here. But apart from that, the biggest advantage we have is in terms of programming, that you can create or you can use the existing libraries, or some point of time if some company, say for example Palo Alto, when that company will write the libraries and the Python scripts, etc., we can reuse that code inside our infrastructure. Again, the other example is Cisco ICE. Cisco ICE is using ERS, means you have to enable the ERS, external RESTful services, to check that REST APIs. But if you go and check Cisco ICE programming infrastructure, you'll find that they are already given n number of Python script or other scripts as well to monitor the device from the scripts, to monitor these devices from the programmable interfaces. Likewise, you'll find that in SD-WAN we have n number of APIs, in Cisco ACI we have n number of APIs. So all these companies now, whenever they are launching their product, they are giving the REST API integration. Even PanOS now, they are supporting REST APIs as well. Uh, they are supporting XML based APIs as well and REST APIs as well. So having this thing in mind, that if suppose n number of devices that I have in the networking, and they are supporting same type of REST based API, that means the same type of programming structure or same type of a structure can be used to n number of devices. And that's the consistency we have to manage the devices from the programming interfaces. All right, so what is the solution? We have seen in the previous section that we have the evolution of network, where we are using the traditional method like SNMP and others. to manage the network devices. On other hand, when we are using the programming interfaces, when we are using the programmable glue to manage the networking devices, at that time we are landed upon model-driven network programmability. Now, so the question here is that is the model-driven network programmability or programming is the solution or is the modern way to manage the entire IT infrastructure? And the answer is yes. Why? Because this is independent of network devices. So either we have the Cisco, Juniper, Avaya, or any vendor device. All these devices nowadays, they have the programmable chip. They can understand the program, they can understand the application. Most of the devices, most of the networking devices nowadays, they can understand the applications as well, and they are built in a way that they can integrate with the cloud and the virtual world as well. So now the answer is yes, that with the programmable interfaces we can manage the entire infra. Now the next very important question here is that how and what will be the format of the programmable interface that we are going to discuss now. So now you can see that instead of CLI and Telnet SSH, we have the open APIs. Then we have the open transport protocol, we have the open data format, and then we have the various type of standardizations. Again, we have discussed this earlier that now we have n number of libraries that can be supported inside the programmable interfaces. That is, hence it's not possible in the SNMP based MIB because it's very fixed and very difficult to scale. So now the next very important question is that what will be the format? Say when you are managing the device either with SNMP or CLI or SSH, you are logging in into the device, you are doing some configuration change, and then you are getting certain output. But what in case of programmable interface or programmable management world? The answer is this particular slide. So now here you can see that you have your application on top. So let me try to highlight here. So we have the application here in the top, say app 1, app 2, app 3, and then we have the bindings. So we have model driven APIs, development kit, and the below 4 are very important. So what protocol it is supporting? It is supporting network configuration netconf, RESTCONF, gRPC. Now here you can see that netconf can understand the encoding of XML. So here is the important because most oftenly we are seeing netconf, RESTCONF, gRPC, XML, and JSON, and then we are not able to fix it that exactly where it is going to be used. So from this diagram, you can understand that the protocols are netconf, RESTCONF, and gRPC. Their encoding format, so netconf can understand XML rather than RESTCONF understand both XML encoding and JSON encoding. In upcoming section, we'll learn more about XML and JSON, and I will do the lab as well. Likewise, the gRPC, they can understand JSON. Now, what is the transport? The transport is SSH, TLS, HTTPS, HTTP2. What is the model? Model is the data model. Now, you can think this and you can correlate this with the TCP layer where we have the physical layer, data link layer, network layer, etc. Correct? That's the internet layer and then the upper layers. So here, if you go bottom to up, that is the model, then transport, then encoding, protocol, binding, and app. So model is data model, transport is SSH, TLS, HTTPS, encoding is XML, JSON, and then the protocol netconf, RESTCONF, and gRPC. Correct? So now we have the answer related to this question that okay, since we are going to use the network programming interface, how we are going to log in into the device. So suppose if we have to configure a device, so for example SD-WAN. So SD-WAN vManage controller, they will go and use netconf to push the configuration. Obviously behind the scene, the devices, they have the data model. So whenever we are doing the configuration at the level of GUI, that can be converted to some machine language, and then that can be pushed to the end devices, correct? So this is the way that netconf behind the scene can use SSH, and then it will go and configure the devices. Netconf will go and use XML, and then the transport protocol, and then the data model. All right, so what we are going to do in upcoming sections is that we'll go and learn more about JSON, about XML one by one. Okay, so again, I have given this diagram one more time because I found this is very important to learn, understand. So let's stop here, and next section we'll understand, learn about JSON, and we'll have to do the lab related to that as well. Let us learn, understand about JavaScript object notation. In short, that's JSON. Now we know that we have the encoding format, XML and JSON. So let's learn about JSON. Now this JSON is, if we know Python dictionary, it's very much similar to that. There is although one difference between Python dictionary and JSON is that JSON is supporting name value pair, but the Python, they are having Python dictionary, they have having the key value pairs. So that's the thing, we have name value versus key value. But once we understand either of one, either Python dictionary or JSON uh, name value pairs, then it's very easy to understand one to other. So one, if you understand, you can understand the other as well. Now in this example, you can see that we have the programming started here, say ins underscore API, and then you have the name and value. So type CLI show version 1.2 SID EOC etc. So in this way that can be formatted, means the JSON program can be formatted. Now we have several examples here as well. I will show you in a while. Uh, JSON is, again, we know that this is nothing but the data encoding format. So we have XML and JSON. It's a easy to understand format because if you go and check the program, and I'm going to show you a few of the examples, you'll find it's very easy to understand because it is associated with the name and the value. And because this is easy to understand, and because this can be natively called inside Python, so the usability and the use case of JSON is huge. So what I'm going to do here, first of all, let me go and run one of the program. Here you can see that we have one program called facts, and then we have the host name, Nexus, OS, etc. So let me quickly go and run this program in my automation tool. Let me exit from here. So we are inside the automation tool. I can go and create this or run this as a script as well. So if I want to do that, I can create, say, nano and say py. I want to import the JSON, and then we can go and give the we can create the program, correct? So let's do this. What is that? And you don't need to give in multiple line, rather than you can go and give like this. So only 3 I have, and then I can close my parenthesis. Let's go and put the value. Now here you can see that when we are writing this format for JSON, you can see here that start with this, and then you should give the colon, and then you should end like this, and then the comma. Correct? So now let me put the value, say host name is say nxosv, and then comma. So this is the format for the JSON, the name and the value we are giving. OS, we can check the OS, say for example, I can go and give the OS 8 dot, and I should use it like this, 8.0. And then finally we have the final value, that's the location. So location I can give, and give that as a San Jose, and that's it. Now we should close this parenthesis, and as programming things that we should start and end in this symmetric fashion. Now what I want here, if I go and print, and I should use the bracket here, so print this program. So let me save it, and let's run this. So Python 3 sc.py, and here you can see we are getting the output like this, but what I am interested to show you this is, and before coming here I should copy this program. So let me exit from here, and I can show you this program. So this is the program that we have, and I can go to the Python, and here you can see that the program that we have, let me give line by line. So now here you can see that it is printing this program, and then we have the name and the value. Now if I go and check the type for the facts, here you can see this is the dictionary. Now what I want, that I want to convert this inside the native uh, Python programming. So for that, here you can see that it's in the dictionary format. What I can do, that I can go and facts1 equal to, say I can give JSON dump. So we have the keyword like dumps and load. I'm using this dumps here, and what I am doing, I'll show you. Let me execute this program, and then I'll explain. Same type of format, although we have used earlier in the networking automation programs as well. Now here you can see the difference. And now if I go and check the type, and type for the facts one, so clearly you can see that we have converted the JSON dictionary, and actually it is the native form inside Python dictionary, to the string str. Dictionary can be converted to the str with help of the dumps command, and that's why we are using the dumps. And then we have the given the indentation of 4 here, so the output will look like good. Okay, so that's the key thing that we have discussed about the JSON, and we'll discuss more and more about that as well. So here you can see it's very easy to use, and Cisco devices, so for example Cisco Nexus devices, they are using the JSON format inside the Nexus OS itself. So next what I will do, I'll log into the Nexus device, and I'll show you that how it will be used inside the Cisco Nexus device. All right, so again the same thing that I have shown you, the example you have. Now what I can do here, I can go to the Nexus device and then I can show you the host name, and this host name I want to show you in the JSON format, correct? So again, you will see that Cisco natively using JSON format as well. So we can use pipe and then JSON, and you can see the name and the value output. Now what's the use of this? The use of this, that once I have the JSON format, then I can use the same JSON format to create my Python program, correct? So here you can see, for example, when we are checking show VLAN brief and then the JSON, it is telling that what is the name and the value. Likewise, the same concept, so for example, key and the value, we can use inside our own Python program, correct? And that's the interesting use case we have, one versus the other. So here you can see that we have the VLAN output, and I'm going to run in the Nexus device that is there in the GNS. So let me quickly go and open that device. All right, so what I'll do here, I'll exit from here. First of all, let me quickly do the SSH to the Nexus device. Yeah, I have this Nexus over my GNS, and I can use, say, for example, show host name and then the JSON format. And here you can see the name and value. Like that, I can go and use show VLAN brief and then the JSON. And here you can see I have created some other two VLAN 10 and VLAN 20. Let me increase the space here so you can see it properly. All right, so here you can see the format that we have the default VLAN, say VLAN 1, and clearly we have the key and the value. So VLAN show brief VLAN ID, this, and then we have the VLAN, actual VLAN that is there in the system. Then the name is default, we haven't given even any name. Then the state is active, no shutdown. So all the VLANs, they are in the state of no shutdown. Likewise, you have the VLAN 10 name, VLAN 20 name, and this is the system generated number. So when we are going to use this inside the program, inside the Python program, we should use in the same type of format that we have. Okay, so this is the example related to Python. So we can go and use ID, name, and the state. ID, name, and state, and we can create our dictionary that can be used inside the Python programming. All right, so let's stop here, and in the next session, we'll learn few of the examples about JSON. Next topic, we have extensible markup language, or XML. Now there is difference between XML and HTML, although you'll find that HTML and XML looks very much similar, but there is one basic difference, and the difference is this, that the XML is designed to describe the data, and that's the key I want to highlight here. Let me quickly go and highlight. So here you can see that XML is to describe the data. On the other hand, HTML is to display the data. And that's one of the reason we are using HTML code to build the websites. Although the XML code we are going to use inside the Python integration or inside the API integration, etc. Okay, so here you can see the main difference, that one is to describe and one is to display the data, although the look and feel is almost the same. So the code will start like this. So again, let me go and highlight here. You can see that it will start with these brackets, and while you are going to end it, so when you're ending it, it will go and end with bracket and slash. So any of the code that you are seeing here, say for example INS API, it is going and ending here at INS API. Inside that we can have a small code as well. So those codes also, if you start, it will go and end like this. So for example, outputs, you'll find that outputs will also go and close here. Then you can see the body. So this is the closing of the body. This is the starting of the body. Now in between that we can put various information, and then those information can be called inside any program, say for example Python program. So for that I am going to show you the example as well. So we have done the comparison with HTML. HTML is to display, XML is to describe the data. On other hand, if you go and do the analysis or do the comparison with JSON, we'll find that with JSON is much more human readable, correct? And XML is not as much human readable like JSON, but still the use case is big. Again, if you are studying Palo Alto firewalls, you can go and check Palo Alto firewalls. They are supporting XML based APIs. So those APIs which is encoded, or those are supporting the XML format. Again, it is highlighted here that XML on other hand is used to describe the data. So how we are going to go and build the program, and how we are going to integrate inside the Python language, that I want to show you next. So let me go and open my automation tool. Alright, so I'm inside my automation tool, and here I can show you, say I have one example related to XML. The better way I can show you here is like this. So here you can see that note will start, and then note will go and end like this. Then in between, if you want, you can have the headers and footers. Those are the terms that we are generally using in the HTML code. But in XML also to, and inside that you have the information. From, inside that you have the information. Reminder, and then the body. Okay, so this is one of the general format that we have related to XML. I have one other example as well. Say for example, movies.xml. Now this is again the data that I'm going to call inside the Python language. So here you can see that collection self, say for example, new arrivals. And if I go and if I show you, so here you can see this collection is closing. So the starting for this program is collection, and then movie, and then again you can see this movie, and they are getting close. So you can think like this, that you have main program, inside that you have a small program. Say if I start type has local scope here, so type is ending here. Again the format, the year, rating, a star. So likewise we have created the movie title, say behind, enemy behind, and this is the description and the detail about that movie. So it is ending here. Like that I can go and create that information for the other movie, then other movie, then other. So we have 4 movies here, and you can think that the database of 4 movies we have here, that I want to go and call inside my Python program. So if I can go to the Python program, here you can see again this program is little bit bigger, but you can understand that first of all I have to go and create the handler. And again we have the integration of XML with SAX. SAX is again one dynamic form that can be integrated with XML. So first of all in this program what we're doing is that we have the class and the definition. Inside that we are not calling anything at this point of time. So we have the class here, movie handler. Then again, you can see that we have the definition, start element, and then the end element. Like that we have defined. And by the end of this program, you can see that we are calling that XML, that is the movies.xml. So what this program will do, that it will go and use the Python program, but the input is the movies.xml, and then it will print that all those movies that we have in the list. Now I have taken this example from the URL here. If you want to know more about this, you can go and check this particular URL on the top. All right, so let's go back and run the Python program. So I can go here and I can run the movies.py, and here you have the result. So the movie behind enemy line and all those movie, you can see that now it is very much the human readable format, rather than if you go and check the movies file, the original movies file that we have, it is like this. So here you can see that this is the XML format, and then we ran our program, and then we have the human readable format. We have called this XML file inside the Python program, and then the result is like this. So please go to that particular link that I am showing here, and then you can check the reference related to SACs, and then different type of handlers that we have, plus the class functions. The rest of the things we already discussed, that we have discussed about the loop condition, if and else. So those loop conditions are very much the same. Whenever you run any type of Python complex program, you have to give the conditions and loop. So multiple things or repetition will happen inside the loop. Let us understand Python. We know that the importance of Python language, and nowadays it is used everywhere. So either it's a networking or machine learning or artificial intelligence, you will find that the use of Python is huge. Why it is this much popular? First of all, this is the interpreter level language. The codes are easy to learn. Again, if you compare with the traditional programming, so for example C, C++, Java, and then if you go and compare the Python, you'll find the result inside Python is very fast, because it's almost like interpreter. Means you are doing the inline type of coding. You are giving input and you are getting the output. So not only that we can do the inline type of programming, but we can go and create a well documented program, and then we can run this as a script as well. So options are there in Python, and it's very lightweight, it's fast to execute, and it's widely used inside different type of operating system. So for example, in our case, you will find that most of the Linux operating system by default, they have this Python running inside the box, or even it's very easy to install the Python language. You will see that I will go and install the Python. There is 3-4 commands that you want to do that for the installation. In Nexus OS, Python is there. You can go to Nexus OS, you can write Python, and you will move to the Python cell or Python interpreter. Alright, so here you can see that you can go to the Linux and you can type Python and you are inside the Python. So what does it mean that once you are inside the Python? So here you can see that I have my network automation tool, but before going there, I want to show you that you should use these commands. I think the first two, apt-get update and apt-get install, to do the installation for the Python language. So I can go here and do the installation, because already we have Python up and running. So it will not run much. Even if some minor updates are there, it will go and do the update. Otherwise, we are running Python, that's the latest version. Correct. So you can see that you can go and copy paste all these commands, and you'll see that your Python and then the integrated modules are up and running. So once Python is getting installed in the Linux machine, you can go and type Python. Here you can see that we are in the Python cell. Once we are there, at this point of time, we can assign the uh, values and then say y equal to x plus 4 and then say print y. You can see that how easy it is to operate. But in upcoming session, you will see that we have big scripts related to networking, device SSH and configuration, and open and close a file and run these scripts in different type of for or while conditions. Okay, so those things we'll see in the upcoming session. Now let's come back to the Python. So it's very easy to use and it's something like common to most of the networking devices. So that's why one Python can do the automation for most of the networking devices, and not only the networking devices, but there are other use cases as well in other technologies as well. So what are the benefits we have? It's a free and open source, developed, portable, easy to use, learn, object oriented and functional, named after Monty Python. Cons is that it's not a program that is written in hex or binaries. That means it is not written in low level code, so that's why it's compared to low level program, it is taking much time to do the execution. Now again, if you go and compare with Tcl, Perl, PHP, C++, C hash, all those things, you'll find that Python is a winner because it's easy to learn and execute as well. Now to run this program, Python program, we have n number of options. One option that we are seeing here, that will be the best one, that I can go to the Python and then I can write the script. This is the inline way, but I can go here. Say for example, let me go out from here and then I can create a file, say test.py. That's the Python extension. And then you can go and write your script here, whatever script you have, and then it will get executed. So at the moment I don't have any. Let me show you if I have any other script up and running. So I have say nano, and let me show you this if I have any old script that I just wanted to show you. So here you can see that I have few of the scripts that is already up and already there, that I can show you the format and syntax, but at this point of time I just wanted to show you that the extension is .py and it's very easy to build, and again it's very easy to execute as well. So I can go here to Python 3 because we are focusing on Python 3, and then I can run say wlc1.py. If I press enter, then this program will get executed and then we'll get the result. Although how I write this program, you will see that its complexity is there that you will learn in upcoming session. Okay, so it's easy to use and easy to execute, and there are several IDEs and all. So here you can see that you have IDE, you have Komodo, Python Win, PyCharm, etc. There are so many. What is IDE? What is integrated development environment? That you have one notepad type of say editor where you can edit the program and then you can run it. So I have one IDE here, and by the end of this session, this video, I'll tell you that from where you can go and get it. So first of all, here you can see that I have my cell. It is looking like this. Again, if I go and put x equal to 10 and print x, so here you can see that how it is working. And then again, if you have any script, you can go and open, not like this. You can go and say create new file, And once you have this new file, this is your ID. Both are the ID. And then again, you can go and assign say equal to 55 and print say X, and then you should save this. So if I go and save this as a say 55.py, once I save it, then I have option to run this. So I can go here on top, run, say run the module, and then we'll get the output here. Okay. So various ways to write the program. The best option we have that we should use the Linux, and then in GNS obviously we have the automation option that we can use. We can use that, and again we can connect with various networking devices. Now here is some low level term about Python, so how the task is executed. So first of all, we'll go and save the program as .py extension. Then it is going to convert it into bytecode, that is the PYC, that's the internal conversion. And then we have the runtime PVM. So it's something like from high level to low level how the program is getting executed behind the scene. And here you can see this runtime is nothing but the Python virtual machine PVM. And again, with compared to C and other languages, you'll find it's easy to use, and it's using some sort of bytecode method to execute and run the program. The installation is very easy. Either you can go and use the Linux that we are using in the GNS3, or you can go to the link here, that is the python.org. You can download the version related to Windows or Mac OS, etc. Although in Mac OS you'll find this Python is already there. Even in most of the Linux system nowadays, Python will be there. Windows, you can go download the software, install, and I have shown you the IDE as well. But once you install that, then you can check that as well. Say we can go and run the uh, Python program in Windows. So this is showing, this is I'm showing in my laptop that it is looking like this. Say for example, y equal to 99. Again, I should assign from here, say 99, and then print y, then it will give you result. So various ways to execute the program, and it's very easy to install. It's very easy to learn also, and easy to implement also. So that's why Python is widely used everywhere at this present time. Now next topic, we have a Python conceptual hierarchy. We know at this point of time that we can go and write the program, and then we can save as .py extension. Now, what is happening that whenever we are writing the program, we have modules. Obviously, you have the blocks, and that block is nothing but the module. Inside that module, we have the statement of expression, and those statement that contains expression, they are nothing but objects. So everything in Python is an object. We have so many built-in object as well. We can write code to define the objects as well. And there is actually no concept of that you have no concept of that you are using some old expression or something like that, because if you see here the notes, you'll find that Python is considered as a dynamic language. One way to understand is it to see that Python does not require variable. That's the thing, that's the game changer. You can say that it does not require variable, but it's a dynamically we can go and assign the variable, correct? So suppose x equal to 5, we are assigning dynamically, means at that particular instance you are going and creating one variable and you are assigning it. You will find that because it is supported or natively supported inside Linux, so most of the Linux operating systems, it's very easy to install and use as well. So here is one example, and it's not required in Python 3 that you should go and write like this. But what we can do that we can start with this shebang. This is termed as shebang, but it's not required. Let me quickly show you this, the same program in Python 3, because Python 2 is now, it is announced officially that will be out of support, out of live. You can think US, UL, etc. So there is no longer support for Python 2 in upcoming time. So what we should do, that we should go and focus more on Python 3 and the syntax, correct? So let me show you here that how this program that we have look like. Let me write one program. Let me go and write here. So what is this? That simply you can go here and you can give, say, course equals Cisco networking programming. That's the course, because this is the string, so you should close inside the quotes. Either you can use single or double quote, but you should not mix a single with double, double with single, etc. And then you can go and print. Now in other versions of Python you have some issues like this, but when you are using the Python 3, you should use the syntax like this. So print the course, and here you can see that Cisco networking programming. Now here you can see the example is with the old version. If I go here and use a print course, it will not work. Okay, because it is telling that print is a function you should go and use in this format. Now next we have three very important terms here, or you can see the help utility function, that help, dir, and type. And this is actually very important to understand all these three. So help means, let me quickly read out this. Help means that we have the Python inbuilt document about the object. Dir means that what methods related to that object, and type obviously means that what type of a string or what type of uh, function or expression you are using, or what type of object you are using, to be more precise. So here if I go and say, for example, if I type x equal to 1, and then if I go and type x, so here you can see that type is integer. Okay, likewise if I go and do dir for x, so what methods related to x, you will find that these are the methods like avs, add, bool, seal, class, del attribute, dir, etc. So these are the supported method with the integer. Suppose x equal to a, that's the string. Then I can go and use, say, type x, and now here you can see that initially x was 1, now x is a, so we are dynamically assigning the variables. And then here you can see the type is now a string, and if I go and type, say, dir is say x, so you can see the methods related to string, methods related to integers, and then methods related to string. Then finally we can go and use the help utility, say help int. So it will go and tell you the int related object. This is the class int object, and the methods inside this class, all these options inside this class, it is telling that you can do all these things. Likewise, I can press up arrow and I can go and check, say, str string, and then inside the string add, contains, equal, format, length, etc. All these methods it is telling that we can go and use inside this particular object. Okay, so that was the important information. The same explanation here also, just for your reference, you can go and read it. Then finally, we have to go and study about Python data type. So in upcoming session, we are going to learn about the string, number, list, dictionaries, boolean, and file. Although you'll find that all these important information that we have here as a basic understanding of Python are easy, and all these concepts that we are going to learn here we are going to use in the advanced section where we'll go and configure the network devices. There are so many operations that we are going to do. So we'll telnet configure, we'll SSH configure, we'll use various methodology related to SSH and configuration as well. Okay, so these basic understanding and knowledge of all these uh, data types or the objects is important in the upcoming future videos. Next important topic we have event management. Now this event management is actually on box, so that's why it is embedded event management. What does it mean by on box automation and the off box? You can see. Say on box means that my device or my operating system has the capability to do n number of tasks. And yes, you can see that we can go and use TCL script, EM scripts we can write. We have POAP, power on auto provisioning, smart install, micros also people are using micros a lot, and then the embedded Python programming as well. Whereas we can go and integrate with REST API, RESTCONF, SDK, software development kits, DevOps tools, and Linux as well. So both the features are there, but at this point of time, suppose if you don't have off-box capability, even Cisco devices has that much capability and power that we can go and do the scripting. We can write the scripting. Now, important thing here is that when we are writing this script, say for example, embedded event management script, what are the benefits we have? How we are going to get benefit from this? Here you can see that nowadays the EM is quite powerful and we have more than 20 different type of events. Based upon that, we can go and write the scripts. So what does it mean? Before dealing more about this, let's try to understand the architecture. Let's try to understand some more terms about EM. So first of all, and this is the one of the most important thing we should understand, that the architecture. So when we are talking about architecture, first thing we know that this is on box, that is within the box, within the device, first thing. Now this is modular and it consists of event detector. Event detector means that whenever you are writing the EM script via CLI, and second point is the CLI interface. So whenever you're writing this script via the CLI interface or you're taking help from TCL language or TCL, at that time based on event detector. So what type of event detectors we have? So for example, based on syslog messages, based on certain other events, nowadays we have 20 plus events. So let me quickly show you the events on which you can go and write the program. So here you can see syslog, timer, gold, XML, RF, SNMP, IPSLA, OIR counter, etc. So on the basis of these, we can go and write the EM script. Now those are termed as event detector. Then we have event manager server as well. And then the action that we are putting, those are called as a policy. So three terms: event detector, event manager server, and the policy. So detector, server, and policy. We can go and use the CLI interface to write the policy. We have the policy scheduler as well, means when this event will go and trigger. And you may have multi-threading triggers as well. So for example, high CPU case. Now it is reported that in a day, 2 or 3 times the CPU of that particular device is going high or there is a spike. Now it's very difficult for an engineer that you are there and you're checking the device all the time. So when the CPU spike will come, you'll go and run some commands and you'll get the output. Rather than related to high CPU commands. So for example, 4 to 5 important commands we can put inside EEM script. Whenever the system will trigger a syslog message like high CPU, at that time that script will run. It will execute 3-4 commands. Those commands will go stored inside the file that you can go and use it for the troubleshooting purpose. Correct? Now we have a lot much enhancement inside EEM script. So we have enhancement in EEM email action, EEM security enhancement, supporting MD5 SHA-1 with the ethical policy. So we have the checksum. Then we have enhancement in the resource management. So manually set the CPU, memory, EMQ thresholds. We have enhancement in the detectors as well. So more and more detector has been added. So for example, IPv6 routing event detector, syslog event detector, and others as well. And now we have the EM usability enhancement as well. So you can go and write, you can put those EM script as per the use case. There is again one a very important use case we have related to, say for example, security and ICE. The few of the customer, they are writing EEM script. Suppose we know that ICE how it works. You do the authentication and then you get the authorization. Suppose if your ICE server is unavailable at that time, because you haven't done the authentication, you'll not get the authorization. So you can write a script that once the ICE is unavailable, so you can use IPSLA to check the ICE is up or not. So suppose if it is down for example, or it's not down but unreachable for 5 to 10 seconds, then automatically the ACLs that we have over the interfaces, they will give allow or permit any. So again, condition-based policies and rules we can go and write depending upon what type of use case and what type of problem or troubleshooting we are doing it. Now here in the diagram, you can see the architecture that we have the detectors, we have event management server. Inside that container, we have application event detector, that's again going to IO subsystem. We can go and use TCL or tickle to create EM script, or we have option that directly we can go and use the EM applet CLI based policy that we are going to do in the next session. So let's stop here, and next section we'll go and create one high CPU related policy to learn more, to understand more about EM scripts. We are going to understand one of the use case. So for example, in case of high CPU, so I'm going to write one script, and in this case here you can see that the threshold is set to 80 here. It should be the production threshold, but in my case I'll make this 20 so I can get the alert. So once I get the alert, so first of all, what type of alert I'm going to get? So I'll get one syslog message like CPU rising threshold. Let me show you the diagram first. Say I have only one switch here connected in the GNS, and then what I have done that I have used this configuration. So if you use this configuration, that means it will go and generate the syslog message. So I'm going to use this particular syslog message to write my EEM script. So here you can see that I have this syslog message, and it should start with this. That's the percentage. So here you can see that this is the syslog pattern. What will happen at the moment I will detect this, means at the moment the system will detect this. So this EM script will go and give message that high CPU detected. Then the device itself will enable. It will go and write these commands. So show process CPU sorted, CPU monitor, CPU history, CPU sorted, excluding 00, extended history, etc. And then these things will be go and it will write over flash and this CPU text file that again we can go and check. Now the use case is this, that this will happen at the time of trigger. And what is the trigger and what is the detector? Detector is syslog. Syslog will generate message and then this script will go and run. Correct? So let me copy and paste this configuration to the switch. I'll go to the switch and here we can go and write this. Now I should have all these commands configuration that we are putting here supported in the device. Now what will happen? We'll wait for a next trigger. So at the moment the trigger will happen, you will see that all those configurations will be written over flash and the CPU high CPU.txt. Now if I go and check the flash now, so for example show flash and include high. So at the moment I don't have any trigger, and that's the reason we don't have this file there, high CPU text. Now we can go and check. So process CPU sorted. What's the CPU? Okay, so CPU spike is 1 minute 34%, 5 minute 30%, more than that. And what's the condition that we have put? That we can go and check show run section process. All right, so here you can see that CPU process total rising 20%, and then all the process related command that we have given inside the EM script, it is like this. Okay, so let's wait for the trigger. So although we are waiting and trigger is not coming, so what I will do, I'll go and change the process CPU. Say you can see the command as well, threshold, and then when it is asking about type, I can go and give process related rise, say rising 20, interval, I can go and give 5 is the minimum, enter. So instead of giving total, total means that it was two major process plus interrupt, means the hardware process and then the traffic, that was the interrupt. So high CPU is having two, you can think that two function or two component whenever we are measuring the high CPU. Now if you go and put total here, so it will calculate both the things. It will calculate the interrupt plus the process and then it will give the output. Now here you can see that high CPU has been detected. Here you can see 64%, 10, etc. So one is the process, other one is the interrupt. Process and interrupt. Now if we go and check show flash and the high, so we should have that text file in the, yes, here you can see text file in the flash. And then if you want to check that, so we can go and check high CPU like this. So which is the trigger iOS E having this much, different processes are there. So that's the one output. Further we can go and check the others as well. So whatever we have put inside the EM script, you can go here and check, and then at least we can get the idea that what happened to trigger this particular event. So which particular process or maybe interrupt causing to trigger this event. All right, so yeah, so that's the way we can run this. Even you can also practice this in your GNS environment, and I have taken only one switch, but you can create one loop related to STP or maybe so many SNMP poll, or maybe some sort of DOS attack related to traffic, or maybe BGP high traffic utilization. Those things can be simulated, and then you can check that which particular process or interrupt is causing the problem in the lab environment. All right, so let's stop here. Great, let's start the lab. So once we are in the Nexus switch, what we can do, we can go and enable the IOX. So you can go and type IOX. Now, once we are inside the IOX, after that, we can go and type the command app hosting app ID, and then we can go and give the name, say guest shell. And then we know that we have the virtual NIC, those things we have discussed in the theory. We can go to the guest interface and we can give number 0. Now, once we do up to here, we have to go and enable the guest cell. So for that, we can go and enable. So what we can do here, we can go and type guest shell enable, and poof. You'll see that after a few moments, the guest shall be up and running. Now, once we enable this, then we can go inside the guest shell. So it will take few moments. We can wait till that time. And then we can go inside the guest shell. That's our Linux kernel, Linux shell. Once we'll go inside the guest shell, then we can go and execute our Python scripts. So let's wait here for a few more seconds. And once we'll get the prompt, then we'll go and we'll go inside the guest cell. All right. So till that, let me pause the recording. Once it will come, then we'll go and execute our command. Depending upon the speed, it may take 30 seconds to 1 minute. And once it is there, then we can go inside the guest shell. And you can see that we are going inside the guest shell and we are inside the Linux kernel, correct? Now here we can go and run the Linux related commands as well. And let's see that where exactly we are. So we are inside the home and the guest cell. Now once we are here, then we can go and run the Python. So you can see if I go and run this Python, I just wanted to show you that what Python packages are available. So you can see that Python 3, 3.6, 3.6M, these are available. So I'll go inside Python 3, and now we are inside the Python. So two ways are there. We can go to the inline mode in the Python and we can give any Python script, say like this, print A, and you can see the result. Or we can create certain small scripts or even big script as well, because now we are in the Python. So whatever things that we can do with respect to Python, we can go and achieve that task here as well. So let me show you one small program here. I can go here and I can write, say, import CLI. Even we can go and import the packages as well here. So we are importing the CLI, and then I can go and write one small program, say, print the CLI execute, and then we can go and give show IP root. Invalid syntax. Again, depending upon which Python version we are working on, it will go and give that result. But what I'm going to do that in the upcoming section, I will go and I will write one script. So we have certain script, and those script I will show you here in this place. A small change here is this, that when you're running Python 2 versus Python 3, then we know that inside Python 3, you have to your print statement will come under the parenthesis. So what I have done here, that simply I have added one extra parenthesis here, and you can see that now it is giving me the output, correct? So from the Python, we are running the script that will give you the output related to show IP route. Likewise, we can go and check show IP int brief as well. So IP interface brief, that's the one way, correct? Now, what we can do here, that these scripts that we have. So for example, I can copy this script here, and let me open the notepad. So the first line was import CLI, and then this the next line. Now what we can do, that we can create, and since it's Python 3, we can create one Python file here. So we can go to VI editor, and I can go and set, say, example 1.py. Okay, just creating the Python program here. Let's give example 1.py, and bash is not okay. Let's see if we can use VI editor simply. Yep. So you can see that you can use VI editor. Vim is not working. We can use VI. Now, once we are here, just press I, that we are in the insert mode, and then we can go and we can copy our program. So let me do one thing. I'll do print some more stuffs here. CLI execute, and the font size is smaller. I'm going to increase that. When you will see in the actual Python cell, it will be bigger. Show IP root, that just now we have checked that as well. But again, we can go and put bigger program, bigger code as well, correct? This is just for an example. So now you can see that we are importing the CLI and these two commands, execute commands. Since we are in the Python, we can, and if we want some spaces in between, so we can go and give, say, print, and then we can go and inside double quote, we can give the \n, means if you want the spaces in between your program, you can go and provide, correct? Great. So come out from the insert mode by pressing escape, then colon, write and quit. Now we can go and check the program. So example 1.py, you can see this is the program that we have. Now what we can do, we can run this like this, Python 3 example 1.py. And now you can see the result. Even you can see the space as well in between, correct? So this is the power that we have behind the scene. Simply you went on, you enable the shell. Once we are in the shell, that as good as we are in the Python prompt. And once you are in the Python, you can utilize your programming knowledge and you can run, execute different programs. All right, so we can stop here, and next section will continue from. Next example we have that how we can utilize our guest cell plus EM script plus Python, everything inside same place or single place, right? So for that, you can go and check one of the nice posting we have here, and I will attach this link for your reference as well. In the GitHub, you will see that one program that if you have any issue with help of EM script, so EM script will trigger the Python, and Python will do the configuration in the device. Okay, so you can see that things are connected. So we know the benefits of EEM script, that how they are useful. And then that script, again, that is something that if some issue, if something will come, that EM script will get triggered, correct? And EM script, there are some limitations in the EM script, means how the way you are writing the EM code and all. But most of the engineers nowadays, they know Python. So if somehow we can go and trigger from EM script, the Python script, that will be well and good. And that is one next level we have, correct? So here you can see that EM script, what it is doing, that if your line protocol is down, so suppose if your gig00 is down, that means that you have some issue related to a route. So suppose you are a router and you have some static route pointing towards obviously the gateway. Then suppose if that particular link itself is down, that means you want to reroute your network from one place to other place, correct? So in that case, if again, there are various ways to track this, but suppose in that case, you have to write some manual command, correct? So if that route is there down, then generally what is happening, that service desk will get one call that, see, I'm unable to reach to the internet and I'm unable to reach to go outside, etc. Then that service call, so service desk, they will go and create one ticket, then ticket will placed inside the network team, the network team will go and analyze that, and then they are creating one change ticket, and then um, they are doing the change in the configuration. That means that they will go and write one script, no IP route. So existing a static route, they will do no, and then they will go and place the new route towards the new gateway. Correct. Again, there are different ways as well that you can track that interface, or you may have different static route with different AD values, but this is also an option, and this is just for an example. Correct. So we can use these features that we have here, and let me go here in the lab section. So I have my switch. Let me see that what IPs we have. So gig00, that's my management interface. Now, if you go and shut down that gig00, then I will be not able to access this particular switch. Correct. That means I need some uh, other value here, and let me go here. Let me go and create one VLAN. Conft VLAN 10. Name test interface VLAN 10. IP address 10.1.1.1. Just we want to verify here. So VLAN 10 is there. Anyways, it's showing down because it's not connected anywhere. Correct. And we can go and check the log message. So what log message is telling? Because to generate the EM script, you need some sort of syslog message that will go and generate. Correct. So here, if we go inside VLAN 10, and if we go and do the shutdown, and let me see what type of log is getting generated. So VLAN 10 changed administratively down. Now, if we can use this particular message inside our EM script, okay, and then if it can generate or trigger the program. So let's do this. What's the name here? I can see the name of the app. That's okay. This any name we can give it. Was a syslog event, line protocol 5 up down. And in our case, what is that? So we have, this is the syslog message. All right. So let's do this thing that I will go here and copy this EM script. Again, we have to plan these script according to our environment, correct? And then we can go and put this syslog message. Oops. I just wanted to place this syslog message that we have here, because we are going to do administratively up down from the CLI. and rest of the things will be the same. So the command is enable, and then you can see the guest cell and the guest cell run Python. That is also one of the um, command we have. But in our case, you know that we don't have Python 2 dot something, we have Python 3. So I can go here and I should use Python 3 here. Now what we need this, oops, again, this is, so I need this Python program, correct? So what I will do, you can use guest cell run. That is also one of the command. And from here itself, you can go and give the Python 3 and all, but you can go inside guest cell as well, like this. This is again the other way. So once we are inside the guest cell, because I need this particular Python program, so I should go here and I should create one. Now, since we have here, I will go and copy, and you can see the complete description is there. Some warranties are also there and some other stuff. So what I want here, I just wanted to copy, use this from this point up to this point. Just wanted to trigger the Python with the EM script. And we can go back here. We can go to the insert mode, paste this. Great. These are the comments. So these are excluded anyways from the program. As per our next hop and gateway, we'll put these examples, correct? Press escape, write and quit. And then again, I just wanted to show you that how we have there inside the, I just wanted to exit inside the example itself. Here also we can go and run, and we have seen earlier, correct? What is happening? Why it is not exiting from here? Oops. Okay, so once we are here now, first of all, I want to go to VLAN 10 because it was shut down. Okay, and then I just wanted to show you the log. Show log, and then you can go to the VLAN 10 shutdown. Now this should go behind the scene and do the configuration, correct? That's the whole idea we have. So now if you go and check, first of all, show log, and you can see the configure from command, and we can check here, show run section IP route. So as per our script, once it will go and detect that line protocol is administratively down, this EM script should kick on, correct? And it should go and do the configuration, correct? And we should see that IP route configuration here. So let's see that EM script one more time. But yeah, this is the way that we can go and do the configuration, correct? Show run include EM, if you can see that. What was the complete script? Let's go back and verify one more time. So that was event manager and section event. Okay. So here you can see that we have interface down, change in that applet. And if you go and check show log, okay. I am not seeing that EM script is getting triggered here as per our script. So no problem. We'll do a small modification, just making sure that we have everything there. I'll do one thing just for verify this. What you can do, just run this command. Just verify that first of all, this configuration is working behind the scene. So I'm using guest cell with 3 because we know that we have the Python 3 or 3.6 here. And we are getting some error. So what is the error? Okay. So there is no such routes present. Okay. Let's verify this command itself, first of all. Okay. So I'll do one thing. And just this we are doing just for our testing, correct? And now again, run that guest cell one more time. And we'll verify this. So now let's check the IP route. So we have verified that this script is working, correct? And I will do this thing. I will remove this that is coming via the script. And then I'll go and add the old one. So now we have the script, means the static route there. And then we can go to VLAN 10. I'll do no shutdown and no shutdown. So no shutdown. Maybe I don't know shutdown was there or not. So shutdown and no shutdown. And this should go and configure 1.65, correct? And I just wanted to show you the log first of all. Okay, it's down. And then show run section IP route. Still, I can see the older route is there, and with this particular EM, so there is problem with the EM script, which is not triggering this particular line of configuration due to we are not using the correct EM. So let me show you that where we are wrong. I'm using the applet called interface down. I should not use that. That's the only problem I can see here in this. Never mind, we can go here and we can create new applet. And this time I'll go and use the line protocol up and down. It's the name. And then we can go and form our script. So I'll go and form the script like this. Then actually what is happening here? So let's copy this. Enter. And then the rest of the things, correct? So we can go and give this, and we should put Python 3 here. Come on. We should go and give Python 3. Enter. Okay. Now I just wanted to verify this. First of all, the script. Let's see. So now we have one other line protocol up down, line protocol up down, and then Python 3, the EM script. So conf key VLAN 10 shut no shut, shut, and show log. Okay, should go down, and then show run section IP root. Still I can see that old root is here. Just done a small change here. So let me quickly show you the log message. While I'm doing the shut no shut, I'm getting one syslog message. That syslog message is telling me that IL power, entry removal, etc. This is the syslog message I'm getting. Now here I have done a small change in the event. So if you see the event here, you can see that I have given the applet name like this. You can give any name. And then this is the syslog, and then this particular Python script will get triggered. Correct. So now everything is right. So you can see that steps involved there. You have to go and verify, test everything, and then it should work. Correct. Now, let me see that what the static route we have at the moment, because I have run it earlier. So this is the final one. I should not have this. So I can go here and first of all, let me go and remove this. So quickly I can go here and I can remove this route. And then I should go and add the older route, that is, I think, 1.1. So 1090.1.1. Simply one here. Okay, great. And check this, the IP route. And then we'll go and do the trigger for the script. So gig 102, shut, no shut, shut, no shut. And again, we'll go and check the route. And once you go and check, it should be 1.65 in the last. See, so there is change in the route. That means that our script, our EM script, our guest cell, inside guest cell, the Python script, everything is working properly. So once it will go and detect this particular message, then it will go and change the route. Great. So this is the way that we can check the integration of EM with the Python, and behind the scene that the guest cell is running. So there is huge demand and a scope for automation, and I'm seeing that in USA as well. So few of my co-workers, few of my seniors, they are in USA, and they are telling that in USA they are crazy about those people who has very good knowledge in Python, and they are good in automation and those stuff. So we are assuming that this is the time that the market will pick those folks who is very good in the automation, Python, and scripting. So apart from our normal networking job, because we belongs to a networking field, and basically networking field, that the life cycle is, so we have to do the designing, so architect, design, implementation, and then 60 to 65% role is related to operation. So major portion, like it's a big part in operation that is going to be reduced with help of automation. We'll check that. So that's the reason we know that if you see any of the new networking stuffs like SDN related stuff, either SD-WAN or DNA or ACI or any type of SDN solution, it is mentioned there as a key point that okay, operational cost will get reduced. So everywhere we are hearing this, that after doing the deployment of SD-WAN, the overall operational cost will get reduced. Now the question here is that how this operational cost will get reduced. You have any idea? Always people are telling that OPEX, the fancy term is OPEX, will get reduced. How?
How in the sense like we can make the system centralized so that
Mhm. So OPEX,
so
operational
like
expense, will get decreased. Yeah. The system centralized and those things, it is already there. How this operational cost will get reduced. What is happening in operation? There is bulk of task that is repetitive. That means that someone has to do the same thing every day. Now, if we are doing the same thing every day, or if someone is doing the same repetitive task every day, so that means that some human resource that is going to be used to do the same thing every time. Now, I will show you later on, there is one curve related to automation versus manual, and the automation curve is like this. So, to do the designing for this script and do the planning for this script, it is taking some effort. But once you create your automation script, next time it is going to be very smooth and it's very bottom in the bottom. Although the human type of solution, it is always like it is going in the flat line. So what does it mean? So let me change the color so I can draw here. And there are some famous things related to this. So if I can change the color here, let me go to the green. So humans, things will go like this always. It will not it will decrease, but if number of devices are there, so this can be increased. So suppose if a company is expanding their infra and the network infrastructure, IT infrastructure, so the effort will increase. Rather than in other hand, you will see that if you have the automation script, it will go decrease. So now, how? What we can do in automation is that whatever repetitive task is there, you can create a script for that. So instead of some human is doing those things manually, the script will do that work. But that's not the end of the automation or networking automation. Nowadays, there are so many other cool stuffs as well. So there are so many chat bot or botnet, etc. Means some chat window will come. If you do some wish inside that chat, the automation will kick off. So those type of stuffs are there in the market at the moment, and we can discuss we can discuss about those things as well, but mostly we are going to focus about our SD-WAN stuff. Now, this is very important and you should understand this particular life cycle. So we know that we are in one of the transformation phase where for WAN, for LAN, for data center, we have SDN product. We know about those SDN product. That is one of the phase. Suppose phase 1. Now what is phase 2? Phase 2, that means that these things, uh, when we are doing most of the things with nice fancy GUI inside SDN, still the GUI thing is not that much scalable, because still you have to go and select, say for example, if you can select 100 devices in your production, suppose if you have 3000 devices to manage, and now you are doing the management, suppose if you have to push the configuration to 3000 devices, and in your GUI, in your SDN, you can select only 100 devices at a time. That's the case with DNA. Now that means you have to select 100 devices, and then you have to do that selection 300 times, and then you have to do the push of your template 300 times to those devices. That means you are pushing the configuration to 3000 devices. Now again, if you open the GUI, there may be latency. You are connecting with VPN. It may be slow, so maybe it will take some uh, 5 to 6 hours. Still you have to select those things, and those things, human error may come, so those problems are still there. Now if you do this with the automation and a script like we are doing, it is taking 1 to 2 hours. Now remember one thing, now we are going to learn about some of the standard type of automation uh, that will not include Python. So we know that we are going to do the automation with Python, but that will not include Python with any type of netmiko, paramiko, ncc client, those type of stuffs. These type of methods where your script, with help of some connectors, some open connectors, they can log into the devices one by one, and they can push the configuration, or they can push some sort of get type of or show type of commands. We are not going to do that because it's still the time lag in bit here. It's almost same that you are doing by the CLI itself. You are logging to the devices and you're running the configuration with CLI. So this stuff is not scalable. It is time consuming, or maybe if your connection will break again, you have to start from zero, or you don't know that up to which point you have done the configuration, and then from where you have to start. So still, even if you're running such type of a script, there are chances that you miss some of the devices, or it will get break, or there may be chance that you have to watch that entire operation. So although you have run the script, but you have to check that it is running or not, it is failing, how much the success, and etc etc. On other hand, if you do the Python, so let me clean this stuffs. I can clean and I can write. Now on the other hand, what we are going to do here is that we are going to use inbuilt APIs, and that's the next phase we have. So we are going to use the Python, or maybe Ansible or Go or any type of language with the API. So the next phase is that we are not going to use Python with old methods, but we are going to use the Python with application programming interface, APIs. Okay, APIs, they are fast and they are working in milliseconds. So suppose if you have to push the configuration to 3000 devices, maybe it will take 30 minutes or 1 hour. It depends again how your DNA and how far your DNA with the endpoints or the networking devices. Okay, so whole idea here is to develop the automation for SDN product. Whatever SDN product you have, remember, if you learn this API at at the rate of maybe Cisco, at the rate of maybe SD-WAN, the same rule apply for ACI, the same rule apply for Epic EM, same rule apply for UCS, same rule is going to apply for any of the product who can understand the APIs. They are almost the same. So now if you go and check the API for, so for example, Epic EM, and if you go and check the APIs for SD-WAN, if you go and check the API for DNAC, they are same. So these two are at least 100% same. But SD-WAN again, you may have different operation in SD-WAN. So you may have the VS devices, CS devices, you may have certificate management, you may have other things. So for all those other tasks, you have small or maybe big APIs and who can work on behalf of you. Okay, guys, any questions so far?
No.
Yeah, no, Rakesh, good.
Thank you,
And,
sir. Sam, you have any doubt?
yes. So you said there are some of the tasks that we can we get a list of all the tasks that we can use this automation to work on with the SD-WAN?
Can we get all the?
Is there a list of tasks that we can use this automation?
Yes.
Okay.
We have, and it is in nice format. It is in nice way. So I'll show you that. So that's why we have this thing. And again, once you
So,
learn this script
Mm-hmm.
with respect
one
to
second,
SD-WAN.
bro. What I
Mhm.
Yeah. What I understand from Sham, what he was asking is like a list of
List of
APIs
tasks, yeah,
where
list of APIs
what
is
are the
asking. Yeah.
okay,
So I will show later on.
okay,
Yeah.
fine, yeah.
So list of tasks, what are the thing we can achieve with API? And that's why you can see here, first of all, what are the APIs? I will show you that. And then I have in day one, we have one thing here, one objective is use cases. So what are the
Okay.
things that you can achieve? And I will tell you some of the use cases which is almost impossible with the normal day-to-day activity. I'll
Okay.
tell you that, and you can work on those things because those are very much close to the production. And I will tell you that how you can achieve those things. Okay, so I'll come to the use case maybe after 15 minutes. Okay, all right. So yeah, so you have different type of APIs. So you can think now your API as your new tool to do everything inside the network infrastructure. So I have few slides. Let me go through the slides first, and then I will come to the use cases. And nowadays, actually presently I'm working to develop the use cases and the scenarios for my companies, and I will tell you some of the use cases are amazing. Even we can't think those things with normal network activities. It's like impossible that you can do those things with a normal day-to-day operation. Okay, all right, so let's quickly open the slide deck, and I have few slides related to API, and I'm going to share you the link related to the slides, code, tools, everything you will get. All right, so these are the old slides. Just for the reference, I'm going to walk you through these slides just to understand, just to begin with what is the API and how they are working and their utility. They're going to use the method called RESTful API. Now again, I'm not assuming that you're very good in Python or any type of language, and the goal of this particular class is this, that after this class, whatever classes we have after that, you should do each and every task related to, at least at this point of time, SD-WAN, because obviously I'm going to focus upon the SD-WAN. Now what type of Python learning you need, I will let you know, and I'm going to share you the code as well. I will explain you about the code as well, and I have my blog as well. I will share you the link of my blog where you will get the kick off a start. You can start from there. You can read those block anytime. Anytime you can go through those block steps, the coding, how to get the lab, everything there in the blog. I will share you the link. All right. So now to make things very easy, I'm going to list something here. So we have our script that is nothing but we are going to use Python, maybe Python for automation. Okay. Then we are going to use the method called API. With API, we are going to achieve the task. So this is the programming language that we are going to use, and API is something that is you can think. So you can think API as you're browsing the website. It's like that, browsing the website. So you have some address, some URL, and then you have some task. So like that, the APIs are working. We'll see that. And then what type of use cases or what type of task we are going to achieve. Okay. So these are the things that we have to achieve, we have to work on together. So the method here is the RESTful API, and this is just a method. I'm not going in very detail about the RESTful API and the call and the procedures because that's not required. So the overall the architecture, you can see that you have your end devices. Now, if you have n number of end devices, it's very difficult to log into individual devices and check the things. So what you can do, that you can use the RESTful API mechanism, and here you can see either you can use some GUI, custom portal, etc. But the best thing here is to integrate them with some of the programming language like Python, Go, Ansible, etc. We are going to focus on Python because anyways Python is serving all the purpose. Remember, you don't need to develop a 2000 line code or 3000 line code like a programmer. But if you learn that with Python, how you can integrate API with the Python, and then how you can complete the task, and that's it. That's the goal achieved. Okay. So only these things we have to focus on. So with API, what are the things we can do? With Python, how we are going to do, and with the task list or use cases, what are the things we are going to achieve. That's the three parameters we have. All right, so if you see here in the diagram, you have your management SDN platform. That's your vManage network management system or servers. With that, you can manage the endpoints, and the tool that we are going to use is the Python or Go. You can check Go as well. That's very easy, like Python. Python, still you have to learn about different things like the variables, strings, integer, those stuffs. But again, those stuffs are still very easy. It's very much like human readable. You can create the logic. So if you are studying Python, if you know, that's well and good. Otherwise, at least you should know if else condition. You should know the for and while loop and the conditions like this. And then if you can understand the string type or dictionary or some of the integer or float, that's it. In API and the networking integration, we need to know this much only. And obviously how to do the printing, how to do the slicing, how to print these things in a tabular format. So tabulate is the format and the CSV. So those things you can do. You can suppose if you have to print the device list, then you can print the device list with their serial number, with their UUID, with their chassis number, etc. And you can generate in tabulate form or table format, or you can generate the Excel sheet. So those things we need to understand. And one last thing is the file operation. File operation means that you may create one folder and you can save those reports inside that file, or you may read from that file all the IP or host name, and then you can use those inputs somewhere in the program logic. Okay, so file operation you have to check. So this much only you need to learn, and I have full blown code. The code will run anywhere. At the moment you will go and give your time, obviously you will understand these things. These things are not very difficult. I'll help you to understand those stuffs. What are the things we can do? What are the tasks we can achieve? Certificate management, configuration device, inventory management, monitoring, real-time monitoring, troubleshooting. Now, I'll tell you, security, audit, configuration, difference, management, obviously certificate management, but you can generate n number of different type of reports as well. I'll give you some real life example uh, that you can check. So for example, if you have again I'll fix the number as a 3000. So if you have 3000 devices, for example, and if you have 10 different regions and you have 3000 devices, now in your company, if you have baseline, everyone has the baseline configuration, like a standard configuration. Now in your company, if you have baseline configuration, and that baseline configuration you want to compare with 3000 devices. Now these devices, they are using the same global standard configuration or not, you can do it. Correct? That's the one use case. The other use case, different type of report. So user log, user activity, who has done what type of changes, etc., etc. You can go and print in the CSV format or in the table format. You can do it. Correct? Or other example I give you, again you have 3000 devices and all of a sudden you have to push some patches, some 10 lines to all 3000 devices. How you will do? It's impossible with the CL. I think that you log into means it is achievable, but it will take too much of time and the operational resources. So someone has to log into 3000 devices and copy paste the 10 lines. How much time it will take? Even if you write the Python script and if you use netmiko, paramiko, still it will take time. But if you do these things with the API, it will be like this: within 30 minutes, 20 minutes, job done. And the accuracy will be 100%. Now, once you have done this job via the Python, obviously you need the log. So what's the timestamp, how, at what time it happened, etc., etc. Correct? So these are just a few use case. Now I told you that I'm going to give you a big use case and a use case that everyone is loving. This is a security audit. What's the use case? Now use case is this, that again you have 3000 devices, and in 3000 devices you have to check the configuration vulnerability, and then you have to check the code or the image vulnerability or iOS vulnerability. How you can do it? So someone has to parse the configuration and give the information, or someone has to check the images. Maybe different devices had different images and images are hitting the bug. Those things are again achievable. You have to manage different type of a spreadsheet, Excel sheets. Oh, so this location has this spreadsheet, manages, track it. Or you can do it with the APIs script and programming within maybe 1 hour. Again, when you are developing the script, it is taking time to develop the script. But once you develop the script, you can use that script anywhere, n number of times. Correct? So that's the big key we have. That's the big benefit we have with the programming and automation. Development phase will take some time, but once you develop the code, then you can use it anywhere. Yeah, questions?
No, yeah, good.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I'm also good.
Thank you, Sam. Okay, so yeah, so far we are just talking. I'll go through 4 more slides and I'll show you some lab, and then I'll come back to the agenda for today's session. REST API, these 4 methods, so get, put, post, delete. Although there are more methods, but these are the main 4 we can work. So get is nothing like show command. Put means that you can update the object. Delete means you are deleting the object. And post means you are putting the payload, means you are doing some sort of configuration. Okay, so get is related to show command. Put is related to update, some update. So ACL you have 10 lines and then you are adding 1 line. So you are not creating new object, but you are doing some sort of update. Post means that you are creating the new object from scratch, and obviously delete means delete. So these are the 4 very important methods. Those methods are basically related to API and the calls, and those are true with the networking devices as well, because we are going to utilize the APIs. Great. Again, you'll come to know about the things we can do inside the APIs. I will go and cover these things. But before moving further, I just wanted to show you some hands-on things. So let's do a little bit of lab. So if you go to day 1, you can see here that we have to learn understand about the SD-WAN introduction. And then I have mentioned about the Postman. So have you worked on Postman? You know what is Postman?
Not in depth.
Okay.
Yeah, Ritesh, not in depth, but okay. We have touched on that, but not in depth.
Okay. Great. So what is happening here is that Postman is a tool from where you can run execute the API and you can see the result. But the Postman tool that we have is just for the beginners. That means you can check certain APIs, you can go there, you can check the APIs, you can get the idea. But what you want, that you want to increase your skills and then you want to reach to the Python scripting. So whatever things that you can do from Postman, it's very easy to do via the Python script. Because again, you are integrating API with the Python and you're getting or you're gripping those information. But again, Postman is good first step. You can go install the Postman. I'm going to share you the APIs. You can run those APIs and you can check the information. Correct? So how you can go and install the Postman? It's very easy. Just search Postman. You will get that software, maybe some 3 or 4 MB software. Once you install the Postman, it will look like this. Okay, and here you can see that I have so many things, APIs and all. I'll explain all these things. So you can see that Postman will look like this. So what is exactly this is doing? Let me go and close my APIs calls that I have. You can see the overall dashboard here. On top you have the new thing. You can import, you can do the runner command, you can set the variables. Actually this is nice just to look the basic information. So it is good. Sometimes when we are writing the code, when we are developing the code, so what we are doing, we are going and we want to know what this API is doing. So just to get the quick information, we are running those things inside the Postman, but it's not that you can run those things in Postman. You can run those things inside SD-WAN Swagger, inside DNA API tool. You don't need Postman to run any type of thing, but still it is good and friendly. Okay, so you can see the Postman. If you install, you will get this type of workplace, this type of dashboard. Okay, now once you get this type of dashboard, then what you can do, I'm going to share you some of the folders. Here you can see that I have SD-WAN, Epic, Lab, UCS directory, director actually, and network programmability basics. These folders are there. Now let me delete any of the folder. I'll go and I can delete this. So I can show you that how I can import the folders and I can run the SD-WAN related stuffs. So first of all, what you can do, you can go and import. You have the import key, and then you have the folder option, you have the link, you have the raw text code repository. But because I have folder related to SD-WAN, I can go and choose the folder, and then you can see that I have SD-WAN environment, I have SD-WAN code 2.1. I can import. Now when I have done the import, you can see that there are two things. One was related to the environment variable and one was related to the code. So what does it mean? If I go and expand this folder, you can see inside this folder I have 4 folders: authentication, SD-WAN fabric, SD-WAN device template, SD-WAN device policy. Correct? Now let me show you these things one by one. So if I go to the authentication, again you can see that we have the post method and we have the get method. Correct? So post means that you are creating new object. Get means you are running some sort of show command. So here you can see that let me go and open here. Let me create some space. So if I go and check the authentication API, you can see what it is, the format of this. If you see this format closely,
Miss, one question.
yeah, sure.
Yeah. Can you just go back that Postman slide?
Yep.
Yeah. In this we have uploaded one folder, right? SD-WAN folder from the from your laptop. I think from
Yeah.
somewhere in your laptop, right? Local system.
Yeah.
So that folder you have created, how it is like? Is there any kind of lab kind of setup where we have all the SD-WAN devices, everything, and you have uploaded?
Yep. That's a good question. There is a link. There is different places that from where you can get those APIs and you can call. So either you can use local folder to import, or you can point this to the GitHub. From GitHub also you can go and get those links. So I'm going to share those information today.
Okay. Fine, Doctor. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So Sam, before we'll go move, you have any question?
No, I'm okay.
All right, thank you. So let's go here and see. Now you can see only one line. This line is, let's try to understand this complete line. This is only one line, but it's very interesting line here. It's mean a lot for us. So first of all, you have your method, HTTPS. That's the HTTP secure. We know about that. So whenever we are opening any secure website, we are using HTTPS. Correct? Then we are putting the URL. In this case, we can go and put the vmanage IP address, or maybe vmanage DNS. Correct? So second, you can see that you have the URL. Then third, here you can see that's the port number. Either it can be 443, or if you are using some sort of custom port, you can go and use that also. Maybe if you have any proxy, you can use AT&T. That's the port. Generally, we are not using port because we are assuming either 443 or 8443. Then you have the API method that we are going to invest much time in upcoming sections. So data services, now everywhere you will find some different thing. So in DNA you will find something like API v1 and then the use. In ACI you have some different format. In Epic you have some different format, etc. So now here you can see that if I go and run this particular method, it is going to generate the token. Now once you have the token you can think as a OTP type of thing that will valid for certain duration. So maybe 30 minutes or maybe 1 hour in our SD-WAN. But we know that when we are getting the OTP from the banks, it will be there maybe for 2 minutes or maybe for 5 minutes. So that means that if you have long ongoing program, and it will take more than 5 to 10 minutes. That means your token should be refreshed, or your token should be regenerated, correct? Okay, so we'll come to that point later on, but yeah, that's a very important line you can see here with respect to API, and this is one of the API building block. This is one of the API. So this API, what it will do, that it will go and generate the token. Now, it's again very interesting and important. Then in our SD-WAN or in any type of API and Python integration, you have this parenthesis, curly braces, correct? They are representing the variable. In programming language, we are telling this as a placeholder or the namespace, correct? So these placeholders are the variables that we have. That means that this is one of the standard format, and you can put any IP address, any port number with respect to vManage only, and it will run. So in my case, I know that my vManage IP is say 198.1.8, maybe 1.10, and port is 443, but again either 443 or 8443, that doesn't matter. But this is my URL or this is my IP. Correct. So in that vManage variable, in that port variable, I can assign these real values and then it will work. Correct. So the next question is coming here, that how to assign the values to these variables. Correct. So let's go back to the Postman. And before I do that, I must connect my VPN. So let me check if I have my VPN connected. So here you can see that I'm connecting my VPN and my vManage IP. We know that the vManage IP is 198.1.8.1.10. Correct. This IP I'm going to use as a value inside the variable. So let's go and do that. I'll open my Postman, and once you are inside the Postman, you can see your right hand side on top, you can see a small I here, and here you can see this manage the environment, this button. If you go and click there, you can see these many different variables for different folders are defined, but I am very much interested about Cisco SD-WAN environment. I can go and click there again. It's important to see the path. I'll redo it. You can go and click there. You can just click one time here and you can see the values. If these values are not set, so vManage IP is 198.1.8.1.10. The username is admin, password is admin. There is no token because I'm going to create the token. I can update and click here. Now on top you can see I have the drop down menu where I can go and select different type of variables. Correct? So now you can see that you have this, and you can click send. I can see the API is running, and if you get this status code as 200, that means it's successful. And if I can check the data, so here you can see various method. One is the pretty table. You can go and check the header, you can go and check the body, you can go and check the test setting, etc. So I can go and see here that it is successful. So this particular token generation method is successful, and here you can see that if any problem is there, it will throw an error. We'll see that. Now let me go to the authentication, and if I go and do the authentication, on top you can see that you have the method, you have the vManage and port. Click send. You can see that in the authentication it is generating a new set of token for me. Now this token I can copy because I told you that token will be valid for certain period. If you generate the token next time, it may generate some new token. Now this token, what I will do here is that I can go to my variable. I can go here and I can go and put this. Okay, so you can see that I am putting the token, update it, close this. Next time I'll go to the SD-WAN fabric devices, click to fabric device. You can see on the top, this is your API, vmanage port and the data service and device. Click send. You can see the error. It is generating the error here because maybe we'll see that what error it is generating, and then we'll fix it. Now, before I go to error, is it okay? You're able to understand these things?
Yeah, Ratnesh.
Okay. Again, I'll encourage you to download the Postman, and I'm going to send you the link as well from where you get this folder. So you can do the lab. I am after this class, and again you can watch the recording as well if you have any issue. All right, so let's go back here, and you can see that you can go to the view console, and then it will tell that, oh, see, you have some issue. And what's the issue? It is taking the token having some issue. Now, if you are doing some core programming, you'll see that basic and this is actually the password in some other codec format. And generally we are putting we should not put the password in our program. We should use some sort of different type of codec. But yeah, it has some issue related to token, and that's why it is failing. You can keep going on these logs and you can see that what's the issue. It will tell you that why it is failing, where it is failing. So we have some issue related to token. So let's try to fix the authentication and token. Okay, and then we'll move on. So now if I go to the authentication, and again let me quickly go back to the variable. You can see here that the initial value and the current value, and I think there is some problem. So let me quickly see here. So you can see the token here. This is okay. I can scroll down, and if I go here and if I check, some header is there. What is this? Should not be there. Oops, I can see still. Oh, some old values are there. And now you can see that both values are identical. This is also 1F and this is also up to F. Click update. And now again I go back to the devices and I will send this. Remember, the values are fixed there, means we have fixed the vmanage IP in the variable. You can see 198.168.1.10. We have fixed the port as well as a scope. You can see the scope is environment, and then we are running this API. Now again you can see in the bottom that we have, this time we have the success code that is 200, and if I scroll up, so now you can see that it is generating the pretty table, the raw data. You can go and check the preview. Again, this is the raw. You can see this visualization. So if you are inside the pretty table, again, once you will become very good in the programming and the APIs, you'll find that you have two fields. And I don't want to tell you more stuffs in day number 1, but you will find at least two things: header, and you will find the body, or sometimes it is referred as a data. So you have the header field and then you have the body. That's your output, correct? So here you can see the header and then you will see the body. Again, you'll see your output in this type of bracket and then curly braces. Or maybe your output is like so many curly braces inside the box. So we'll see that the JSON format and other format, we'll discuss about that later on. So in day one, I don't want to bombard with all the new things, but we'll come to know. So now if I scroll down here, or if I copy this and if I go to the notepad, and clearly you can see that we have the data now. So we have the data. First of all, you can see that you have the header field. And if I scroll the header field, you can see in our vManage lab, you know that you have the vManage IP, and you can see the system IP and other stuffs. 12, 12, 12, some vSmarts are there, vBonds are there, etc. But we are getting the list of the devices. Whatever devices we have in the lab network, you have list devices. So you're getting the list number of things. Now, one thing I want to tell you here, that the information that you are getting like this, you can note here again. I'm recording this video. You can go back in the recording and you can watch this. Remember this. This is one of the JSON format. You're starting with this bracket, and then you have curly braces inside that. So this is some sort of payload, and this is the format. Now this curly braces is again. This is starting and stopping, etc. Now these fields that you are seeing here, you can grep these fields inside the program. So suppose if you have to generate one report where you want only device ID, reachability, and time zone. You don't need all these 200 lines. You need only 3 lines. You can take only those 3 lines and print it. Correct? So that's the power we have with the automation and the programming.
But in device ID, I think we have IP address, right? So for the same kind of lines, you should have 300 times.
Device ID, this is for one device. This is for vManage, like that. If I go here, you can see the device ID for vSmart is different. And then,
Okay. If you have,
yeah.
is those lines equal to number of devices? Okay.
Yeah, means one object we can see. So this is one of the output.
Yeah.
For one device, like that.
Yeah, for one device. Yeah.
Per
Correct.
device.
Got it.
All right. Okay. So likewise, you can go and check the device status. So device and monitoring, you can see the API. Now it's very much like human understandable. So what this API will do, it will tell you the device and their status. So if you go and run this, again, you can get the output. You can check the output here itself, or if you want, you can copy to the notepad and then you can read it. So it is telling the vManage, vBond, good amount of information. See, we are very much interested from here, the data. Leave that header. We are not very much interested about the header. This is the response from the data. So it is telling the device model, the device IP, the ID, the vManage, the status, the site ID, those informations we are getting. Correct? You can see all this information. Then if you go and check the device counter, yeah, feel free to ask the questions. If you have anything, you please ask. Okay, so you
Okay,
can go and check.
yeah. So with this program, let's say I'm on my company's network, and I put in the vManage IP and stuff. With this program, we'll be able to get all the device information as we are doing now, right?
Yeah, you will get all the information. This is 100% running code. Yep. So even what you have to do, you don't need to change anything here in this place. They are well formatted with the variables. Yeah. You have to go and you have to add your variable. That's it. You can go, you can add the variable, or you can go and you can edit these variables. So you can go here and you can go here and you can edit the variable. That's it. Okay, you please watch this recording. So what I have done, I have generated the token. I have put that token. Then you can go and give your username and password. And then once you give the username password, just make sure that it is showing here.
with the token, how will I generate that token?
It will generate from here.
Okay, okay. After
Yeah.
the authentication, it will give me the token. Yeah, yeah,
Yes,
I guess.
yeah. So every device will generate their own token. It will generate from here, and then that token you can go and put inside the variable, and then here you can put, and that's it. So your variable is set. Then you can go and check the devices, the device status, the device counter interface. Apart from that, you can go and check the feature template. You can go and check the device template. All those stuffs you can check, and there are many more.
Ratnesh,
Mhm.
one doubt. This token is per API, is it? Or how it
This
is?
token, so if you watch the recording, I told this token is equivalent to OTP, one time password.
Okay.
So that means that it is valid for SD-WAN any type of operation for maybe 5 minutes, for maybe, I think this was 60 minutes by default
Okay.
in
Okay.
SD-WAN in the API. So it will be there for 60 minutes. So this token, if you use tomorrow, maybe it will not work. So what you need to do, it's very easy. You can go to authentication and generate new token. So it was 7AF, and maybe this time it will generate some new. So what it is telling, because I have done some changes here in the variable, so it is not generating that token. So what I can do, I can go and remove this, update it, and then try to generate one more time. See, it is not generating the token now. So that's the problem. So here you can see it's generating from here. It is generating the same token. Maybe it is valid for some duration that is not expired. Okay. So be sure that you can go and generate from here, and then you can go and put that token inside the variable. So that's the step number 1. You can go here. Still I can see one of the token is there. Same token is there, but yeah, you can understand that how I'm doing it. You can also do, and if you do today, then it will be good, because tomorrow you can come back and ask, see, I'm trying and it is working or not working. Okay. Let's go to the feature template and let's check this. Now you can see how easy is this. Once you put all the variables, simply go here and click, and then it will give you all the information. Make sure that you are checking the data field. So if you go and check the data field, you'll get the information. Template ID, template name, all those good information you'll get. Anyways, these things you will come to know in upcoming session as well, that with program how we can create the template. But this is a good starting point, as I mentioned earlier. Okay, guys, if you have any other question, you please feel free to ask. You can see most of the
No, Ratnesh.
APIs are working here. I think all the APIs should work in your infra as well, the same API. Okay, so by the end of this session, I will share you the link from where you can get these folders and the notes where I have put in. Yep. Okay. So now you can see the Postmans are also powerful. The only problem we have with the Postman is that you will not get the result or report in the format you are looking for. So such example, that if I want to get these information as a Excel sheet, or maybe as a text, or maybe as a maybe PDF format, or maybe any of the table format. So those things are not there, but yeah, obviously we can do with the programming like Python or any other script language. Great. So let's continue and let's see the slide deck. Let me go back to the slide deck. And you can see that we have the REST method, and the library. Here you can see that if you want to learn more about the API document, I'm going to serve this API document, and Sam has asked one question that where we can find those things. So let me quickly log into the vManage, and I can show you that you can go there and you can check the task. So what you need to do, first of all, log into the vManage, and then you have to go and check the API documents. So I'm logging in to the vManage with the credential, and once we are inside the vManage, then we can go and check the API doc. So next time I can go here and check the API doc. It's coming, it's a little bit slow and it's loading. I can see here that with the GUI it is loading. Sometimes if you have slow internet or slow VPN connectivity, you'll find it's very difficult to manage things from the GUI itself, because it has to load and then it has to take the instructions. So still it is loading. Meanwhile, I'll go back, and here you can see that we have the API document where you can go and check the different type of API call. A few of the API calls are listed here in these slides. So the data service APIs, they are starting with data services. If you want to list the network devices, if you want to check the health status, CPU memory, so you have to go and use this string like this. And one nice thing here is that these API calls you can do from your browser as well. So browser is also working as a Postman. So let me quickly show you this. If I can go to my Mozilla, and Mozilla is good. So if I can go to my web browser Mozilla, I can show you few of the outputs as well. You can get the JSON format. So let me quickly log into the vManage. Once I'm inside the vManage, it's loading. Then I can go and construct the API, and you can see the results there as well. So what is my API? My API is this. What I need to add here is the URL. So 198.168.1.10, and then the data service, device, hardware, and device ID. It is asking for any of the system IP. So one of the devices is 10.1.0.1. This is in data center 1, VH1. And now here you can see the result. I want to print the data field. So once you are printing the data field, you can see that we are getting the environment things related to DC1 VH1. So it is telling that hardware class, hardware item, because this device is virtual, so you're not getting power slots and other status. Now what you can do, you can go and check the other ID. You can go and check number 2, and for number 2 here you can see. Then you can go and check any of the branch device. So I have one 10.3.0.1. That's the CH we have in the branch. And there is no information for that branch device. Then I can go and check 10.3.0.2. Let's see. So there is no data available for that. Maybe that device is down or some other status. But you can see that the API calls you can do from your web browsers as well. Now you may think that then what is the use of this Postman? Postman is advanced version for, or advanced thing for do the API queries. You have so many different options. So if you go here and check the method, You can see get, post, put, patch, delete, copy, hit. There are good amount of options are there, and not only the good amount of options, but it is going to give you the other formats, other methods as well. Like if you want to do some configuration, if you want to update, get, simply go here and click post, and then you will get different options here, like header format and other query formats, etc. Okay, but at least the get things you can quickly check from your from your Mozilla browser as well. Now we are inside the device. I can go and show you the API docs. So let me log into the API document. You can see that what link I have used for that. So we manage IP and the API doc. It's still coming up. So it came, and now you can see that what are the things you can do, what are the tasks you can perform. For those things and tasks, you have these APIs. For capacity, you can go and check the capacity. Capacity use, max devices allowed, total vManage is like that. You can go and click try it out. And here you can see the result now. Response code is 403. That's not good. So it is telling that you have some issue running with this API. And that's why when you will use proper authentication, you can use these things easily with the programming integration. Let me show you something that will work. So if I go and check the real-time monitoring, you can see the long list of configurations and all those things are there. So let me quickly go to the real-time monitoring and let me show you a few of the things. So for example, ARP. Get the ARP. The input is required, one of the device ID. It is asking about the device ID and the description is system ID. That's good. Now you can go here and click try it out, and then you can see straight away the result here. So this is your data, correct? So I have shown you actually three methods. One, you can go to the SD-WAN site and you can use this Swagger interface. This is nothing but known as a Swagger API interface. So you can use this Swagger API interface, or the same API, if you have the API, you can copy that particular API and then you can use inside the web browser. So I can go here and I can use here inside the web browser like this. The third option that we have checked first is that you can go and create your API here and then you can use it. Now suppose I have to create a new API which is not listed here. I don't want to disturb this folder, so I'll do one thing. I'll go and create new collection, new SD-WAN. So here you can see new SD-WAN, and now in this new SD-WAN, I want to add something. So I want to add request. What's the request we have? This. Now, this request that you are seeing here is not fully in the variable format. So what I can do here, that I can go here and I can create the variables. So you can go here and you can use the parenthesis that you have. So let me go and use the curly braces here and here. And while I'm doing this hard work, even we can go and do the copy as well. I just wanted the same name that we have here in the back. So this is vManage IP. And then we can go here and we can go here. So we are just creating this as a variable. I can go and give the port. So we have the vManage, we have the port, and this device ID. We are putting the value here, but this also you can create as a variable. So it will ask you what user input you are looking for. So now you can see that inside the folder, I have one method called get. And in this get method, I have this method. But what's the variable? The variable is correct. And now if I click send, request URL is empty. So I should copy this guy here and we should put here and then click send. So now you can see that value is coming here. Now this also you can make as a variable as I told you, but again you have to feed it inside the environment variable. If I scroll a little bit up, here you can see that you have the header and you should have the data as well. If I scroll down, so I don't want this header, so let me go and remove this header. Means let me minimize this header at least. So I can go here and I have minimized the header. Now you can see the data field is starting from here. The same output you can see there in the web browser as well, but you can see the output. Good amount of information we have. So we have constructed one of the API and we have put inside the inside our vManage, and you can see that how it is. Correct? So this also you can create your own custom made APIs. You can check here. So you have one Postman and where you have n number of APIs you have collected, and you can go and check the result. Okay, so this video is going to be very useful. You can watch this and you can do what operations I am doing straight away from each and every places. Correct? Okay, guys, do you have any follow-up
Right.
question? Continue. So where we are, let's go back to our slide. And the slide I'm going to share with these slides, you can see here, there are so many things. You can go and create your own APIs and you can check inside the Postman. So you can take this as a task. What you have to do, you have to go and create your own request, and then you can go and put inside the API. So again, I'll go and put this and how it is. So let me write, or better if I can copy this guy here. You can see this is your variable or something. You can add request like this, add request, and then you can go and put like I'm putting here, and then you can, oops, seems it hadn't copied, but no problem. You can go and like you can use like this. So and then give the port and give the slash, and then here put the vManage, and here you can go and put the port. Okay, and then data service, and then you should have give the system IP address that anyways if you want to make as a variable, you can go and create this also as a variable. Now this particular API is going to give you the OMP peers. So now I have one more here, and on top you can see that is related to OMP peer, and simply, so this time I will copy this, whatever we have on the top. I just wanted to copy and paste here inside the get with variables. And then we will see that our environment variable is fitting those information or not. Okay, so since I'm not able to copy, but no problem, I'll go ahead and write one more time. So I have this and I have this. I have the vManage, and then I have the port information, and I should give slash here. So you can see that your URL, port number, data service OMP, and this also we can make as a variable, but since we haven't defined this in the environment variable, you have to define it. So first of all, go here and make this as a variable like this. So you can see it become red, and the bottom you can see it is asking about the system IP address. Now you can go here where you have your variable defined. You can go here and you can add. So what you can do, you can just press tab button, and it will add a new field here. Add new variable, say what's the name, let me copy. The name is system IP address, so I can go and copy this. You can go here and you can put here system IP variable. You can see the new field has come, and 10.1.0.1 and 10.1.0.1. I can update this. So my variable is set. You can see everything is variable. I can send this. Sending the request. 10.1.0.1 is not found. Wow. OMPPS. That's correct. We manage port. Let's see the variables. So what is there? You can see that we have correct vmanage, we have the username password, we have the token, we have the system IP. That means it should work. Let me try to send one more time. Okay, it is not working, no problem. I'll do one quick thing here. And 10.10. It should not be like this. Let me see. Okay, so some problem related to these fields here. That's okay. Port is okay. Okay, so let's check this in the GUI, in here in the web browser. Why this is not working? It should work. And let me go back here and give the values. And that's it, 198.181.10. I can see that it is generating the value here, but it is not generating the value here. Why? You can tell me the reason, any reason? Maybe the token got expired or something?
It could be a reason that also.
Yeah, so we'll check this now. Let's try to check that why it is not working here.
Or, or, or can we try with other system IP whether it will show or not?
$10.102. It's telling
There
that
might be
no
token issue.
was found here. Now here we haven't done any authentication or authorization. The token we have generated for him. Now what we can do here is that let me show you this thing. So this guy, if I can move a little bit up, so you can move this. Okay, I'll move here, and let me see the token, and let's see. So 11F711F, that's okay. Now if we go here and if we let's see, but I'll make this as a variable, so I can go and use this variable, use other variable as well. And then the data service, device, OMP, peer, and then the device ID equal to the system IP, correct? So you can see that while I'm doing this, in the bottom, you can see those fields are created by the Postman. And I can go and give vManage here, and I can go and give the port here. So automatically from the variable, it is taking port as 443, and it is taking the vManage as 198.181.10, and the system IP is taking 10.1.0.1. You can see these values they are getting from the variable, the environment variable itself. See, session token filter, token provided by ST2 did not match by. See, we have the token issue. So what we can do here is that we can actually put the token from here also. We have that option to go and put the token here as well. So key and value, I think here we can put, but anyways, I'll do one thing. I'll go and generate new token. I don't want this token to be used anymore. So let's go to the authentication. Let's see. Let's try to generate new token, and let's put these new token there. So this token that I'm generating is not changing. It should change. Otherwise, we have to go here to the key field, key and value, we can put it. Okay, so let's do it. I can copy this and I can go to this place here, put this key value, set. There is some issue. You can go and delete this line. Okay, and let me quickly see here that bearer token. You can see here token is this. Oops, this is different, seems. Yep, this is okay. Okay. That's the problem with the Postman. It's not problem with us, it's the problem with the Postman. Okay, so let's try one more time, and as a token that we have is having some issue. And I'm trying to update that, but it is not getting updated. Meanwhile, I'm doing the troubleshooting. You guys have any other question?
Things like that URL, no? You are getting that for APIs.
Mm-hmm.
Those APIs you are getting from directly from vMan, vManage IP/API docs. There only we will get it. Or...
Yes, that's the source. From there you will get it. Yep.
Okay, okay.
So you can see the link here and the API doc, and from here you will get all those links. So if I go and search with OMP, you will get so many inbuilt APIs related to OMP, and from there you will get it. Okay.
Yeah,
So
got it.
yeah, so our aim is not to focus more on the Postman, but the thing is that quickly you can go and check the result, and then those things we can use inside our Python programming. Okay, Sam, you're there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so let's troubleshoot this for 5 minutes and then I'm going to give you guys some task. So task will be that you can install the Postman, and then I'm going to share you the folder as well from where you'll get this folder. You have to upload the folder and then you can go and test it. Now, if you want to test this in your production network, then in your production laptop that you have, you can do the same thing and you have to change the environment variable as per your production network. Okay, and that's it. It should work. So let's try to do the
Okay.
let's try to do the troubleshooting of this thing. Clearly it is telling that due to the tokens, I'm not working. So you have to go and check the tokens. Now by mistake, I've done some changes there. So I can see the token. Let's generate the token and put here. Okay. So I can go here and I don't want this, so I need to remove this and I want to put new token. I want to generate new token. Okay, if I go here and if I check the vmanage, that's correct. Port is correct. Everything is correct. And if you go and check the authentication, vmanage and the port, that's also correct. If we do the authentication, post is not supported with this method. That's okay. If we go and generate the token, why it is not changing the token? It should change the token, but it is not changing it. You can click here, you can copy. Let's go back. I know the quick fix for this. We'll try to do that also. Did these things are updated? We can go here and then we can run this. It has some issue related to this. So if you go to the method in detail, let's try to add some more information. So I can go and add basic. You can see the basic password is inherited. If I go and check the API key, the key and value that we don't need at this point of time. Then you have the BRA token. This is the token we are using. The AAF, that's 100% correct. And that's it. Only these things we need. Rest of the things should come automatically. Then in header, you can see that 8 different fields here. And in the header body, again, you can see so many fields. Now, if you can go and check, all these informations are preloaded. We have this session ID, that's okay. So I think everything is correct, but it's still we are not getting the results. So I'll do one quick fix here. We can go to the second variable. So you can see here I'm using this variable. Let's see. This guy here, his IP is different. And I will do one thing. Once you are here, you have all the options to do any type of changes. I can go here and I can delete this guy from the list. Then I left with this option. I can go and change the IP 198.168.1.10 admin. Username is correct and the password should be admin. Port I want to use 443, and then we need the token that we don't have. So this guy and so many Cisco variables are there. Now we'll go here and come on, generate some new token. Still it is generating the same one, old one. We'll go back and I can put the token here. This is okay. Then we can go here and let's check this. The system IP. Either we can give inside the variable. So if I go here and click here, and if I can go give the system IP, what is the full name? So the full name is, let's see, system IP address. So you can go here and you can give system IP address 10.101, 10.101, and update, close and send it. Let's see, you can see 403, that means not correct. So it has some issue related to token. I'll check this later and I'll show you this thing probably tomorrow, that why it is generating this error. Meanwhile, if you guys have any question, please feel free to ask. All right, thanks for joining to SD-WAN class number 2. And today's session is going to be very important. After this particular session that we are going to do now, your imagination will increase. You will think more that, oh, these are the benefits we have with the integration of Python and the SD-WAN, and these are the things at least we can do. Anyways, I'm going to give you a good amount of use cases as well. Those are real enterprise level or production level use cases, and even you are going to get the scripts as well. If you do little modification in those scripts, then things will done. So those things are there, and we are going to reach up to that point. But before reaching there, we must know the basics, and we should do hands-on practice and the labs. So for hands-on practice and labs, you have to install softwares. And what are those softwares? I'm going to give you the list of those softwares. Okay, now those software are 100% free, and those are actually, it's quite amazing that you can use those software to create the code. Suppose if you have the code, you can do the modification as well in the code, etc. Okay, so let's start. Before I'll show you the actual lab, I have few slides I want to walk through in these few slides, and then in the lab section. So let me open the agenda for today's session, what we are going to learn. So today is day number 2, and we are going to do the fast review of the Python, what this programming language can do for us. Then we have to do the SD-WAN and the Python integration, and then we have to build our home lab, and then we have to perform certain tasks. So let me add one thing here, that perform few examples or perform few tasks, whatever. So we are going to do few of the baseline Python SD-WAN programming, and you will find it very interesting, and then you will never use Postman or any other tool. We are going to focus mostly upon Python and the SD-WAN API integration. That's the best way to achieve whatever things we are looking for. Okay, now there are some other programming languages as well, which is giving tough competition to Python. One of the languages is Go, but the baseline is this, that if you learn one language, other language, it will become easier to learn other language. Okay, so that's the key here. So suppose if I learn Python, if I know Python 80%, then other programming language by default, those languages at least 30 to 40%. That's the ratio. So in future, suppose if you have some new things, some new coding, some new uh, framework, then it will be easier to learn those things if we know one thing, one programming language. Okay. All right. So let's start. Day number 2, we are going to do the review for the Python. So let me open the slide. We have few slides related to SD-WAN programming, and then I will show you few slides related to Python as well. So we are going to start our journey. What you need to do that first of all, you need to install the Git or JIT, whatever you are telling it. So here you can see this thing is required in your laptop. I'm using Windows, but in your MacBook or any other operating system, you can go and install it. It's very easy. So what I have done, I simply searched like download zip, and I got that. Once I have that, you can see here, I have opened this in this particular cell format. Now this is very much giving me a Linux type of format. So here you can see I can do ls long list of the files. I can go and check the size and those things and other stuffs as well. So inside my Windows machine, I can use it like a, you can think as a Linux type of wrapper or patch. But that's not the actual use case of the Git. Git is something like we have two things. First of all, Git, and then you have the Git uh, over the website. That's the GitHub. So mostly what we are going to do here that we are going to use this software, and then we are going to copy certain codes from GitHub as well, and we'll do some modification in those code as well in future. So Git and GitHub, you please go ahead after this class when you watch the recording, you please go ahead and install Git in your laptop or MacBook. We are going to use it. I'll show you how we are going to use it in the upcoming session. All right. The next thing to understand is the API, why we need API, and then we know that APIs, they are using certain methods behind the scene. So what are those methods? The RESTful API and the remote procedure call, etc. We'll see that in this slide, in upcoming slide. Then we have to understand about the Python. Now, I'm assuming that you know a little bit of coding, you know a little bit of Python. If you don't, suppose if you are not knowing that, but still it is good. If you don't know a Python language, if you know only one thing, that's the logic, and everyone knows logic. So uh, if you know logic, if you don't know the syntax or semantics, etc. Suppose I'm good in Cisco devices, I don't know Juniper, Arista, Avaya, etc. Same thing they will also do. Same thing, you can configure OSPF there, you can configure BGP there. You know how to configure it in Cisco platform. You don't know how to configure it there. But the main thing here, the key here is that we know the logic how OSPF is working. We know the logic how BGP is working, and that's the key here. So if you know that what you need, so we are doing some sort of need-based programming. If you know that what you are looking for, that's it. Then you will get the code for that, and that's as easy as you can find this. That's as easy as this. So what is the requirement, and you will get the code. Now in between that, how you can run execute that code, and for that you are going to build your own in this case the lab environment. But this lab environment that we are building, suppose in my corporate laptop I have Python, and with that Python I can do whatever I want to do related to the operational task that I am getting, correct? So same thing you can do with your corporate laptop. You can install Python there, and from there you can do a number of things related to operational stuffs. Or maybe you have some sort of firmware, or maybe you have some VM hosted somewhere in the cloud, and those you can use on demand basis, and then you can utilize that. So whatever way you're going to utilize your system, your operating system, you can install the Python and then you can utilize it. So key here is, again, the key here is the code. So once you develop the programming, once you have the code, and code, what they are going to do, code you are building with help of logic, and then these codes are coming from some requirement, because some requirement is there, then you have done the development of the code, and then while doing the development of code you have applied certain logics, and then you want to perform some task with that, some operational task or any type of task, correct? So that's the, everything is connected in between, and the hurdle is that how we can do with the programming, because if we do with the programming, again we have discussed this earlier, that the repetition will be there. You can put certain loop inside that. So if you have to do the same thing for 1,000 times, you put I equal to 0 and max equal to 1,000 and I equal to +1. So that loop will go for 1,000 times or maybe 1,001 time, and then you will get the result for 1,000 plus 1 times, etc. Correct? So build the logic, see what's the requirement, then according to get all the codes, you will get the code. There is no problem getting the codes. You get the code, you improve the code, you optimize the code and run it. Yeah, that's the thing we have. Now in some environments, suppose if we have, say, Python 3.3, Python 2.7, Python 3.8, Python 3.9, and different instances, because 2 is different than 3, etc. And you have one machine, you have one operating system, but what you want, for certain code you want to use 2.7, for certain code you want to use 3.8, then you can use Python as a virtual environment. Like in networking term, we know that VRF, virtual routing forwarding. So you have one global table and then you may have multiple instances like that. In one operating system with the virtual environment, you may use 2, 3, 3.3, etc. So again, we'll see that in the lab section about this virtual environment as well. Why you need Git? Because you can go and clone anything from the outside world. And let me see here if I can go here and let me, so I can go to GitHub. Okay, I need to do sign in. I have my sign in there. You can go and create, you can go to github.com, and these are the tasks that you please do in this weekend, in coming weekdays actually. And then the weekend we are going to discuss all these things. So please watch the recording, pause the recording, the steps that I'm using. You can just follow those steps. If you go here and search SD-WAN, everything you will get from here. The GitHub is public place from where you can get most of the codes. Now here you can see that SD-WAN, harvester, etc., etc. Now suppose I want to copy this particular code, SD-WAN APIs. Now here you can see that this particular link, it is going to give you alarms API, local cloud related API, REST API, and there's so many things, all these things. Now these codes that you are seeing here, you want to use it, correct? So obviously you need to copy it. See here you have the download option, but do not download like this. You just go here and click here, and then you can see that you have this option to download this, correct? Now once you copy this in the clipboard like that, I have copied to the clipboard, then you go here to the GitHub. Remember, we have installed this GitHub. It's very easy to install. Once you are inside the GitHub, you can type git clone and then paste that link, enter. Now once you have pasted that, you can see everything I'm copying from that location to my local system, and it's done. Now where is my directory? So I can go and check my present working directory. So I can go to the C drive, users, and this place. Once I'm at this place, I can go and check the SD-WAN APIs. So let me quickly go to that particular location I have. So I can go to this PC, C drive, and RATN, or you can go to the users and then you can go to RATN, and then I can go and search with the SD-WAN key. So if I go, see, SD-WAN API, this font is a little bit small, but you can see that let me increase the font size there. View, and I can make this as a medium or maybe large. So here you can see that everything from that link, it got copied in my local system, and then I can modify these codes. Or if there is some document, if there is some PDF, some Word document, I can go and read it. So it is telling that you have these APIs, you have these APIs. Anyways, these APIs we are going to learn in upcoming sessions more and more. But yeah, you can see simply you have the code. So suppose, for example, I can go here and I open this particular code. I have multiple options to open it. I have Visual Studio as well. I can open in the Python editor as well, that is the IDE. So I can go here and I can click IDE, and you can see that this is the code related to the alarm related code. What's the name? Yeah, alarms.api, and you will get the alarms and all these things that you suppose if you are new, you can think, oh, what is this parenthesis code, double code, etc., etc. But you'll come to know. I'll explain in each and everything in today and upcoming session. Okay, so you can see here the use of this, that you can copy it even from here also. If you want to run, you can install Python here. At the moment it is not installed, but you can install here and you can run your code from here also. There's no issue, there's no problem. But we have better tool to execute our Python script. I'll show you that. Up to this point, do you have any question?
No.
Great, thank you. Ishwar, you have any question?
Yeah. No, Rajneesh.
All right,
We are
thank you.
good. Yeah.
So what's the GitHub? I have shown you that how you can go and copy anything. Then we know about the API. The best thing about API definition is that API is something that machine can talk to other machine. So it's a machine to machine language. So what does it mean? It means that the input or maybe the output of one machine can become the input of the other system. It's like that. So two machines can talk. What is happening with the CLI? Whenever we are running the CLI, it's like human to machine interaction. So you are running show run, show IP, interface brief, show SPF, etc. So the CLI is for us, that we can run the CLI command to the machine. It's like human to machine thing. But the APIs are that can be consumed by one machine, so it can be output, and that output we can use to any other input. It's not like that two different machines are using the input and the output. It's a very interesting logic. But you can think that you have a task, operational task. So you have to perform one task. And let me give you the task. So suppose you have one use case, and that we are going to achieve in our training as well. So you have one use case. Suppose if you have 300 SD-WAN devices, you want to take the backup. So you want to take the show run inside some folder, and once you take the backup for all the configuration inside your local folder, then you have something called baseline configuration or the standard configuration, and then you want to match all 300 configuration with your standard template. Now if there is the difference, then it will go and print the difference. Okay, so this is your task. The task is that operation They want to make sure, they want some evidence that whatever configuration we have inside the devices, they are following the standard. Correct? So that become your task. Now for that task, you have to build the logic and you have to create the code. Correct? So logic and code, they are going hand on hand. That means that you have to create logic. So what logic, how you will develop the logic? The logic is that, okay, first thing, 300 devices. So I can do one thing. I can go to my putty, and then I can log into all the 300 devices at a time, and then I can run show run command or execute show run command. Or maybe all the devices are managed from vmanage, so I can log into the vmanage, and from vmanage we can get the running configuration. We'll copy from there. That's it. That's a logic we are developing, but still these are the manual thing. Manually you are logging, manually you are copying, manually you are pasting somewhere, then you are saving in the folder. Correct? So the task is somehow to take the running configuration. You are taking the running configuration, then you are copying. So you are doing the copy for the running configuration, and then you are saving in the folder, saving to the folder, and then final thing is you are doing some sort of difference program you're running, and you're comparing the configuration. Now if you are doing the difference in the notepad, or maybe some tools are there, so you can put one file one place, other file other place, and you can check the diff. Even in the SD-WAN GUI also we can check the diff. Correct? We have option to check the diff, or maybe you can run some diff program, but it's still this is good for 1 or 2 or 3 devices. This is not good for 300 or maybe 3000 or 4000 devices. Correct? So you have to develop some logic. So what you can do that, okay, I will use one API. So I'm going to use one API to get the running configuration. Then I will use some Python file program to copy those configuration inside the local folder, and then I will put a loop that will go up to 300 times, and then it will put all the files inside the folder. Now once I have all the 300 files inside the folder, again I will go and run one of the difference script, and that difference script will compare all the files, and then it will generate the output either in a text or CSV or Excel, etc. Correct? So like that we have to develop the skill set. Like that we have to develop the logic, and code you will get. Again I am repeating this thing. Codes are everywhere. You will get the code. Even the hardcore programmer, they are getting the code, and there's different places you can get the code. The thing is that what's the task, what is your logic, those are important thing. Task and the logic. So now here you can see that you have one API to take the running configuration. Now inside the API, when you go inside the API, so there may be chance that you don't have API to get the configuration, but you have API, oops, but you have API to get the device ID, and then you have the API to get the device name, and then you may have API to get the configuration. So that means you may have to call 3 different functions to get the configuration file. And then you have to nest API A to B to C. So the output of A will become the input of B, and then output of B will become the input of C, and then you will get the output. Okay, so that's an interesting thing we have in the programming language. In normal terms, we are telling this that everything is working as an object, and then since everything is working as an object, you can call any object anytime, anywhere. Just like object oriented programming, where we are calling the objects whenever it is required. Okay, so that's the same thing like it's machine to machine interaction, and there are so many cool things that is happening behind the scene with respect to API. Um, there are some examples, and you will see, if you go and watch some YouTube videos or some Cisco Live videos, you will get good amount of examples related to the capabilities of the APIs and the methods used for the API. In this case, we are going to use the RESTful APIs. What is the REST method? Again, we have discussed earlier that you can get the object, you can create the object with post, you can update the object or update an object with a put, and you can delete an object. Those things are there. Again, we have discussed this earlier in our previous section, that you have your URL, and then what method you want. It means in our case we have the data services, and then what type of call you have, correct? So these things are defined here. Just for your reference, these slides are there. Now, so we have to do the heavy lifting, and this heavy lifting, how we are going to do? We are going to do the integration of the SD-WAN with the Python. And once we have the integration, see, to build the code, it will take time. That means you are building something. But once you build the code, once your code is ready to serve the purpose, then things will become easier, smoother. So the tough thing we have here is that what's the requirements, what's the logic, what's the code. Once you have the code and it is serving the purpose, then you can go and optimize the code time to time to time to time. Okay. So now we are going to discuss little bit about Python. And again, I'm assuming that you know at least what's the Python, what's the different type of Python, what we can say, the constraints, or uh, inside Python, what type of Python objects we have. Say, for example, the integers, string, list, dictionary or directory, etc., etc. Those things I'm assuming that you know that, but still, if you don't know those things in depth, no problem. We are going to understand those things. Those are still very easy to understand. We have a dedicated lab for the virtual environment, Python virtual environment. I'll cover that. All right. So day 0, what you can do, if you are using the Linux machine or Mac OS, you can go and install apt-get install git. In Windows, I have simply downloaded the exe and I have installed inside that. Then you can go and you can do git clone and you can download the code with this. So I have shown you about git clone, how I have done the download. You can go back in this particular recording and you can check that. And then these are related to virtual environment, how you can do it. What is this requirement? What is this pip package? I'll cover it. So this is the baseline just to create your lab. Once you have your lab up and ready, then you can go and work on it. I have, I think, 1 or 2 slides just for NetMiko. Sam has asked one question that the same thing we are going to achieve that we can do with the NetMiko. The answer is no. If you use NetMiko and Python, so the difference here is that you can integrate Python and NetMiko. You can do the task, and then you can go and integrate Python and API, and then you can do the task. This is like 100 times faster than this. It's lightning fast. If you are using Python plus API, it's the fastest thing that we can do in the networking. You type the command, enter, you'll get the result. Even if you do the CLI thing, you are giving the instruction and then after few delays there, after few seconds, you are getting the output. But the APIs are lightning fast. Even if we have this slow VPN, slow network, still they are giving the result like very fast result, and the accuracy will be there like 100% accuracy. Obviously in NetMiko also you'll get the accuracy, but the chances in NetMiko that you may break the session and then you will not get the result. The other problem with NetMiko that you may have firewall or checkpoint in between that may break NetMiko connection. Again, the Other drawback with NetMiko is this, that in a few of the places the NetMiko will not get installed. So there are some restriction with NetMiko. That's why everyone is focusing on APIs. Some libraries are there, but why we need library? We don't need library. What we need is the API. So API related to everything. But again, if you do NetMiko also, NetMiko is something like the older way to manage the network. Nowadays, we can say that's the older way to do the management of network. The newer way we have is with the API. But again, if you have some use case, you can use NetMiko as well. So now we have two tools. We can use API as a primary, and you can think NetMiko as a standby. So you may have MPLS connection, and then you may have LTE connection, like that you can think. So API is your MPLS type of network, and then NetMiko you can think as a 4G network, like that. Great. So let's perform certain small operations related to lab task, and then I have one dedicated slide deck to do the discussion about the Python. Okay, so before doing this, because theory is becoming boring, so I want to show you some cool stuffs related to SD-WAN and API integration. Okay, you guys have any doubt, anything you want to ask?
No, I'm okay.
Okay, so be ready for the good thing now. So we have really cool thing I have prepared for you guys, and I'm going to give you a start today, assuming that in coming 5 days that we have, if you have time, just study for at least 2 hours, and then when we meet on Saturday, you will see the difference. You will see that how much you are understanding those things. So I have simplified the code, and then we are going to add the complexity inside the code slowly. All right, so let's start. So uh, before I go there, um, let me tell you the programming strategy that we should follow, the standard practice we should follow, at least in terms of networking programming that we are going to do, and we are going to achieve this task. And actually, this is tested thing that I'm going to tell you, and I'm using it, and everyone is very happy with me with that strategy. So obviously, no, they will become happy from you as well. Like, oh my God, what you have done. Okay, so what is
Thank
that?
you.
Make everyone happy. Okay, so just check these three things. So what we can do that you need one file called config. What is that? So you can go and put inside that what is the SD-WAN, say IP or maybe URL, what is the SD-WAN username, and what's the SD-WAN password. So you can create one file, say config.py, and by the way, the Python file their extension is .py. Like text file, we have extension txt, the Excel file CSV, PDF, and etc. Document doc, etc. Like Python has this extension py. Okay. Now, so one small file where we are going to put the variables. In terms of Postman, these are nothing but your environment variables. Correct? Now, once you have the environment variable, next thing what you want to do. Next thing, that's the cool thing that you can develop during the time period is your library. Correct? So next file that you can do for the big programs is to create the library function. Library and functions. library plus functions I have written there. So here what you can do, you say sdwan underscore apis.py. That's the name. You can give any name. So one file is your library function, and then finally you can go and you can execute the task. So sdwan underscore task.py. The good thing here is this, that the config file will be always with you because you have to set this one time. Then the library, if you become very good programmer, obviously you will start writing your own library, your own functions. But you can write it. There is no problem. Even you can copy and paste as well. It will work. That's just the functions. And then the task, the final thing. Now you can merge the 2 and 3. There's no problem. Inside the same file, you may have library plus your task. In our few examples that we are going to study, I'm going to merge these two. So we have only two file, config and the library plus task. So what does it mean by task? Task means, remember, task means get, put, post, and delete. Okay, these are the tasks. Mostly we are going to dealing with the get and put. Delete, obviously we don't want to delete, but you can delete it. There's no problem. You can create the API to delete anything. We'll see that one by one. We are going to discuss and we are going to understand these things. So this is the strategy 3 file, the variable file, that's the environment variable or the config file, your library, and then the task. Great. So let's start. I already told you that after the class, you please go ahead and install Git. If you don't have Python in your system, you can install Python. If you don't want to install Python, it's okay. You can go and install. So you can skip this and you can go and install a Visual Studio Code. I think that's the name. Let me quickly show you that. What's the name of that program I'm using? So here you can see. This name is, I have one program just for today's session to show you this. I have one program. I'll explain you about that. So you can go and you can install this guy, Visual Studio Code. This is Microsoft product, 100% free. It's amazing. It's really good to develop your script, you run your scripts. If you install this and if you put any type of program like Python or any, automatically it will detect it and it will tell you, oh, you don't have Python in your laptop. Click here to install Python. You'll click and it will get installed. Okay, all right. So what we are going to do here is that first of all, I want to show you the config file. Here you can see that I have my config file. If you have any issue understanding this, just let me know. It's very easy. SD-WAN IP, you can give your IP, username, password. It's just 3 names. Correct? No brainer. It's very easy. The second thing that we have here is that we should understand this before moving further. So let me increase the font size here. I want to explain you about this thing, that what exactly this is, and then we'll go and test this. So on the top, you can go and give this pond and this shebang. It's not required. If I remove also, there is no problem. In the older Python code, we have to give this, but it's not required nowadays. Anyways, if you are giving this symbol here, this means comment. After that, you can write anything. So here I can go and write, say, author name and code task, whatever, get device list. Then the author name, description. Then you can go ahead and you can give some comment. Now, if you use these 3 quotes together, the start and end, starting here and ending here. That means you can put any comment. This is a long comment and short comment. So you can see that. Now, this particular section is very important. So why we are using Python or any other programming language, you know, the reason behind this? The reason behind this is, the main reason behind this is that you have so many inbuilt code that you can import from anywhere. So once you have Python library up and running, you don't need to write a separate time related code. You don't need to write a separate request related code. You can go and you can call these things. So here you can see that I'm importing some modules, time related module, some sort of request related modules, the system related module. System is in this place. I have my code. Now if I want to exit, or if I want to give some user input, I can use the system variable. And here you can see that the description that is given, this some sort of help that this Visual Studio Code is giving to you. Correct? So that's the cool thing about Visual Studio. It's one of the best editing tool we have, or the platform we have to learn the programming language. Okay. Then you have the JSON, obviously. Yep. You're asking something?
I said that is sweet.
Yeah, this is actually very, very good tool. Yep.
Yeah.
And then we have some other functions like click we are going to use inside our program. So click is a function, it will give you some sort of user friendly help. We'll see that what is the use of click. And the tabulate means that I want to print my output in a table format. So that's why we have the tabulate. Then we have the URL library. URL library is something that if you have some sort of certificate errors, or if you have some sort of uh, it is going to deal with the certificates. It's dealing with the certificate error. So here you can see from request package URL library exceptions, import insecure request warning. And from the URL library, if we have any warning, we can false those condition. So whenever you run the code, some certificate will try to do the authentication. But if you do false, means okay, I'm bypassing the certificate, I just want to run the API, so it will allow you with this library. Okay, so from line number 21 to 30, if you have any question, you can ask.
I'm good.
Great. So from line number 33 onwards, we are going to build the library. Now, remember, so good thing. So from line number 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 30, these are the things will be always there in all the program. Or maybe you will add something, you will delete something. But if it is there, you're not calling also, it will not have any harm. So suppose I'm using import JSON. In my program, I don't have JSON, it's okay. In the program, if you have the JSON and if you are not using the import, then it will cause the problem. So for example, suppose I'm using the tabulate in my program, and if I go here, oops, sorry for that. If I go here and if I comment this, so let me comment this. I'll save this, and suppose if I go and run this, no module name request. So I'm getting one. Okay, let me try to run this manually. So I can go to Python, and then my program name is sdman01, and then I'll use help. Anyways, this will not work because I think I haven't connected my VPN. So let me quickly connect my VPN first. We have the VPN connectivity because we have cloud SD-WAN. So if I do not connect this, you can see the connection error I'm getting. I should have connectivity first. So once we have the connectivity, and while I have a connectivity, let me confirm that you guys are still able to hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, sure. All right. So now if I go and check the
Yeah.
help function here,
Yeah.
thank you. So here you can see, let me increase this so you can see it properly. So what is happening here in the output? I'm using the help command. It is telling that you have one command to run. That's a device list. Now if I go and run the output, the device list, see what error it will throw. So it is telling that, okay, you're running this program, but see, tabulate is not defined. It is telling that you don't have the module tabulate and you're calling this inside the program, so it will not work. That means you can go and do it. And suppose if you don't have tabulate, then you need to do one thing. You need to install the tabulate package. For that, you have to run this command called pip install tabulate. Once you run this pip install tabulate, so what is there? It is telling that maybe it is already there with some older tabulate package, etc. Let me show you some other example. Like if you want to install pip install click, so those things are already there. That's why it is not installing it. But in future, we have to go and install some sort of packages, and the command is pip install and the package name. Okay. Pip is nothing but the Python package that you can go ahead and install any type of inbuilt modules. So now we have this. What I will do, I will quickly show you the output. Let me go and execute this. Oops. So I'll go here and run this program, say Python, and then the program name, and then the device list. Great. Tabulate is not defined. Still, it is telling that it is not defined. So have I saved this after changing it? Let me run that. See? So when it is generating the table, and if I decrease the font size, you can see here the output. Oops. Let me run one more time. See, so we are getting the host name, one column, the device type, the device ID, system IP, version, device model, platform. One of the nice output in nice table format we are getting. Correct? Why? Because we have one function tabulate. Again, how it is happening, I'll show you. We'll discuss about this. Okay. So let's continue our understanding about the APIs, about this program at least. So let me make some space here. I can go and close that as well. Okay, so what you need to understand from here is the library. I'm going to explain each and everything from this list. Okay, and then we'll run the program, and then we'll do some modification, and then we rerun. We are going to add some packages, modules as well here. So far, if you have any question, you please feel free to ask. And let's continue. These 30 minutes are going to be very important. Let's try to focus for next 30 minutes. All right. So I told you that we can have a separate file where we can go and build our library. In this case, we have the file and task in the same place, but it's okay. So when you want to call a certain API, we have seen this thing yesterday. So let me go here. See on the top, and this was the failed example, but Any other examples? See in the top, what are the things you have? You have the HTTP, that's the method. Then you have the vmanage URL, port. Obviously, to log into the vmanage, you should have a username and password in the back. Then you want to use the data service, the device and monitoring. So this is the complete API. This is one of the API requests you can think. This is the port, or this is the URL to which you want, or this is the vmanage IP to which you want to run this particular API. And then you have your method. So either get, port, push, get, post, put, or delete, etc. These are the methods. Like that, the same thing we have to build in a program, correct? So if I go back to the program, here you can see that you think that you have to build the logic, correct? So what's the logic? First of all, you want to log into the device. So once you are logged into the device, means I am inside the vmanage, then obviously I want to open a session. So log into the device, open the session, and then you can run any type of request. Either it's creating or deleting or any type of method, correct? The same thing you will see here in the program. So we have to go and initiate the session. And if I can write here, so let me try to write here. I can go here and initiate the session. So to initiate the session, what are the things I need? I need obviously the vmanage IP address. So let me just give me a second. Okay. So you can see that you have the vmanage IP, the username, and then you have the password. Now this self is something like you log into the vmanage. It's not required. We can remove that self, but the important thing here is the vmanage IP, username, and a password. So you're going to initiate the connection. Then you want to log in. Here you can see log in to the vmanage. Now when you do the login, then at that time you require the username and the password. Now the next portion here, if I scroll a little bit down, you will find that the next thing that we have here, so let me scroll down, let me close this. So if I scroll down here, you can see the login. It's very important here to check the login. So you're logging to the HTTP, and let me highlight this, use my pen. So you're logging to HTTP. This S is a variable that is going to call the vmanage IP, that's a string, then the port number, and then the vmanage IP. So this is going to be called here, and this vmanage IP we are putting inside the config.py file that I will call from some other place here. Okay, so this thing here is actually very simple to understand in terms of logic. So what are the things we have? We have the URL. Then whenever you are logging, whenever you log in, you'll find that there is J security check. Security check is there. Okay, security check means your username, password are correct or not. So you can see that your string and then your security check, correct? Now your string and security check will become the login URL. Now that login URL will become the URL when you will add the login URL to the base URL string, correct? And it's a straightforward thing, nothing complex. You can think like this. You have the URL, that's your vmanage IP, then you have some security check, then you have the username and password. So you have initiated the session first, and then you are logged into the device. So initiate the session, then log into the device, and then you can run the API. Now to run the API, you have different methods like get and post. We are going to discuss get and post here, put and delete as well. So you have your session up and running. Now next thing what you want to do is to log in. So let me clean the stuffs here. So you have the session, you have the login response. If it is not there, that's why we have the system variable. So suppose your password is not correct, your URL is not correct, then you will get one message, login failed. That means you are not able to log in. It will come out. Now once you log in, that's the one function. One function is complete. Log in. Then you have two methods listed here in this library. One of the method is get the output, and the other method is do some configuration. Now both methods are identical, but there is some change. Whenever you are doing some configuration, you know that whenever you are doing the configuration, you are putting some parameters. So for example, go to the interface and give the IP. So interface gig 0/0. Okay, and then you are putting the value there. IP address 1.1.1.10/24. Correct? Now in programming language, that IP address we are telling as a payload. Okay, so what you have to do, that open the session, go to that location, put the payload, come out. Correct? So that's the post thing. I'll come to that. But what about get? Get means you are running show command, show run. Now once you are running the show run to the CLI, how it is? It is returning some value. You're writing this command and it will give you some output. In programming language, we are telling this as a returning some value. So here you can see that your URL that you have built on the top, and it's very interesting. See this keyword data service. So up to data service is there. If you go to the Postman, let me quickly show you the Postman thing. If I go to the Postman here, let me clean this stuff. If I go to the Postman and if I go and check the data service, and after that if I want to check the devices, so here you can see the API is data service first and then the device. Now if I go and run this, so it will go and print the output like this, and I told you that to remove the header and check the data only. So I can go to the, I don't want HTML, let's go to JSON output. It is showing HTML. I don't want this HTML. That's the thing that we can do very easily in the programming. Still it is showing HTML format. Let me run that. I want JSON output. JSON. This code that you are seeing, that is HTML. But anyways, so if I scroll down here, the data field, what it will tell you about the device information. And I can't see anything. So let me see here. Body. Raw. First of all, I don't want. And again, you can see the problem with the Postman. So we are looking for some other information, we are getting some other information, but this result is something like it will print the devices and with the information with the devices. So let me show you this in the URL. If I go here, let me quickly log into the vManage. And let me show you this from here. So I am here in the vManage. Let me refresh my session. It is coming. It will load. It is coming. Once I refresh the session, I know that's what is my API. I know that is data services and device. So I can go and delete up to there. And I'm looking for the data field. So here you can see the data field. The device ID. These are the key things we have. Let me increase the size here. So what value? Some see key and value. That's the key thing. In Python also you will come to know about the dictionary value. So what's a key? Key is device ID, value is this, system IP value is this, host name. It's up to us. When you print this in Excel or in the table format, it's up to you that what type of key you are taking and what type of value you want to print. If you don't want to print the time zone, the device group, the personality, status, you do not take it in your program. You take only device ID, you take only reachability, you take only domain ID, whatever, and then you can print only those values. That's the key we have in the programming language. And then you can generate in the tabulate, in the Excel, in any format, whatever you like. Correct? So let's go back to the program. Remember on the top, data services and device, we are understanding our program where we have the Visual Studio. Okay, so your get method, up to data services, it is feeded. Now you have to give anything. If you want to call the devices, just give devices in your function and it will give you the result. Before coming to the post method, anyways, I'll cover post as well because it's a minor difference between post and the get. So I can complete this. So here you can see URL. So get, I'm highlighting get URL and certificate verify is false. So whenever that certificate prompt will come, it will mark this false, by passing the certificate and getting the result. So the response is, that's the key. The response is the vmanage IP get URL verify false, and obviously what you are printing inside the get, again uh, you will see in the function what are the things you are getting, but you can see here clearly, and that's a key here, that this is one of the variable. Let me highlight. So this IP you will get as a variable, whatever you will feed in the config.py, and this %s that is there in task.py. In our in present case, the library and the task, they are in the same file or same page. Okay, so these two feed you have to put, and then you will get the response. This response, generally they are in the JSON format, but you can print in any format, it's up to you. Then the response dot data, we are returning this. This is the return value. This is the output of the ghibli goo, whatever we are telling. So before moving further, I just wanted to show you this thing, and then we'll check the other stuff. So let me show you this example first. Let's try to understand this, and then I'll come here. It's a very minor difference in between this and this. The minor difference is just the payload. You are using one extra keyword payload here, and that's the thing. But let me show you the get function first, and then I'll come to the post. All right, so I want to use one of the function to just check my get thing. I want to build that. So how we can do it? I have one in the bottom. I can show you that. Now we have use to make this program user friendly. We are using one functionality called click. Okay, click.group. This is nothing, just make this program some user friendly. That's it. That's the main case of this or use of this. Now we have one function called device list. This is just the function name. You can define like this. Now what this device list will do, see the response. So response is, and you see what is there inside the get device. So I'll show you one cool thing here. So I can go here and I can print the response first, okay, and then I can go and print just to show you the differences, the data. Then the tabulate and all those other functions will come into the picture. First of all, let's see the response for this API and the response for the data as well. Okay, there is a difference in between these lines in the print statement. What is the difference? We'll see that. So let me open the CLI. I can go here and let me move this up. Now I can go to the Python and the SD-WAN code and then the device list. Let's run this. Oops. You are seeing the response in the data. It is throwing an error, saying the data is not defined. I can't print the data. But on top, you can see this much of information. This is in the JSON format. And while we are developing the program, what we are doing, that we are copying this thing, this output, and then we are putting inside the notepad like this. And then whatever information we need it, according to that, we are putting in the fields. I think few of them are header. I don't want header. I want the data. Generally, we can use like this also, or we have other good methodology as well. Like you can go and run the program like this, and from here it's very easy to fill the key and value. See, the first portion is the key, so this is the key and this is the value, correct? So I'll show you that how we can build it slowly. Let's go back to the program and let me make some space. So you can see that data is throwing an error because of some issue. So I can delete this, but you can see that response is working. Response is something that is giving you a something, what I can say, that is giving you the dump file. It is termed as a JSON dump. It is giving you raw data, all the raw. Take it, whatever you need it. Now we have option. I can go and I can print this output in some other format as well. So let me go here and there is one inbuilt function. I can go and type from pprint import pprint. It's something like nice format of print with some spaces. Now while printing that particular output, again I will print that output. So oops, let me go little down. So what I want to print here is that instead of doing the print, I will use pprint, and then I will go and run this one more time. Let me go back. See, so now it is printing in some nice format that at least we can read and we can take some fields from there. Correct? That's one thing. Generally, as a best practice, we are not printing from pprint inbuilt function, but we are printing this in our own defined function. So what does it mean? It means that I have one function here. Let me copy from my older program. I can go here. See, I have one function defined as define pprint. This is my defined function. Simply I can copy this and I can go back here. I can scroll this little bit down from where my function got start or maybe ended. So I can go here and I can put that print function. Now I don't need module because I'm not calling the print function from any outside place. So I comment that, and now we can go bottom where we want the result in the print format. So I can go to the place where I have my preprint. So here you can see preprint is okay, but we are not calling from some outside packages. We have our own function. Oops. And then let me quickly save this. So once I save this, again I can go to the terminal and I can run this program one more time. So let me go here to the CLI and run that. So now you can see that it seems to be same type of function, same type of output, but you will see that it is little bit more formatted than the earlier one. So once you pause the recording, you will see that this is little bit in much better format than what we have earlier. If I scroll a little bit up, let me scroll up. When I have run first preprint, you can see first preprint. This is taken from some inbuilt function as a package, and then we have defined our own function, and with our own function you can say that we are getting some better formatted JSON output like this. So again you can see the device list, and if I go back to the API call, see like this you are getting this. Okay, so we are getting the output. There is no problem on that we are getting the result, and then it's up to us that result how we are printing. So that's why we are using one of the package called tabulate. Print this in a table format. But to print that in a table format, you have to have the data. You need to define the row and the columns, correct? So that's why here you can see that we have to define the header. First of all, how much information you need it. You don't need all the dump. So suppose if you just need the host name, device ID, system IP, version, etc., you can take it. Suppose you want only two things like host name and the device type. So you can go and remove. You can go and remove. So only these two fields you will get. And then you can save this. And then you can go and now if you go and run this time. So we have removed from the table format, and I don't want to print the dump. So I can go ahead and disable the dump. We can go back and we'll run that. See, only two items, host name, device type. It's up to you that how you want to print.
Where did you click to disable that print PP response?
Yeah, here you can see I commented this line number 112.
Once you comment, yeah, it doesn't work. Okay.
Yeah, so this is just a comment statement. It will not work.
When you say disable, I thought you pressed somewhere. Just you added a comment sign. Okay.
Yeah. So you can add one comment line and it will get disappear because this is the comment line. So two ways to add the comment. One is this, and other one is if you have long list of things that you want to define. So you can use this quote and this will go out. Okay, great. So let's continue and see, I made this look very simple and small, but you can add big amount of complexity inside this. So here you can see the logic that we are taking the header, then the table we are calling, the list we are calling inside the table, and here we have the for loop, and that's important. So what this for loop is doing, that the for loop we have is appending the tr. The table is what? The host name and the device, and that's why it is going up to the end. So that's why it is printing line number 1, line number 2, line number 3, 4, whatever devices we have. So for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 up to 10 or 11. It is appending those output because again we are using one of the Python function append. So although it's a very small program, but at least 15 to 20 logics are working inside this, minimum that much. So if I show you one, if I highlight only these many lines, what are the function, what are Python programs are working here? First of all, the JSON dumps, then we are calling the get request from the library that is there in the top. Then we are calling, you can think this as a list. So we have one list, then we are putting inside the for loop, then we are using one inbuilt append function to append whatever we are getting inside the table, and then we have the tabulate format to print this in a nice output. So the good thing here is this, that you don't need to understand each and every syntax. If you understand this one, then what you can do, simply add the items here. Adding the items is very easy. Say I'll go here and I'll add one item. So I can go here and I can add one item, and that item I can go and give the, I need to check that what are the things I can go and add. So I can go here and check. Okay, reachability. So I'll take this keyword, reachability. I can go back to the code. I have to add here the reachability, and then I should go and add this thing inside the header as well. So I have the header and then I have this inside the item. Control S, I can save this. Then we can go and run this program. So this time it will print 3 columns: host name, device type, reachability. Correct? Again, you can go and add multiple columns and row. What I'm going to show you in the next class is that how you can convert this in the Excel format. So the same result it will print, and you can see the same result inside some Excel format. If I have something, Steven class code, yeah, see. So the Excel that I'm opening here, it is the result of the program. Once I run that program, it is generating the Excel sheet. At the moment, you can see that we don't have header on the top. So I will run one function and that will add the header as well in this Excel sheet. So you can see that how the operational reporting thing will get little bit decrease because your program is working, doing the Excel work for you. All right, so let's continue. First of all, let me complete that. Let me complete that programming post method. So let me go back here, and here you can see. So once you have the get method like that, you have the post API post method as well. What you can do inside the post method is only 2 things are changed: the payload and the header. You have to give the payload what you want to configure. That will come inside the payload. And you need the header because the payload format is JSON. So you can see that header content is the application/JSON, and the payload is the dumps payload, JSON dumps payload. We are putting the payload in terms of JSON, but you can put in XML or any other format. Actually, 2 formats are there, JSON and XML, to put the payload. Okay, then you can see the function here, the post method on the top. So it has the payload, it has the header, and when you call this, like get function, you have the URL verify false, but you have to add two more items there. One is the payload, one is the header, and then it will work. Correct? So you can see there is small library, SD-WAN library like this. What I want to do, if I can put, so let me think, if I go and cut this, but in that case I have to define the main function as well. And oh, main is there. What's the starting of the main? Let me see. Do I have main function that is starting? So not a starting the main function, because main function is taken as a CLIs. So let's see. CLI is there. Let me go up. Yep. So I think it should work. Let me do one thing. I can go and paste this. This is the library. There's very less items are there in this library. There's nothing much in this library. And I can save with any name. So save as say SD-WAN API.py. Gone. Now we have to import now SD-WAN APIs. Okay, and then you can go here and you can run this. So it has some issue now. Why? Because you can see that it is telling that some problem. So what is happening now, that when you are calling some function that is there in some other place in the same folder but in other place, whenever you call that function, you have to use that function name here as well. And that's the reason it is telling that it is throwing the error that although you are using this get function, so let me see that where we are using the get function. So here you have the get function. So when you are doing this get request, it should call that function. So it should come like this dot SD-WAN underscore APIs. Not like this, it should be like this, say SD-WAN and then dot and then SD-WAN APIs should coming like this. And then you can go and check this. Come on, it's import SD-WAN APIs. Yeah, I can understand inside the SD-WAN APIs. Here also we have to go and define some sort of import statements. Okay, but yeah, we'll see that. We'll do the standardization later. First of all, let's work on the basic scripts, and then we'll go and add some more and more complexity in all this. Okay, so far the concept was to understand how we are initiating the session, how we are doing the login to the device, and then we can go and run one of the get function. If you have any question, you please feel free to ask. You need to watch this video. You guys are there?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah. You need to watch this video, Sam, Ishwar. Ishwar already know all these things, but Sam, you need to watch this video. This is going to be very interesting in upcoming days. All right, so
Okay.
let's complete our Python thing. Let me quickly walk you through this. I have created this 150 slides just for your reference, that just you go through this Python. What are the things inside the Python? Basics of Linux is also required. Basic commands related to Linux. If you have, I think, GitHub, you can run those commands. So say manual ls or ls minus la, ls maybe help, etc., etc. So we can go and check those things. These commands are related to the Linux as it is. I have given here. So make directory, change the directory, delete the directory, change the variables, path variables, etc. Those basic things are there. You can go and have a look on this. Copy command is there, cp. Cat command is there, tail command is there, more, diff. These are the important ones that I have listed here in the slide. Once the Linux slide will get over, then the use case, we have already discussed this. That's the use case, is that you will take the configuration from the SD-WAN, then you have the baseline, and then you can do the comparison. And that comparison you can print in the Excel sheet. Okay, we are going to work on this in our lab. Then basic of Linux related to networking, IP config, IP route, add the route, delete the route, etc. And then the basics of Pythons will start in this. So in Python, we need to learn that it's open source, it's very easy to run. We have executed just now. What are the strings, what are the variables, or what type of data types, to be precise, we have? So string, number, list, dictionary, boolean, files. What we are going to use more? Dictionary and files. We're going to use more and more. Even the conditions will also come, like while true, a plus b equal to false, then continue. Those things. Numbers are a simple thing. IP addresses and other things. Even IP address are termed as a string. So numbers, we may use that numbers. Which number logic and string logic is very easy. A string, my name, your name is a string. IP address, some command like show run, output is a string, etc. So you will see that all these things in the program. Just for your reference, you can have a look here. If you go through this PPT slides, you will understand this, what it is telling. Some keywords that we have used append in our program. So here you can see that we have the upper, lower, replace, etc. Then the number format, Boolean condition, 2 plus 2 is 2, 2 plus false is false, false plus false is obviously false, etc. And then the list, you can put number inside the list, but the most important thing is the dictionary. Why? So in Python, we have dictionary, correct? And the JSON is other data format. By default, those are very much similar to dictionary. So what's the key here in the dictionary is that is a tuple, like key and value. You can see the key and value pair. And the JSON format is also like key and value. So you can compare the JSON format with the dictionary. It's very much compatible. And that's the main use case we have with the dictionary item. One thing very important here is that the list, so if you have empty list, you can denote like this bracket, and if you have dictionary, those are denoted as a curly braces. Okay, so those are very important thing. Then obviously we can play around with the dictionary, with the list, etc. Loop condition, what you need to learn? You need to learn 3 different type of loop: for loop, while loop, and if else. All these 3 conditions we are going to use in our lab also. Okay, so if you have little bit of knowledge about for loop, while loop, and if else, although these are very easy and straightforward. So for I equal to 0 to I equal to 10, print. So it will print ABC. So print ABC for 11 times or 10 times. While it is false, come out. If it is true, print. It's like that. It's just the logic. So you have some of the loop functions are one of the most important thing we have in our programming, because we are going to use more and more and more functions. So once you have your config file, that's your variable. Once you have library, then you can, inside the library, you can define the functions, and in the task area, simply call the function and that's it. Call the function, print it, and your job is done. Same thing we are going to do. Functions. Define the functions, play with the functions. Okay, so functions are there that those are the objects you can call. Working the file is also very important. We have good amount of examples related to file. So suppose I have to take the backup for 300 devices in a certain folder in a certain place. Then I can use this file operators, and then I can store all those configuration in a folder with different file name. So file operation also we have to study, and we have examples for that. Some scripts are there. Anyways, we are going to deal with all these scripts and how we are writing and executing the scripts. Then final, we have the error handling. In our program also you can see that we have error condition and the error handling method. Try and accept, they are the error handling method. Even you can use try, accept, and continue, try, accept, pass, etc. So those keywords are there. You're running a condition, and if you have some exception, if you have some error, how you will handle it, that is also a good thing for a professional programmer, that how they are putting the error handling code inside the program. Okay, and exceptions and the error handler, that's it. So I will upload this file and this file, and then I'll go and upload the code that I have created for day number 2, config, and the SDWAN 01, and this recording. So these 4-5 files I'm going to upload in that same location, and you can go, please go through these videos, watch the videos, try to build the lab, try to do at least whatever we have done in here. Once you do this thing 3-4 times, you will become very, very comfortable, because in upcoming upcoming classes, we have to deal with some of the complex program, maybe 300-400 lines of code we have to go and explore. So be ready for that. This is the initial starting point. You please install Visual Studio, GitHub, whatever I have done today, please try to do that from your side. Let me stop the recording. We are inside day number 3, and we have to understand now the APIs and how we can integrate to the API that we have understood in the previous session, that how we can integrate the Python and the SD-WAN API. Now, what type of views we have? So first of all, in day 3, you can see that we're going to learn some of the monitoring things like device detail, OMP detail, IPsec control connections, etc. Now the thing here that these things you can monitor with the CLI as well, or you can monitor with the vManage GUI as well. But the point here with automation is this, that not only you can monitor, but you can generate the reports as well. The reports you can generate, plus in vManage or maybe in CLI, it's very difficult to do some sort of changes. So suppose I'm running one command, show SD-WAN IPsec, inbound or whatever outbound. And then in that, I don't want entire output, but I want only 4 fields, or I want only 3 things inside that. Those things we can do, we can edit with help of our program, and then we can export those information or those reports to anywhere. Okay, so that's the thing we are going to learn today, and it's a very important and interesting. Now what we are going to do, first of all, I will show you all those steps, step by step. So from 0 to 1 to means from beginning to the end, that how we can do it. And suppose if I am touching OMP, IPsec control, but there are lot many APIs. So the way that I am using only for 4 or 5 examples, the same way you can use for other things as well. And I will show you that what other things we have. Suppose if you want to track BGP, OSPF, any type of routing protocol, any type of security features, for that you have inbuilt API in SD-WAN. So those API you can take, those datas you can take, and then you can feed it inside these programs. Okay, great. So let's start day number 3, and we'll start with a small program, and then I will add much complexity inside that. So let me quickly go and connect with the VPN. I have my setup here because we are going to do labs, and in the lab we'll discuss more and more about that. Now, one of the interesting data type that we have in the Python script, means it's not Python data type, but one of the interesting data type we have is the JSON. And JSON is very much similar that what you have in Python dictionary, DICT dictionary. So Python dictionary and JSON, they are hand in hand. And what is important inside JSON is that you have 2 values. You have key and value. Like in JSON as well, you have key and value. So what is happening here, and whenever you will go and develop your scripts in future, you will see those key and values. Let me write here something in the whiteboard, and these are my old lectures. If I get some space here, send fake. Okay, I can understand because I connected with VPN, so I'm getting this error. But anyways, let me try to write here. So see, the JSON format that we have, that's one of the interesting things. So we don't know the complexity of Python and etc. etc. But suppose if we know that the JSON, how the JSON is working, then more and more you can dig inside JSON. So what can happen that you have your JSON, let me write here, and in future when you get the data type you want to parse. So what will happen, suppose if we have the JSON, what you have, key and value, and it may be nested. So inside that again you may have key and value, and again inside that you may have key and value. So what does it mean? It means that you have some sort of inheritance property, the object oriented programming, that one parent can have child and then they have the child and then they have the child, and it's true that they have multiple childs as well, correct? So such type of object you want to retrieve. So suppose you are in the level 1 2 3 4, suppose you are at the level 4, but you can't reach directly to the 4. So what you have to do, you can go to 1 and then reference to 2, then you can reference to 3, and you can reference to 4. Like that much deep you can go, and then you can retrieve the data from the 4th place, or from the 4th key and value. So you can refer point, you can loop to n number times. That's the beauty we have in the programming and logic. We can go deep inside the objects and inside the object, and we can retrieve the data. Okay, so at the moment we are not going that much level deep, but at least one place. So you have the key, and then you have the value, and then you want to get that data. Correct. So let's see this. Let me clean these stuffs and let me show you what exactly I want to tell. So first of all, I want to open one API. Let's understand first of all the format of the output. And you may have different types of output. That's for sure. So let me quickly open my Mozilla and where I can run the API. So now our VPN is connected, means I can go and access my vManage. So let me give the URL for that. We know that we have to go to the vManage, and then from there we can go to the API docs where we have all the inbuilt APIs, and we have other URL as well. I will share you that URL after this class where we have the list of APIs. Correct. So let me go here, API docs. Now once this document will come, then I will show you one example, that API example we want to convert first inside our program. So we will get the result. I will show you everything. First of all, we'll go and get the raw data. Okay, so how it is. First of all, when you run the program, you will get the raw data. From that raw data, you can go and convert into the table format. So table format, and then you can go and convert into the Excel file, CSV file. So we are going to learn that how we can take a raw format, and this raw data you'll find in the JSON format, key and the value. So then that key and value, how you can take that value, whatever you want it, and then you can convert to the presentable format. Okay, so let's do that, and let me erase this. You can see that it's a little bit slow, but I know that what's that API, so I can go here and I can simply run that API. And one good thing about these APIs is that you can see on my screen, and when you watch this recording, you can see simply I am typing data service. Some places like in DNA or others, you'll find the URL is like the IP address, API, the keyword is API, then version 1 or version 2, and then the what you want. So in this case, in SD-WAN, we have the data services and device. And now you can see that is still my okay, my VN is got open, but still it was loading. But at the moment I click to the API, you can see how fast this is. Okay, it's actually APIs are quite faster than the GUI operations. Now we don't want header, so what you want here you can see that's the key. You want the key, okay, and the value. That's the thing, key and the value. Now it's a very interesting here, and when we are doing the parsing of data within data, so there may be chances that you can go to a certain object, and inside that certain object you may again find the key and value. So label inside label, those things may also happen with the complex data structure. Sometimes you may get the information in the list, sometimes you may get the information in the dictionary. Okay, but mostly you will find the information in this format, that's called dictionary format. But this output is actually the JSON. The Python equivalence is dictionary. So you can see that huge amount of data we have now. In this output, you can see that what are the things you want to print. So I want to print, suppose, the device ID, host name, reachability. So let's build only these three things. I want to print output with device ID, host name, and reachability. Only these three things. So how we can build it? Let's go to our program. So here you can see the program that we have, and let me copy this into some other editor. I have my Sublime here. Okay. So first of all, it will start with what you are importing. Now this pandas is related to one of the converter if you want to convert CSV, JSON, JSON, CSV, etc. But yeah, you can import the OS. This is just the environment variable OS, operating system. Date time, JSON, CSV, click and tabulate. These are the two functions, two modules. Just it will help you to print the data in nice table format. Then you have the URL lib. These are just to ignore the uh, insecure HTTPS warnings that we want to ignore. Then you can see that I have given DNAC APIs. That's these things are actually taken from DNA. So what I can do here that we can build our own, correct? I'll make this as a SD-WAN API, and then the rest of the things we'll see that how this SD-WAN API look like, and then we will build our program. Yeah, this authentication I don't need. Again, there is print command to check the output, and then we have the pprint command to check the output in other format. I will show you that what does it mean. Some functions are there. I will explain those functions later on when we'll go deep inside the program. And seems that this complete program is for DNA. But anyways, no problem. I will do one thing. I will explain you that how you can edit the program. So maybe in future you have to take some program from somewhere and then you have to edit it. At that point of time you can refer this particular video. So how we are modifying the code for some other programs, etc. So first of all, you can see this format is like that. First of all, you have the author name, then the function or modules you are calling from somewhere. I must have to go and improve this. I will improve this coding. Then some functions, some definition, either it is local at this particular page or I can call from somewhere. So these are the defined function like pprint, write header, add header, etc. I'll explain you what does it mean. Actually, I don't need this write header, so let me remove this. So I have this add header. We'll see that what this will do. Then I have the main function. You can go to the main function, and just for your hint, if you do these three quotations, that means you are just making this as a comment. Correct? So let me remove that just to decrease number of lines. Then this is one of the important function that we have, date time. So when the program will start, you can see the date time str is just a string, and whenever I will execute this program, it will give me one message that this program got started at this particular time. So this particular function, you can see here, this function I am storing inside date time, and then I will print with this print statement. So application, whatever name we will give, so get all devices.py is going to be started at this time, and then your program will start. Correct? So here you can see some authentications are there and that I don't need. So I can remove that. Then what I want here, I want to call one API, and what that API will do, that API will run the data services, run the data service and the devices. Means it will give me the device list, etc. So these things again I don't need, so I can go and remove that. But you can see the logic and all those things are there. Again, these things I don't need, but few of the lines I want to use for future purpose. So those things you can comment, just comment them. You can utilize these codes later on if you want. Or suppose if you have to comment, if you have to do bulk comment like 3, 4, 5 lines at a time, so what you can do, you can use this 1, 2, 3 here, and then up to what line you want to comment this. So you can scroll down, 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 and before the main function you can go and do 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that means these lines will not come into the picture. So you have your main function, your date time will start, the program will start. You can put your functions logic here, and then you are ending your program with the main closing. Okay, so this is the format basically we are using to start and end the program. Okay, so let's build our logic. I have one program. I'll just do a small modification in that and we'll execute that. I want to show you this here first and then we'll run that. Let's save this. Save as test.py. It's already there. Test2.py. Okay, so I have one program called test.py, and what this program will do, remember last time when we have discussed, so we have discussed about these things. And what about the library? So we have the get, we have the post, we have put and delete. So this is just the library, and when the library will end, then we have one function that is calling everything. So I'm calling this REST API library inside SDWAN P. So next time when I have to do when I have to call any function like get or maybe post, only I will go and call the SDWAN P dot get, and that's it. That means I'm calling that particular API. So now we want to create one function related to device list. Now you can see here click. So we have one function click. That means it will give us the information. You can put what you want to do with this particular function module. So I want to get the device information. In device information, what are the things you want? You want device ID, host name, reachability status, correct? So only these three things we want. So first of all, you can see the response. Now this output that you are seeing here is nothing but just the response, correct? So I want to show you the response first. Oops. So what I can do here is I can go and comment it. Say 1, 2, 3. I can go down here. 1, 2, 3. Correct? Then I should print this. So I can go here and I can print this. So print the response, save it, and let's run this program. This name is test2. Okay, so I will go here and we have the runner here. I can go here and run Python test2.py. So we have created that inbuilt function. That function is calling test device. So you can see here if I go a little bit bottom. So whenever you're running this program, you should run under test device. Why? Because this is one click type of function defined under test list. So test list, sorry, that's the test list is the name. The same thing you will see here as well. It is telling that you have to go and run test list. When you can go here and you can use a help function. Like that, we have built this program, and later on we are going to add more and more and more function in this. So here is the deal. You have to go here and you have to type, oh, help is not very, you have to do the help like this, like complete help you have to type. All right, so let's go here and type device list. Now what you should get, see, this is the JSON data. This is the raw data, correct? This raw data is equivalent to this. This is in the serialized format. This is like key and value, but here it is not in the key and value. It is actually key and value. If I copy certain things, so for example, whenever you are seeing this colon, that means it is the separator between the key and the value. So version, you can see version is the key and 2111 is the value. Connected vmanage is the key and this IP is the value. OMP peer is the key and then you have the value. Like that, key value, key value, key value, key value pairs is going on. But from this output, what we'll understand? We'll not understand much, correct? Because this is nothing but the raw data. See, this is the raw data. Now what we need to do here is that from this raw data, we need to take some key, some value. So let's do it. Three things we are going to take. So we'll go and improve the code first of all. And here you can see, let me remove these things so you can understand. You can see these colors behind the scenes. So I can see, let me comment this print. I don't want to do this print now. Here is the deal. So now response I have. From response, I am taking the data. So now items, you can use any name, A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z, whatever. So items, they are storing response data. Okay. Now everything is getting stored inside the item. Okay. And then we are putting some sort of header. Remember what are the things we want? So we want device ID, host name, and reachability. So host name is there, device type is, or device ID we need. So let me remove few of the things. I just wanted to show you with few things, and later on you can add a number of things. There is no problem. So you can go here and put this. So three things we are taking in the from the header: the host name, device ID, and system IP. Now this is that you have defined. This is not the key. This is not the value. This is just the header. Now we are storing everything inside the table, the list, because this becomes the list now. Then you can go and give the print messages, whatever print, so display all the Viptela devices in over whatever. So this is the API. This is just for our information, these print messages. Then I'm using this local time I have shown you earlier. So you can go and use local time in this format. This is one of the defined format. Then the local time, it will go and print the local time. Or maybe you can use the logic that is also is good. So here you have, if I go little bit bottom in the main function, so you can give the date time, these things, either date time or local time, whatever. So I'm copying from other code here, and let's go and modify this. So I'll not use this local time and whatever, rather than I'll delete this, and we can go and edit this like this. So date time. Okay, so you're giving some notes, you're giving time to start this program. Even I should go and put these things on the top here. Placement is here. At the moment the program will start, we'll get the time, and then the program will start. We have the response, we have the item, we have the header. We are putting inside the list, and even this thing also, this print statement also you should use below the date time. Okay, great. So now you can see that we are clearing so many unnecessary things that we have. We are making our program structural. So it's easy to read and it's easy to modify as well. So now here you can see that we have one list, and that's the key here. You can see here the key. So what we are doing that take the item. Let's see, you have to take key and value. We take the item from the items, and then you can put inside the table, and then you can append the table. So this is the append function. This will go and keep add the things. I will improve this. So what are the things you need? You don't need n number of things, but you need three things we want. So we don't want these things, so let me remove. We want hostname. We want the device ID or UUID. Again, let me confirm that. So we need reachability. I need, okay, so I'll add this reachability. So device ID, that's nothing but the system IP. Oh, system IP is different. So device ID is different. So it's not there. I need to add. Hostname is okay. Then device ID I can see here. So here I'll go and add the device ID. This is the reachability. So let's add this. You can understand that how we are doing this. I can go here and second header field, I will go and add the device ID, and then the system IP is here in third. So let me just remove this UUID. So you can see this format that item, I have the host name, item, that's the device item, simply that you are taking some value from the items. Okay, and then you are putting inside the table, and then you are with this try and except, this is the exception handling thing, you are printing in the table format. That's it. So let me save this, and you can see here that initially that program that we have is on this particular format. Now if you go and run, you'll see the output. So it is throwing some error. Date time is not, see, you're getting one error that date time is not defined. So that means you can go and use one function on the top, import date time. So I can go and use import date time. It's the inbuilt function that we want to use. And let's try one more time. So here you can see nice format. You have the host name, you have the device ID, you have the system like this. Correct? Anything guys you want to ask in this so far? You have to watch this recording at least 2 times if you are new to the programming. Let me just pause for, so let's continue and let's add some more data inside our program. Okay, so at the moment we have only 3 fields: host name, device ID, system IP. Now we'll go ahead and we'll add at least 2 more. So I want to add, do we have the reachability? Oh, we haven't added the reachability. So let's add the reachability. I'll go and add this. Okay. And we'll go here and we'll go to this place. What you need to do, we have to add here. You can use this double quote. So if you are using double quote everywhere, then you use that only. And even you can go and put this, there's no problem. Reachability, because this is just a header. But inside the TR, you should give the exact value. So item, and inside that, inside these codes, we should give the exact reachability in the small. I'll save this function, this particular file, and let's run this. So now we'll see that one extra column has been added. Correct? Let me add 2 more, and then we are good to generate this report in the Excel format. I'll show you that. So what are the things you want? You want the certificate validity. Yeah, that's a good information. We should add max controllers, UID, device model. Yeah, device model also is a good information. Maybe site ID is also a good information. Platform is also a good information, correct? So let's add 2 things, certificate validity and site ID. Okay. All right. So let's go here. And next time adding. So first of all, I will add in the header, and they can go here and add cert validity, and then you can go and add the site ID. So cert validity, I can create one space here, say item, and then you can go here and you can put the cert validity. You can press enter here. You can continue the line. So suppose if you are breaking the line, you can go to the next line. There is no problem. Program will understand that. And then you can go and add the field here, and you can add the site ID. Correct? So now we have these many fields. I can save this, and then you can run this program. Now you can see that site ID is not coming as 10 or 20, etc. So we'll check that program. Maybe we haven't defined it properly. So site ID, oh item, I missed that keyword called item here, and that's why we are not getting the number, but it was printing the string value. So now we can go here and press enter. You can see the site ID. Key error. It is throwing an error. It is not taking the site ID here. So let's see why it is not taking the site ID. We can see, we can go here and we can see that site ID is like this, and I think I am taking the correct format. So let me go back, and we can go here and we can put that field here. Yeah, control, and that's actually the tricky thing that we are doing here. So now I can go here and I can run that program one more time, and again it is throwing an error that site ID is something that it is not able to grab. Now if you go and check, is the site ID is within the loop inside loop. Now if you get such type of error, that means that there is some problem with the site ID. Now the site ID that you are seeing here, you can see it's an integer, correct? You can see here. Now rest of the things that we have taken, mostly they are the string. They are something alphanumerical, something like that, like A, B, C, D, E, F, etc. Now this seems to me that this is integer. Okay. So what we can do, let's go back here and let's try to change the data type or this variable type. So item we are taking, that's true, but I think it should be str, and if it can take it inside the bracket, let's see here, but item and a string I'm not able to take together, because again it will go and throw an error. So you can see item and string, it is taking as a function. So let's move this. Let's remove these limitations first. And then I can do one thing. I can try, but maybe it will not work. So string, and inside the string, if we can take the items. Let's see. That's the problem we have sometimes. So in those cases, we are taking two independent things. So we are printing these values first, and then we are putting the number later on. Or what you can do, simply you can go, the easiest way that you can do this is, so let me restore these things. So the easiest thing you can do here is that you can go to this place, because since this is just a integer, you can simply go and print like this. It should work, you know. I hope I have given all the close parentheses. Let me see. So certificate validity is closing here, and then the item. Yeah, that's it. So like that, you can go and print. Now when we are printing this, in Python, we have some issue that if you have something like this, it will work. Now, since it is like this, it is not working. But you have seen this thing that in the actual parameter, it is in underscore, correct? And that's the problem we have. So again, some problems will be there. You can go and improve that code. What you can do, that you can go here somewhere, maybe on top. Maybe I can go here and I can define this site ID, or maybe site underscore ID equals to site ID, and then you can go and do like this. So this is something called local variable assignment. If you are assigning any variable inside a loop, that will be local to that loop generally. And if you want to do some global assignment, you can assign on top of that loop, correct? Or maybe outside of that function, etc. Okay, and let's see. So now it is working, but still I'm not printing the variables, whatever site ID is representing, because of the problem that itself you have here in this. Itself it is in some hyphen. If it is in underscore, no problem, we can print it. Only in case if we have this thing as a integer. So for example, you can see here control connections. Now control connections, you can see this is also integer. So what I can do here, let me show you this thing. So if I go back to the program, and instead of site ID, suppose if I give the control connections, correct? And then we can go here and give this, and here you can go and comment this, you don't want this. And then we can go and print this. They keep giving us the error. Okay, I'll do one thing. I'm showing the problem as well. Sometimes because of different type of data variables, they will not print, they will not work. So no problem. You can try different options. So now you can see the control connection. I haven't done anything, but you can see that it is working. And when I'm using site ID, because just of this maybe hyphen underscore and the integer mix of those things, it is not working. With control connection, it is working. So just for your reference, you can see that how we can develop the code. I have used so far more than 10 things inside this. You have to understand the header. You have to understand the header format from where you are calling the username, password, and DNAC IP. Because we, as a secure program, we should not put our username password in the same program itself. Rather than we can call from somewhere. So suppose now again, if you may have some security issue and you want someone, if they use this program, they should put some username password. So what you can do here, you can go and you can do this thing. From get pass, this is some module, Python module that will prompt for the password. Import get pass. Okay, and then what you can do here is that so you can give one print statement. Say enter your password to proceed, something like that. And then you can go here and then you can give your password like this here. So your password equals to get pass. Okay, and then you can save this and you can remove this guy from here now. Now what will happen if you run this program? Enter your password to proceed, correct? Now admin is the password, we know that, so I can go and give admin, and now the program is running. Okay, so this is one of the important thing. Now sometimes it is happening that that maybe you are in an organization and maybe you are managing 4 different vManage cluster. So all 4 different vManage cluster, you have different IP or maybe URL. So that also you can make as a user input. So you can go to the program and you can take this SD-WAN IP, Control C, and you can use one input function. So you can go here and you can give like this, the input, and then you can give enter SD-WAN IP address to begin, and then you can use this, save this. Now what will happen? Let's see. So enter the SD-WAN IP address to begin, and let me put here, then enter the password. That's the admin, and you're getting the results. Only one thing here is that I should remove this also from here now. Correct, and let's run this program one more time. So we can go here and enter the SD-WAN address, that's the vManage IP, and then enter the password. You can see. So again, you can see that usability. Usability is that for different vManage also you can use this program, and you have provided the security as well because someone has to give the password to proceed. So the API call or the script, we are giving some generic format to that, and some sort of security as well. Great. You have any question, anyone? If no, then we'll continue, and we are going to add one very interesting feature here, that this report. Now suppose if you have maybe 500 devices managed by vManage, or maybe 1000 devices managed by vManage, and you want this report. Now you can't take this report over the screen, because how many devices you will see over the screen. And suppose if you have to send that report to someone, so you can't copy this complete thing and you can send it. That means you have to generate this file as a CSV in the Excel format, and then you can send to anyone, correct? So now what we are going to do here is that this particular result that we have, we will convert this over the screen as well, in Excel as well, or only Excel. It's up to us how we want to represent it, correct? So I'm going to add the Excel, how to generate the report in Excel function inside this, and we will see that. And after that, we'll take the break. So let's understand that, how to add the Excel format. I have that format here. I'll copy and I'll do the edit for that. So let's go here, and you can see I have some functions here. And if I remove these things, so you can see here that if you want to generate the Excel, then what you need to do, you have to define first of all opening of the file. And I don't think so I have here. I think I have deleted. No problem. Let me check my other program. I think somewhere. Yep. And I can go and still edit here. Okay. So when you're generating the report in Excel, the first thing that you have to do is that you have to define these two lines. Output file. Open a device report. You can give any name. So any name dot CSV, and then write, W for write, new line. That's just the opening of the file. And then the output writer, CSV writer, and the output file. So these two lines you need first of all to add into your program where you are starting your program. So you can go here, and anywhere you can add before the for loop. So I can go here and I can add here these two lines are specific to CSV file. Now you can go and give the comment as well. These two lines are related to generate. So generate CSV file, open new file. Okay, and the file name is this, but let me change the name. Device new.csv. Okay, now where it will get stored, although we have option, we can give any location, but by default it will go and store the result inside the same place from where you are running your script. Okay, so that's the OneDrive SD-WAN programming SD-WAN classes folder. It will go and store it. So that's just the opening of the file, but we have to add some more things. So now you have opened your Excel sheet, and then you have to put the data inside that, correct? So next thing that we'll do, that we'll go and put the data inside that. So now for that, we need to use the for loop, correct? And let me go and add the for loop. And in our case, we have only 4 functions. So next I can go here. Even I can add the header here as well in this place where I'm adding this condition loop. So now here you can see the devices in all device list, but in our case it's not the case. We are storing the things inside the items. So what I can do here, should be items. Okay, so device in devices, you can give any name here, but this should be correct. So device in items host name should be, now you have to use this. So host name, device host name is a variable calling device and the host name. So what's the variable? What's the key actually you have for the host name? And that I don't want to take from there. I'll take from the actual API. So how many things we want to print? We want to print only 5 things, correct? I'll do one thing here. I'll go and remove rest of the lines. We have only 5 items, correct? So we have device host name, we have device ID, then we have device, or maybe we have system IP. Then your 4th field is the device reachability. I'll give only reach. And then you have device 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have actually 6 field certificate. No problem here. I'll printing only 5. It's up to you how many places you want to print. Then we have the device info, and then we have the print statement, how you're printing, and that's very important. So while you're closing this file, you're closing in the line with the for loop, and this output close and the print, they are in the same, they are just below the for loop. So let's quickly go and add. So host name is there, that's okay. We should have the device ID printed here. We should have the system IP like this. We should have the device reachability like this. We should have the device certificate like this, and rest of the things we are not using in our program, but you understand, you can add whatever you want. So oops, I should close this. You can see, so now we have the for loop, which is taking each item one by one, printing it inside the device info, and then it is closing the file and saving the file. I should change these things, these values here. So what's the device ID field? We have this. Also host name. Host name is host hyphen name, correct? It should be like this. Then the system IP. I should have system and IP. Then we have the reachability. And then finally, I think I can, yep. And then finally, we have the certificate validity, correct? So you can see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fields. Let's save this and let's run this program. Now, if this program will throw an error, we'll see that if we have given CSV as an import function or not, correct? So let's generate this. I can go here, up arrow. You can see in the bottom. Enter SD-WAN IP to begin. Okay, 192.1.10. Then enter the password. And then CSV is not defined. You can see CSV we haven't defined inside the program, inside the header. So I can go here and I can go to the top. And anywhere you can, oops, you can go and import the CSV. Okay, come back and run this program. It's telling that output file has unexpected indentation. As always, whenever you are working with the programming, you will find that indentation is there. And other thing it is telling is that import CSV having some issue. That means we don't have pip install CSV here. If you don't have, you please go and install that. And now you can see that because I am connected with my VPN, I'm not able to do this install with the CSV. No problem, I'll do it. I'll disconnect the VPN and I'll install this. But the command is pip install CSV to install it. The other thing is the output file. So let's see that output file. A nice thing about this editor, if we have any problem anywhere, it will highlight that. So if I go to that place where I have output file, it's telling that it has some issue with indentation. Correct? Let's see. I'm not seeing this. Output file csv.py. Okay, seems because of we don't have CSV. That's why it is generating that error. But I am seeing here that there's no problem with this placement of the output file. But anyways, let me quickly check one more time. I can go and define it on the top of the header. Okay. Yep, that's there. Yeah, so I don't think so any problem with the program because they are in the correct line and we don't have loop on top of that. So I think that should work. Let me quickly disconnect my VPN and install the CSV. Okay, so we are here and let's go back. Pip install CSV. You're missing the upgrade. Some Python package problem is coming, but anyways, we can correct that right now. If you are getting such type of error, then you can go to the place where you have the Python. That place actually we have the script, Python package and script, and inside that you have pip function as well. From there you can run that. If I'm using, see, I'm not getting this pip here. So if you go and type pip, pipexe is there. Install CSV. Seems CSV is not there, but it should be there like this. Okay, no problem. Let me quickly search that for CSV, what package is there. So if you're coming to these things like Python package for CSV, let's see. You can always go and check the help for the packages. So you can see import CSV, that's correct thing, and you can use a new line. It's okay. But what package is there? I'm just checking the package. The best thing that you can do here is that you can check pip install CSV. Let's see. Oh, the package seems Python CSV, not direct CSV, Python -CSV. So I have copied that and let me do this install. Now you can see it is collecting the Python CSV and it is downloading and installing it here. You can see it is downloading all those files. Seems to be a big file, but it is working. Yeah, guys, meanwhile, if you have any question, you can please ask. What we are going to do after this particular result, we'll take 10-minute break. Everyone is quite quiet. No one is telling anything. That's the programming for you. If you're doing first time, it's a boring thing. But that's the future, you know. Let me stop the recording. Let's complete this and we'll take one break here. So that's the story about the programming and automation. That the automation team, they don't know programming, but we are learning this programming. So network team, they are learning the programming now. So whose job in danger, you can understand. It's not us.
Yeah.
And once you start working on this, you will find it's like same type of things are repeating. So what we are doing generally is once you have done the integration of API with Python, so next time you have to do the same thing. It's not much difficult. And then we can go for new things. So we are working on one use case, that is the proximity application that Cisco has given such type of API in the DNA that's something related to COVID. So it will track the employee where they are sitting in the floor, when they are going outside, coming inside, how much time their systems are idle, etc., etc. With the help of wireless AP and those association and de-association, those things. So those new features are also coming. The artificial intelligence, machine learning, those things are also introducing in the network. So there is always a scope when we are learning new things. So we are always in the market. Okay, so we have installed, oops, we have done the installation for the CSV. Let me run that program. We have our program device list, and now it is telling that we have some indentation issue. Import CSV. Okay, so let me quickly go and check that where we have the problem with the indentation. Import CSV seems okay to me. There is no problem with that. Let's go to the bottom. Let's see the program. And here, when we have defined the header, have I missed something? Let me check my other program. I think I haven't missed any. Oops. There's something that I missed. I don't think I missed anything here. So I'll do one thing. I'll copy this line here. I don't need here actually. Cut this. Let's go here where I'm actually starting my CSV program, and save this, and let me try one more time. Test2py import CSV csv.py some report. What is happening? My file name is not this. Okay, some problem related to this report CSV. Let's see here. Output file. It's quite a strange. It should not throw any error, and that's the thing that you have with the programming. So just give me 2 more minutes and then we'll take a break. I'll do one thing. I'll go here and I'll just change the name, but seems to me it's okay. And
that new reports.csv, is it defined?
new report.csv. No, it's not need to define anywhere actually. This is just the name. But anyways, we can use any name there. That's not a thing. And I just match this name and that upper name. Okay. No, you can give any name there. You can see it's
Got
telling
it.
some indentation, unexpected indentation here. Okay, so let me do one thing. I have my Notepad++. Sometimes Notepad++ is better than the other editors where we can go and check the indentation. I'll give any name, say 1.py. It's telling that you don't want to save there, so I'll go and save somewhere inside the here 1.py. Okay, let's see here. So we have some indentation issue. Indentation means that space and those type of things. And is it with output? Oh, seems output file. Let's see. Yeah, so everything is clean and correct. Everything is, to me, everything is 100% correct. And yep, I think everything is okay. It should not generate, it should not throw any error, but still it is throwing. So we'll do one thing. You take a break for 10 minutes. Meanwhile, I will check this. Okay. Let me stop the recording. So I check what was happening with that program. I have one CSV program already in that folder with the same type of file name and all those things. So I remove that CSV program from there. You can see that I put that csv.py. This guy is a Python program. This naming was almost same, and it has some conflict with the program that we are writing. So now it is okay. You can see the same program. There is no change. I'll upload these program what we have done today in the recording section, recording folder. Same program. I have run that and it had generated the output. Let me run that one more time so you can see that how I ran that. 198.1.1.10 and then password. You can see report.csv it generated. If I go to that particular folder, you can see the report file is there. I can open that and here you can see the result. Let me increase the font size. So the only problem with this result is that you're not seeing the header, correct? You're seeing just the result that we are printing, but in in Excel report we should have the header as well. The good thing about this that we are able to generate the CSV file, and you have seen all the problem, like you have to import the CSV module, then in that folder we should not have the same type of program conflicting that, etc., those things. We have improved that and we have reached up to this point. Other good thing is that if we have thousands of devices as well, it will go and add it without any problem, correct? So next thing we have to do here is that we want to add the header on this. So for that we have one program, and we can call that module here in our program. So let me quickly show you this, that I have one program just for helping. I have put that program, and if you see this program, I have one function called function name is I think add header. That's the function I have. So what it is doing, it is calling one other type of module called pandas, Pandas. And the pandas, we have to go and import like this. Import pandas as PD. It's a shorter name, but we are importing the pandas. Pandas is a good program that can convert CSV and JSON to one another form like that. It has some other utility as well. So what I can do there, I can simply copy this code, and we have to do some small modification inside our program. We'll do it. But what I'm doing here, I'll go here and somewhere, so on top of this, but you can define anywhere, there is no problem. So I can go here, this place, I can add one function here, add the header. Now in this, you have to give the original file. So what's the name of our original file? I think that is, let me see here, report.csv. Let me close as well. So my original file name is report.csv, and then it will go and convert that file with the header. So you have to define the headers as well. Let me go and close few of the things here. We have 4 to 5 things in our header, and what are those things? So let me, oops, my meeting, let me minimize that. Okay, so we have these things, or maybe if I go a little down, so we have these information. A good thing about this that you can simply copy this information. You can go here and you can add in the header list. Okay, and let me confirm that the header list is in between double quotes. So it should be like this. Once your program is ending, by end of that program, you can call this function. So you can go, you can add the header list. You can save this, and then you have this add header. Simply this function. You can go and add here by the end of your program. So probably when you're closing, oops, here you can go and add, and then I can go and delete the file. So you can see that it will generate new. I can go and delete this, so we don't have a report file, and then we can go here and we can run this program. Admin, let's see. Wow, so PD is not defined, Panda is not defined, so maybe that we don't have that module install. Everything I'm doing in this particular laptop from scratch, so I can go and do pip install pandas, and it's telling that already satisfied. So that means some problem in the program itself. So what error we have, let's quickly see here what error it has generated. It is telling that PD is not defined, but I think we have defined that PD, correct? And add header, you can see PD, and if you go on the top, Oops, where I have added that line. So many different programs are there. You can check where I'm adding. I haven't added actually, seems. Okay, no problem. This line was missing, and when you watch the recording, you can see that where I have done any mistakes. So simply you have to add this line, and that's the same thing that error was telling, that this function is not defined. So you have to go and define that function. We are almost done. Let me quickly connect the VPN, and I can go and give the VPN password 1DD263. So while we are developing the software, that is a one-time effort. We are putting that one-time effort here. But once you have your software up and running, next time onward, you just have to add something, a small things inside that. That's it. So let's run this. 1.10 admin, and let's see. See, in that program, not only that it is generating it is telling you what's the original file and what's the merge file. You can see, so this is the original file without header, correct? And then we have the modified file, not merge, modified file with header like this. These are the Excel sheets. Now you can go and open that file here. And when I have to send the report, I'm using the exact same thing. And every day I'm sending some report using this function. This is very useful function I found. Simply you can call this, that's it, and it will work anywhere. You can see here that I have taken that from some DNA program and I'm putting here. Oops, I can't see here. Why? Oh, I think that is the different file. So actually we have two files now. One is this and one is this, but you can give the same name as well as the output file as well. So there is no problem. But if you want, you can have one with header, one without header. So here you can extend this. What I am doing before sending any report, I am just making this as a bold, the header. And that's it. You have the header, you have the field, you can print, you can call the API, so many things you can do with your program. So let's see that where we reach to our agenda, our training topics. Let's go back here and the course detail. So what we have done today is that we have checked actually the device detail. I want to check the OMP IPsec and control as well, but that will not do today. That will do tomorrow in this section. The section is that life of device under API. So what I will do, I am going to add more and more, not only these three, but we will go and add at least 6 different, or maybe 6 to 8 different functionality inside get API, and then I will show you some cool tricks. So suppose for a certain device, for one device you want to check all these things, or whatever device, so it will ask you that what's the device name. Once you give that device name, then it will go and generate the table. Now again, it's up to you. You want to generate the table or you want to generate the CSV file. What type of report you need, because this is the trick that we have done and this is valid. So whatever coding that we have done here, what you need to do while generating the CSV, we have to use these lines. So so you have to use these lines. It will generate the file for you. Correct. So if I am using OMP or if IPsec details, whatever details, either I can print over the screen or I can print like CSV. Correct. So I will do one thing. I'll add one more function and then we are good for today's session. So I'm going to add the OMP details. What you can do, Aishwar?
Yeah.
We still have 10 minutes, so we can easily add OMP. What you can do, these steps. Step number 1, go to the API doc and you can go and check OMP. So you have this OMP. Now in OMP, you can see there's a lot of information. So what OMP information you want? So I'm going to take any of them. Say retrieve device OMP status, OMP connection list, retrieve OMP summary. Let's see what is there in the OMP summary. So for this, device ID is required. The moment for device ID, I will show you tomorrow that how you can give device ID user input. But today, let's see just a normal summary type of API where nothing is required as a input. So this is what retrieve device OMP status. If I click, try it out. It is generating some sort of OMP detail. Let's see that what status, what output it is generating. I can go here and I can put here. Actually, in this output, nothing is there. No good information is there. So this particular API is not a good example to use. Let's see other OMP link. OMP connection list. It will go and generate the OMP connection list. But there's state is required. Again, I don't want to use any input today. We'll see tomorrow. About the input, then OMP PS. Let's see if any requirement is there for OMP PS. Device ID is required. Leave this also. Then OMP advertise, receive. I think for everything we need something. So I'll do one thing. I'll show you control where we don't need any input. So control connection. Show control summary. I think this may be a good example. But there also they are asking for something. What about this network summary? Let's see. Anything is required? No, I think it's okay to run. Check this. So do we have any good output with this? Let's see. I don't see any good output with this particular API. So cancel this out. Device connection, show control connection. And so these guys, they are requiring some input. The input related result I want to show you tomorrow. So you will understand more and more about that thing. Sync summary, valid via smart, add, WAN interfaces, control connect count, etc. Control stats. Yeah, so most of the things you can see that's good as well. That while you create your monitoring APIs, then it will come into the picture. So what we'll do, the device ID will put as an input. Like we are putting the URL, like that I'll put as an input, and then it will go and generate the nice tabular result. Okay, and we have checked most of the APIs here, but I can see that most of them required some sort of system IP or the device ID. That I think that will be too much for today's session, so that's I am not taking those examples. That we can do tomorrow with a fresh mind. Okay, I think we are good. If you have any doubt, any question, please feel free to ask. Welcome to day number 4, and what we are going to do today is that whatever we have done our study in day number 1, day number 2, day number 3, everything we are going to put in a single bucket, and that particular program that we are going to put inside same program, all these logics that we have studied, and we are going to create one big program. That big program, you can see the life of device under API. So if you want to know a particular user defined IP, that particular IP what is the BFT condition, what is the OMP status, what is the IPsec, hardware, software, each and every detail related to that particular system IP or UUID. That we are going to do the development for, and then I will tell you, we will see that. Then we have the lab for backup configuration. So suppose if you have devices, you want to take backup, maybe if you have n number of devices, I'll mute yourself. So maybe if you have n number of devices and you want to take the backup of n number of devices, you can do it. Okay, so let's start. And for day number 4, what I have done, that I created one separate folder, and you can see that we have a lot more coding. So we have these many labs, plus we have other lab as well. Okay, so one by one, let me first of all increase the view here, and please mute yourself, Sam, please. Yeah, thank you. All right, so here you can see that we have one long list of labs. So I told you that whatever we study in previous sections, we are going to summarize those as well. And today we are going to do one big lab. So that also I'll show you. So in this day 4 folder, you can see there are so many program, and 1, 2, and 2 programs, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 6, 7 programs are there. So let's just start with program number 1. So what I can do here, I can go to, first of all, the program I want to open, or maybe I can run from my CMD as well. So you can run your program from CLI as well. You can run your program from anywhere. There's no problem on that. So if I go here, and you can see I don't have Python package here. So simply what I can do, I can add Python in that particular folder where I want to run this program, and I can see that I should have one python.exe here. Python. I think this guy, oh, this is STL, this Python, and this Python. Let me go and add those things to day number 4 with Delaware. I have the code. So what will happen in this case, that then I can go to my CLI, I can change the path, and then I can run the Python from there. So oops, I seems yeah, I can run that here. No problem. 0, and let me quickly check if it is working. Python.exe, and I think I should connect the VPN. So let me quickly connect the VPN as well. And where is my VPN? Accept. Let's go here and run this. So you can see here, and now this screen size is quite small. So let me increase the size of the layout so you can see this. And I want to increase the font, and font will be, oops, maybe 20. So you can see here, this is a small program. It's a very small program. And what's the coding we have in this program that we have already discussed? This is giving you the device information. So in that device information, what outputs, what results you are getting. So you are getting the result related to device name and the system IP, UUID, reachability, validity, etc. We have done this. Okay. The next page, you can go and do the formatting of that. Suppose this output you want in some other format. So you can go and do that. Now I can see there is some problem. So let me quickly open that program and do some edit. So it is telling that from config, no module call config. So config is not there inside the Viptela. That means I have to go there and put that config module. I thought I have, but seems I have put config somewhere, some other location. So let me see. I have config here. Config, you know that what is there in the config is the username, password, and the URL. So I have another program. I put the config there. Now it is asking the IP and the password. So now you can see that it will go and give the result in a format. So I can go and use the device list. This we have done, I think, in day number 2 or maybe in day number 3 and admin. So we are getting this result and then we are generating the Excel as well, correct? We have done these things. Great. Now let's check 03. 03, you can see that we have device template. Again, tomorrow we are going to discuss more and more about this device template. But yeah, I have created this program related to device template. You can see that device template, and this is one of the big program we have. Okay, so let me show you that how you can utilize this. I can go here and then I can use 03, and if you do the help, so what will happen here is that it will tell you that you have these 3 options. So what you want to check the device list, you want to check the attached device list, you want to check the template list. So suppose you want to see the template list. So with that particular, we manage how many templates. So you can see that name of the template, which devices, what's the template ID, how many devices are attached. Now again, if you want to see that with that particular template, how many devices are listed or attached. So for that, you can go and use the device list and all these programs. So I'm just showing you the result, but we should know that in programming how and what type of changes you should do. So it is telling that if you want to run this program, you have to go here and you have to give the device list. Here you can see the help section. So how it is, you have to go and use the device list, and then you should give the option. You have to give the template ID. So I can go here, I can copy this, I can put here, enter. Some extra argument. Okay, so seems that it is taking some extra argument that I don't know. I'll check that what extra argument we are taking. So let's do this thing. Let's check the help function. And help function is something that device list and the options. I should do like this. Here I haven't added anything in help. You should add something in the help section, little bit more descriptive, correct? And I think we have to give the template. Some keyword is missing here, so that's why it is not taking this. And I should add those keywords in the program as well. A template or maybe template ID. No problem. Template related thing. I have other program as well. I'll show you in a minute. Let's go inside the program. Let's check that first. So let's quickly have a look on that program. The program number 03. I can open in the notepad. We're in this particular program. Now you should be familiar about all these steps and lines. They are just the library. Then you can go inside the device list, you can create your own program. You can go into the template list, you can create your own template program that we have seen. Okay, and then finally you can go to the attach devices, and attach devices you can go and you should give like this. See, template should be like this. So you have to give the keyword called template and then the template ID. Yeah, I'm giving this. One second. Yep. Just let me fix my screen. Yep. And okay. Let's first check the template list. And then we can go and check the device list. Template like this. And then you can go and give the template ID. Let's use any other ID. Maybe this guy. Copy up to here. Copy, paste, enter. Okay. So you can see I'm using some.
Is it supposed to be
Yeah,
template
03.
ID?
Yeah, it should be device template. The program number 3. So that's okay. Yeah, you're telling something, yeah, please.
Yeah, the error is saying template. I was suggesting, does it supposed to be template ID?
Yeah, this template ID. So we should. Oh, you're telling to use the template ID here. Okay, I got your point. But let me run this one more time with the correct program. That's 03 is the program we have. So I can go here and then I can go and use the device list. And then once you have the device list, but no problem, we have some better program. I will show you later on. Yeah. So some issue I'm seeing here is that something I don't know. But some error is there, no problem. I'll show you. I have some other program related to template. I'll show you in a while. Maybe after 5-10 minutes. Let's continue. So then fourth program that we have is the life of device. This is a big one. This is really big program. So before showing you this particular big program, I want to show you something very interesting that we have, and I'm keep working on and I'm keep developing that particular code. Okay, so let me show you that. I can go to CD and day number 5, and then let me check. I can go to SD-WAN REST API, and then I have my Python program. Why it is taking like this? Okay, I have my Python program, and that is let's see what program I have. Yep, the CLI. Okay, and then so here you can see I have a program where I can show you the template details. So what you can do with this particular template, that you can check list and etc. etc. Now in this particular program, I can go to template. You can see here step by step help functions are there. You can check help. Now once you are here, what you can do, that you can go and check the device and feature. So suppose if you want to check the template, and then if you want to check the feature, and then you can go and do the help. So inside you can see the step. So Python name template feature, and suppose if you want to list all the feature templates, yes, we have this option. We can go and list them. Oh, now you can see different colors. So what we have, this template name, then the template type, a device model, template ID, attached devices, complete history, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Then we can go and likewise. So again, this particular program, I have planning to show you the results and everything in the next session. That's the last session we have. So you can use the help function here, whatever we have. And once you are in the help function, then you can go and use the command. So show, and again you can go to the help, and it is asking the template ID. So if you have the template ID, you can copy that template ID, and then you can check that particular template ID information in detail. So if I have copied that, so you can see the detailed configuration inside that template ID. Okay, and obviously the output will come in the JSON format, and this output that you are seeing here in the JSON format, that you can that you can use as a payload to some other API, or as an input to some other API. That's the cool thing we have. So we will dig more and more about this in the upcoming section, where we have to learn about the template and all. So I was showing you just FYI that yeah, we have the program, so don't worry about that. Okay, so here you can see that let me show you the results as well that we have ran earlier, and on those results, so we have the device list, and today we are going to work on BFT control, OMP, SLA, etc. in the big giant program that we are going to develop after this. So before going there, I just wanted to show you about the device as well, and that's the cool thing about Python, that you can add some different colors as well. So I can go here and I can do the device list, and then you can see the result like this. So not only we have the table format, but you can see we can use different, we have the option to use different colors for different column or row, etc. Okay, isn't good? If you use this particular program, you can generate the output, and then you can take a snapshot of this, and then you can send someone, and that will be in color format. They will think, oh my god, what output is this? And the other thing is this, that suppose if you want to um, you want to take the output, suppose if the output having 400 lines, maybe 20 pages, etc., is you're not able to see or copy from your screen, then you can redirect the output. So for example, I'm redirecting like double greater than and dev.txt, enter. So that means that output will get a store in my parent directory, that's the day 5, and this location, and here you can see somewhere dev. You can open this and you can see your result like this.
Wow, that's nice.
Yeah, you can
And
print.
and we can add is it site name to this list?
Yeah, why not? We can add it.
Yeah, yeah,
You can add the site name. We have good amount of data.
yeah.
You can add at the moment only 5-6 things are there, but you can add good amount of information. Okay? So that's the program you can see. And not only this, but anyways, we are going to develop as well, but I'm showing the result at this point of time. But we are going to develop as well few of the things from here. it's more than this. So you can see, for example, control connection. I can go here and I can do the control. And once you are familiar with how this program is working, so it should do it very easily. Connections, and I have to give the system IP. So that you can see next is the system IP. So I can go and give the system underscore IP 10101, and then you can see the output. See the output, how it look like. Local color, remote color, proxy, state, uptime, group, last update, public IP, private IP, a good amount of information. And this is just what? This is just the just few small site. Suppose if you have 100 devices or 200 devices, still you can redirect this output, say dev1 or 2.txt, and then you can go to the place from where you are running this code. So now you have the dev2, and you can take this. Now it is some like, in a zipped format, but anyways, we have option to generate the Excel as well, correct? So Excel format, or maybe colored format, or maybe any type of format you can do it. Now we can work on this just to make these things little bit adjusted, not adjusted as this you're seeing on the screen, correct? So we'll do that. I'll show you that how we can adjust that output and all. But yeah, you can see the big output like this. Okay. All right. So let's come back and let's see the agenda. So agenda today is that we have to do, first of all, okay, so some troubleshooting APIs. I will cover the troubleshooting APIs. So troubleshooting APIs means that you should know the IPsec up and down status and all. And let me show you the first thing first. So troubleshooting APIs. So I want to show you that, and then we'll come to point number 2 that we have. So you can go here. I have this IPsec information. I can go here and I can show you what you want with the IPsec. You want to see the status of the tunnel. Let me see here. I think that the status, I have that I can show you. Okay, so this particular output is system IP, and I think I have to give the system IP. Let's see, because these things that we have related to, so here you can see some issue is there with BFT. No problem, we'll overcome these issues later on and we can see that. But let me continue this particular program so I can show you a few of the troubleshooting things that we have. So we can see we have the SLA, and SLA is a part of troubleshooting, service level agreement. Then BFT. BFT is also part of troubleshooting. Why? Because we are using BFT, bidirectional forward detection, to know the link is up or down, because whenever the tunnel is there, tunnel is associated with BFT, correct? So you can go to the link and you can see the power now with the programming. So here I can go to the link and then we have the state. So I can go and give the state, and we have option here with the state. We can go and check up and down statuses and all. So the state, and if I want to see the up, see these BFT sessions are up. Okay, I can see the what's the system IP, what's the host name 1, what's the system IP of 2, what's the host number 2, what is the link, what is the status, what is the last update, correct? And likewise, if you want to see the down, if anything is down, it will show you the down as well. So obviously in production network, we are seeing the down status. Okay. And then we can go and check the other things. So for example, link. So here you can see we have three information: link, session, and summary. So if you want to see the session, you can go and run the session and the help. Correct. So don't know. Session is this is something like sessions, correct? And then we can go and check the help. Like that, we will continue. And anyways, I'll hand over the code to
The
you.
session is spelled wrong.
Yeah, yes. Still, it is wrong. Should be like this, I think. Yeah, and then we can go and give the system IP and then 10.1.0.1. It will give you the summary. So this is what the BFD session. This is the active BFD session, correct? So here you can see what's the remote IP, and these are the public IPs and the port number and the encapsulation, etc. But it's a nice information when we are doing the troubleshooting. Final thing here is that if you want to check the service level agreement, and here you have you have good list. So you want to create the SLA list, you want to delete, you want to edit, you want to list. It means you want to see that. So here you can go and check that. And that's it. You can go and run this. So in this lab environment, we don't have much SLAs configured. We have some SLAs, means app route is not enabled, but yeah, these service level agreements with what is the loss, latency, jitter configured. Now this information may be good information for the operation. So if they are doing the troubleshooting, they can go and check the SLA parameters, then they can go and check the app routing policy parameters, then they can go and check the BFD, they can go and check the application health, etc. Correct? All right, so let's move on to the next big thing that we have is the life of device under API. This is going to be a big code, maybe 1,000-line code that we will go and dig deeper inside that. So in this, we have two variations here, that information with fixed system IP. But anyways, if you are getting the information with some fixed IP, that will not work. So what you need some sort of variable system IP. So user defined system IP. So whenever you run the program, it will ask you that which IP you want these information for. Once you put that IP, then you will get those informations. Correct? Great. So let's learn that. I can go to day number 4. Still, we should be in the day number 4. And we have the code here. I have one code that is unformatted or formatted. So let me quickly check that where it is, because we are going to create our own coding for that. I'm not seeing that. Let me quickly see here if I can see. Device info formatted, CSP, device template, life of device draft. Yeah. So I have that. Let me open this with Sublime. So our NetMiko is also there. I have added NetMiko as well. I'll show you the use case related to NetMiko as well. And first of all, let me show you that how many lines we have in this. We have total 1,000 line in this particular program. Okay, and now if you go step by step, you'll find that most of the things are repeating. So first 100 line is related to the API and the library. That will be there always. So we can easily move to first 80, 90 line. Then device list we have already done earlier. Now in a device list, you know that device list is something like generic, means it will generate the device list for SD-WAN, managed devices. So it's not device specific as well, but we know that. So once we completed device list, then let's start with BFD, bidirectional forwarding detection, correct? So bidirectional forwarding detection, and if you go and run the API, first of all, the API related to a system IP. Now this thing I have shown you here as well. Let's check both the variations. So here, if I can go and if I can show you BFD, at the moment I haven't merged both the code, but both are going to do same thing, and we can use whoever is much useful. So link, session, and summary. Link is really good. Which link is up, which link is down? See, up and down link like that. Now I want to open one more session, so I will not break this session. I can go and let me quickly go and copy this. Okay, I think I can copy this to here. All right, CD day number 4. And let me increase the font size as well. 20 is okay. Great. So now what we have to do is that we have to go and check our program, and the name of program is life of device draft, because we want to finalize as well that particular program. So Viptela and Python 05 life of device draft help. I have added the help function here. You can see for a particular device, you can check the app route, you can check the interface, ARP and interface info. It's hard to get the info in without SDN environment, but if it is a SDN environment, it's very easy. You can check the BFD, you can check the control connection, device list, IP and FIB information, IPsec, OMP if you have any OSPF use case, reboot, some security thing, some software thing, some system variables,tlog. So these all information we can get. So if I go and start with our own BFD first. So now you can see here clearly, and that's the change here. I have made this program as a user define system IP specific. So now it is asking that enter the system IP to get the BFD detail, means which particular system IP you are looking for the BFD. So for example, 10101 is one of the system IP, enter. Now in my program, what I have done here is that I have given list. First of all, you can see here this is the summary of the BFD. Then this is the history of the BFD session. Then this is the BFD session, like show SD-WAN BFD session. So this is the BFD session, and here you can see the state as well, up and down. And then finally, the BFD up down reboot status. Now this is user specific, correct? But if you want to make this as a notes, means you want to store it as a text file, so you can redirect and store as a text file. Now since this is user specific program, you have to give the IP here, because you don't know that this is a user specific program and what IP you are looking for. So you have to give the IP like this. And then if you go to the day number 4 Viptela folder, So now I can go to day number 4 and WebTailor folder, and you can see that BFD text file will be there that you can open, and you can see the information. Correct? So single shot, you will get the information about that particular device, that's 10101. And suppose if you are looking for 10201, 10301, you can do it. So suppose, let me show you the good thing here. So I can go here and I want to collect the information this time with 10301. 10.3.0. That is one of the branch device. And let me open that output in Notepad++. So you can go here and I can open this device here like this. So let me decrease the font size a bit. So first of all, we have given the information about 10101, and then next time we have put the information about 103. So see, your file is appending. Again, if you want to give one more device, let me decrease the font size a little bit more. Okay, and you can see the nice format, printed format. Next time, if you are looking for the information related to 10, say 10.3.0.2, and if you go back to your notepad, and now you can see in the bottom it will add 10302. See, Sam, you can see the power we have.
Yes.
How easy is to get the report like this, and you can send the report and all. So for all the devices.
Whilst we're migrating the site, I keep compiling this list.
Yeah. So that's a good thing here, and you can see now once you have the output in the notepad, it's actually easy to compare. So now you can easily see, okay, the history was showing that it was down some time ago. The history can see how many BFT sessions you have, what is the poll interval you have. Then if you go a little bit down here, you can see if it is down, it will obviously show you the state as a down, but all devices state is up. Then you can see the BFT up, you can see the reboot count, you can see the crash count. This is just one output related to BFT. And for good amount of devices, you have this output. Correct? So and again, if you want to add something here, in the same file, you keep writing that information. So what I will do, I will keep adding all these functions and informations we have. So let's go back to the program and let's see the help section. And this program that you are seeing, that this my copyright program, I have developed this particular program. Check all these fields like you have here, and this 1000-line code that you are seeing, that I have done the development on this. So I know each and everything here in this particular program. You can see that system IP, I have made this as a user input system IP. So now this is something like what particular system IP you want the output for, and it will give you that. All right, let's continue. And for our training session, training purpose, few of the fields I haven't modified, that I will modify during the class. So you will understand that where to make the changes and all. But these things, if you watch the recording number, I think day number 2 or maybe day number 3, these things we have discussed a lot. So if you see the previous recording, you can find that entire 2 hour we have discussed only one program. Now, if you check today's session class, you'll see that today we have discussed more than 10 programs. Why? Because we are building the foundation earlier. So once we have the foundation, then it's easier to understand, because most of the things are a repetition of code. Same type of thing you are doing again and again and again. Okay, so that's the thing we have. All right, so let's see the other um, information in the life of device program, and I can go here and I can go to the help section. Oops, help and enter. Seems it become later. Okay, so next, okay, I have shown you BFT because we have checked that BFT earlier, but I should start from number 1. So let's start and check the app route. First of all, I will show you normally how the output look like. So here also I have made this as a user specific. You want the app route information for 10101, for example, yes. And let me add this into our list. The def.txt, and then the device is 10.1.0.1, and we can go here and oops, what happened to this? Why it is not adding here? Def dot, oh, that was not def, that was bft.txt. Sorry for that. bft.txt is our file that is here. Open. Now you can see the output related to the app route, and you can see here that app route application routing information. It is starting from here specific to this SD-WAN where we don't have much of the tunnels and all those SLAs policies configured, but still you can see that this is the summary, and then this output is in 2 parts, app route part 1 and part 2, because this is a big output, so I have divided into 2 parts. What's the source IP, what's the destination IP, what's the TX, what's the device name, remote color, system IP, mean latency, and total packets. Now if you see here in this particular counter, if you see this number is getting increased, that means that particular location has issue. So it's okay, 20. And then this is the part 2 of that. So if any of these 00 counters, whatever we are seeing here, if we can see much more value like 200, 300, 400, that means those sites having issues. Correct? So that was the app route information. Let's go and check the help more time. So you can see the app route. Now how I am doing it in the code, you know that how we are doing. We are taking one API. From that API we have the two values. So key and value. So we are extracting the key and value, and then we can print in the table format or the Excel format that we have discussed a lot in the day number 2 or maybe 3. Okay, now if I go according to program, so according to program, I'm getting this control. Okay, so let's work on control. What's the API used? API used here is data service, devices. So till data service, it is like hidden. Now if I go here, if I copy this output, let me show you first of all here in the API. So if I can go here and if I open 198 something, it's not this, but I should log in and then I should run the API. So let me go and run the API. You can see here, this is not the API. You should give the device ID here. Oops. Device ID. Oops. Okay. HTTP should be like this 198. And you can see some data services are there that I can modify here. So I can go here and let's see what's the API. API is a device slash control slash connections. So device slash control, and slash connections, and then the device ID. So you're getting this output. Like in this, key and values are there. So if you go and check the output, let me quickly show you the output in the table format. So I can go here and I can give the control, correct? And so 10.1.0.1, and you can see that I'm taking only this information. Oops, sorry for that. I'm taking only this information out of this particular information. So I'm not taking all the field because maybe everything is not required. Whatever important things are there, so for example, what's the device name, system IP, remote color, site ID, local color, you can see the site ID here, the uptime, the peer type, whatever important, take that. Do not take complete dump. So this is something like complete dump, and we don't want all these things. So we can select some key and then we can use as per the requirement. And now next, what I can do here, I can go here and the same program I can redirect to bft.txt, and I can give the 10.1.0.1. We can go to our file, and our file, you can see skip adding. So now we have the BFT information as well here. So you can see that we have added the we have the control information here. So first of all, we have added the BFD information. Then we have added the app route status information. Then we are adding the control information. This is equivalent to show control connection. Correct? And we'll keep add on this because we are talking about life of a device. What type of things, what type of reports will be related to one particular device. Correct? Yes, Sam. I hope that you're enjoying the session that we are doing at the moment.
Yes, very much.
So this is something like if you give this type of result to someone, they will surprise. Oh my God, what is this? How it is happening
Yeah,
like this? And this is something cool thing we have.
yeah, yeah. You have done a very good job. That's very good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so let's follow the program and let's move on.
I remember we were doing something whenever we finished the site migration.
Mm-hmm.
We were trying to get all the BFD sessions and the control session, all like many commands in one document, and we have to issue each command and then copy all the output.
Yeah.
And still, one of our guys wrote a program where we were getting the output, but it wasn't it was too much information.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing.
Output was
Information, yeah. Now you can use these programs and all other things. And let me stop the recording. So in your current so we check two functions, and let's continue. Let's check here. When I share the code with you, I have given this netmiko as well. So suppose if you want to check these commands via traditional method, you can use a netmiko connector. I think maybe in your organization someone has wrote the script in netmiko and then he has used that. But if you do this with a CLI, you will get big output. So for example, if I go here, let me show you the netmiko thing as well. So in which section we are in control. Okay, so I'll go here in the control section and let me remove these things. So what this is doing, this command is show SD-WAN control stats. This is related to iOS XE. Show control summary, and this is very much like CLI output as well. I have given this code just for your reference in case if you need some CLI commands as well run into the program, so it will run. There is no problem on that. So Let me go to the day number 4 first of all. Should be here. Day number 5 seems both places. Okay. The program is 5. Number is 5. So here I can go and check the control and enter. So although I'm giving 10101, that's the IP I'm looking for. But for the CLI commands, the user input is 10301. That's one of the branch IP. Okay. Just to show you, I'm doing this. So let's run this command. So first it is running the API. You can see API, the speed. It's lightning fast. And then it is try to run the CLI command, and some blockage is there in the CLI. Again, in CLI you may have blockage and all those things. So let me quickly check that why it is blocking the CLI. It should run the CLI as well. Okay, IP is correct only. Yeah, it should run. Let me do one more try here, and I can go here to the control, enter, and I'll give the IP 10301. Okay, not generating the result as I'm looking for. Let's see. 10301 is iOS XE, and this is the username, and this is the password. That's 100% correct. Then it is sending the command show SD-WAN control stats. Commands are correct. It should work. And what error we are getting? Let's see here the error. So it's telling that firewall blocking, wrong TCP, wrong IP, those things. And you can see here the IP is correct, 10301. You can see the NetMiko thing. Some problem is there, but there is no problem with the API. Whether whatever device model we have, either it's a iOS XE or a VS device, we are getting the output. But these commands that you are seeing here, they are also tested command. This will also work. I'll show you some NetMiko. In bottom I have some NetMiko. I'll go there and I'll check that. Okay, app route, we have already verified that. So I will skip, we'll move next. Then we have very important information, that is ARP interface info. So here you can see that the API is very simple. Interface device ID, and I have made this as a input. So you have to type the system IP as an input, and then what information you will get: the VH device name, RX error, TX error, interface status, TCP adjust MSS. First of all, that table will get. Then uh, uh, part 1 and part 2. So 2 parts are there because the output was big. Then next you have the information related to drops and errors. Correct. And you can see the interface and the stats and the device ID, because I have made that as a user input. Okay, so here you can see this is the user input. You have to give the system IP once here on the top. So if you give once here in the top inside the function, remember I am calling 3 output here, but I am giving the system IP just for once here in this particular section of the program. Okay, so let's run this. Let's see the help section, and we can go and run ARP interface info and enter. some okay, so while I created the program, some typo mistake is there. Interface, by mistake I have given INTET. Okay, it's not interface of interface something that we can correct. I'll correct that. So interface info and enter. Then this program should run, and then I can go and give 10101. So here you can see I told you earlier that there are some small mistakes are there that I want to correct it during the session. So it is telling that this particular field is not able to generate in the output. Now if I go here and I can give the CSR IP 10301. First of all, I have given the VH IP, and this is the CH. You can see the CH, there is no problem. So you can understand there is slight difference in between the VH versus CH difference. So once the program executed, here you can see, let me scroll down, and why not, let's script the output inside bft.txt because it's easy to read. And here you have, so you can see the output here related to the interfaces and device name, RX error, then TX packet, the administrators, the TX error, then interface name. See, this is the output we are looking for related to Nexus. Even you can cut something from there, but yeah, more or less this flaps, TCP, MSS, and then you have the part 2 of the output where you have the speed in Mbps, the hardware address is the MAC address, the device name, the VPN ID, the interface name, and then I have given one more output related to protocol, RX error, TX error, multicast packet, output, maybe broadcast packet, output, multicast, VPN. Good amount of information, correct? We have. Good job. So let's continue. So we have those informations, and the next function we have is the IP and fib. So often we need to look at about show IP sef. So you can see this will give you IP and fib information, and this function, you can see this function, I have given the IP address here. So this is not user specific. So what does it mean? So if I go here and if we first of all check the help function, and then what's that, IP and fib. So IP fib. If we run this output, it is not asking anything, but it is running that program with respect to 10301. And I think it is generating some CLI output as well that I have given in the netmiko format, and you can see the CLI delay. It is taking some time actually to run execute the CLI command, and you can see the API speed. And CLI is still it is contacting and doing the command. So what is happening that the vmanage first of all will do the SSH to the device, then it will run that command, then it will take the output from the device, and then it will display. So that's why the delay we have, we can see here, it is there. Now let's go back to the program here first of all, and you can see here that I have given this netmiko, and I can see this IP is wrong. So first of all, let me correct the IPs. IP should be 10.3.0.1. Save it. So what type of output I want here related to this information is a show IP route VRF10, show IP route VRF20, then show IP route VRF40. These three CLI commands, correct? Okay, so Oh, you can see now it is generating the output. So output for VPN 10, and you can see delay is there, correct? Some delay was there, but I have added this command just for one example that you can still run the netmiko as well. So there is no problem running the netmiko as well, and you can use the and you can see the mix of both, like a mix of API in a single function. We have the API call, and the same program we are getting the CLI output as well. And we know that good thing is that both whatever output we have, I can go and store is this inside bft.txt. Okay, and then you can go here. Yes, you can see the output. Complete output you can see here, and then you can see complete the IPsec interface and IP, and then you can see still it is going on. So the oops, let me close this session. So you can see here the CLI command is oops, something wrong. So can you see here? So initially it works, the CLI. So one time it works, and second time I think if I change the IP it is not working. 10301. So let me go and revert back the IP. This is something the public IP we have. So I think this public IP is working. The system IP is not working, and that's why in the upper case that was not working. But yeah, still it is slow related to the other, other functions. So I can see that we got the output up to that point. That's okay. I can do one thing. I can go and run this one more time, and because this is not user specific, it will not ask you about the user because we haven't created the variable on the top here, but I want to make this as a variable. I'll show you that how you can do this. Meanwhile, get the output, collect here. So one more output we have, and now you have the CLI output as well. Okay, CLI output as well. Let me quickly show you that how you can make this as a user input. So you can go and type say system IP equal to input is a function, and then you can go and give say enter the system IP to proceed, and then here you can go and remove this, and then you can give one plus sign, that's the concatenation system IP, control S, and that's it. So now next time when you run this program, so let me run this, it's taking some time. So you have to give the system IP, and now you can go here and you can see here the output is generating. Okay, any doubt you have till this point?
I'm good. So with the CL,
Sorry.
so,
This moment only, I think maybe 3-4 minutes I missed that, yeah, while we are talking. Okay, no problem. Sorry for that. Okay, so it's going on, and let's see. But anyways, you have to spend some time with this code, and you have to test in the lab environment, in your environment. I have already tested this in the production as well, and it's working fine. So there is no problem. Now why it is waiting? Because we have to give one user input output. So I haven't given that. 0.1, enter. Now you can see the API speed. The moment you are giving, you are getting the result. So first table here you can see here. This is the inbound connection, inbound, and then you have the IPsec outbound connection. You can see good amount of information. Then you can see the local SA, security association, and then you can see the stats, tunnel stat. This command is related to the tunnel stat command. So again, good amount of information within few seconds we are getting, and this is actually very important information related to the IPsec plus some other tunnel information. bft.txt, enter, and then I have to give 10.1. You can give any user ID. I'm giving that, and we can go back here. You can see the speed. The moment I have given this, it has given the result. So I can scroll down, you can see the information here. Inbound, down, outbound, good amount of information. Great, let's continue. Then we have the other very important function. This is also a very, very important function. It will give you the reboot count, the security information, the software information, and the system information. And this, again, it is not user specific. So what I can do, I can make this as a user specific. I want to add something here. So say enter the IP address. That's the system IP. I should give input here, and then we can go here and we can make this as a plus and system IP. Correct. I can copy this system IP. So I can go scroll down. What API this is calling? You can see the API as well. The reboot history. It will give you the reboot history. Then you have the device security information. You can delete this. Then you can go and check the software information. You can add this. Then you can go and okay, so some NetMiko output is also there. What with NetMiko I'm doing? I'm checking show SD-WAN system status. That will give you overall CPU, memory, disk space, because the CLI output was good. So that's why I have, and that's it. So let's go and run this important output, and you'll find this is one of the nice output we will get. So what's the reboot sec soft sys, and then it is asking about the input. Now the CLI command will generate. It is taking some time to generate the CLI command, and you can see the CLI output, etc. I'll store this inside bft.txt, so we can check that, and 10.1.0.1, oops, enter, and then we can go here and we can check that. So clearly you can see the reboot history. 10.1.0.1 initiated by user. This is with 10.1.0.1, which particular date, who has rebooted the device, you're getting that. Then information about IPsec tunnel, this is the tunnel information. Then some information about the software. So what image it has? So it has 19.2.2.2 confirmed by user. And then some CLI command is going on in the bottom, but that CLI we have fixed IP. Inside the CLI we have 10.3.0.1. 10.3.0.1 is there. That's one of the branch IP. So with CLI, again, I think the CLI is completed. And now if I go scroll down, you can see the CLI output as well related to CPU, memory, disk utilization and all. Okay. Wow. So if we are generating this report for one device, you can see that how it is increasing, how many things we have here. And let's keep going on. Let's see. Then we have the OMP status. Here also it is not as defined as input, but you know that how we can make this as a user input. If I run, it will give me the OMP information related to 10301. That's okay. So what information it will give? OMP peer. Okay, that's one information. Then OMP advertise routes. That's the second information. Then OMP received routes. That's the third information. And then I have a netmiko command related to show SD-WAN OMP services and show SD-WAN OMP summary. So let's go here and let's run this OMP command and redirect to bfd.txt. It's going on. And if we go to the notepad, you can see here the information related to OMP peer. So I have 2vsmart as a OMP peer, and then we are getting the OMP advertise routes. It's a big routing table. And then you have the OMP receive routes. Again, because this is a routing table, so this output is big. And that's the thing, say if output is big, you're not able to read over the CLI, correct? You have to put somewhere and then you can go through it. And then it's still the CLI command is going on. It's completed. Okay, so it will refresh, and in bottom here you can see the CLI output. OMP service routes, OMP summary, like this. Okay, so that's a good thing. We are going on and we reach up to line number 865. So only I think 150 lines are there. So I will complete this and then we'll stop. Then TLOC information. So TLOC advertise routes, and then you have TLOC advertise routes, maybe receive routes as well. TLOC receive routes for fixed IP, but you know, I have shown you that how you can make this as a user input as well. Correct. So you can watch the recording. If you miss how to make this as a user input, you can do it. And then you have one netmiko example as well. So with netmiko, what information I want? Show SD-WAN BFD TLOC summary list. So now I can go here and I can run the TLOC. We'll get the information. So you're getting the TLOC information. See, nice output over the screen. And then CLI command, it is taking some time to generate the CLI. It will show you here the CLI. If you want to store it somewhere, we can go ahead and we can store it. I can go here and you can refresh this, and let's scroll down. See all this information we are getting in the nice presentable format. And again the CLI command is executing, so that's why it is not coming. But once it will get completed, we'll get a refresh page option, and that's it. All right, so since we are very much at the end of this, then we have the OSPF information. OSPF, I have shown just the netmiko commands, but again, we can go and use the APIs for OSPF, BGP, everything we have the APIs, and final the end of the function. Yes, Sam, you can see the big program. I'll upload with the recording. If you want, now it become your program. You can edit, modify, add, delete, whatever you want to do, you can do it. So total number of lines in this program is approx 1060. Okay, I'll
Yeah.
upload this with the
Okay.
recording.
Thank you.
Sure.
That's
And
nice. Good job.
thank you. All right. So next thing we have, we have some small things to discuss, but anyways, let's discuss because we will complete that section. So next thing we have, let me go to the agenda. Course, where are you? Course. So that was the lab 1 and 2 that I mentioned there, but we have one interesting lab related to backup configuration. So in backup configuration also I have given some variation. I told you that when I have to check any command backup configuration, I'm using a script. How we can do that? So let me quickly show you and then we are good to stop. So for backup, let me show my history of the configurations, whatever list I have. So I have 8 and 9. 8 is what? Backup configuration. Do I have 10 as well? No, I don't have 10. Okay, device. Okay, so since the program number 8, here you can see it's a small backup program. What it is doing, let me increase the size, but we can, I will show you later on that in our list also. So we are getting this list correct. In this list also, I will add one more uh, function called backup. So we don't need to run any other program. So in the help section, what I will do, I will add one more function here, backup below the tlock. So the same function will do the backup as well. But anyways, the agenda here, the solution here is this, that you go to the device list, take the UUID, and there is one API. There's a template config running, and then the device UUID. That's the API. For that API, you just need the UUID. That's it. So if you have the UUID, then it will uh, generate the running configuration, and then you can put inside the config folder or whatever name of the folder. This is just the name, A, B, C, D, E, F, whatever. Now if I go and run this program, so if I go here and run Python and 08 backup, so you can see here backing up. So it is throwing an error. Why? Because he is not able to find one folder called config. So what I need to do, that I should go here and then I should create one folder called config, and then I can go here and we can press up arrow, same program. So now it is taking the backup from branch 1 ch1, branch 1 ch2, dc1, dc1, like all the network device configuration, it is taking the backup. And now you can go here and go to the config. I can see this. You can see the configuration like this. Okay. See how easy to take the backup.
Yeah. They are not going to log in.
So if you have 100 of devices, no problem. You just run the script, take one cup of coffee and done. All right. So that was the thing. And last script I have for just for the operation purposes, the get SP performance data is something related to performance of the circuits. That is also important program. So again, you can see this is going to give you the app route, transport, summary, latency, and then some of the query interval. What are the things? The entry color, latency, jitter, loss percentage. Those information you will get. This is also a nice program that will give you the nice output. What's the program number? Program number is 09. So I can go and 09, enter, and just wait. You will get the nice output here, and you can see the output that actually this time is in some epoch time, it is, we can convert this time in our timing as well, so there is no problem. But you can see the internet to internet, the latency, jitter, loss, like that. You have nice table. Again, you can print this in a tabulate format as well. So you can improve this code, but still you can see the code is working, and it is giving you 4 columns: a time, color, loss, latency, and jitter output. Correct?
Yeah, good. So let's go back to.
Hi there. Thanks for your enrollment. We are in 1 minute ad break. In this break, I'm going to show you that I have so many courses uploaded over Udemy. And if you're going to enroll my courses, you will get 95% discount. Every month, 3 times. First week, mid of the month, and the last week of the month. I am sharing the coupons. If you go and use those coupons, then my courses related to CCNP, related to CCI, all those courses, you are going to get heavy discount up to 95%. You can see the prices are a little bit higher here, but if you go and apply the coupon, the prices will go rock bottom. So go use those coupons. Suppose if you don't have those coupons, then you can always ping me over YouTube. You can send me email. You can ask for those coupons. I will provide you that coupon. So get the coupon, get the discount. Some of my courses over Udemy, they are bestseller. Some of the courses are quite new, like SD-WAN automation, DNA automation, CCIE Data Center 3.0. Those are the new uploads as well. So please go, continue your learning, take the coupon, enroll my courses, and study well. All the best. Glad you completed day number 3, where we have a study about various automation steps related to SD-WAN automation and rest of the automation. Now in day number 4, we are going to focus, first of all, one video is left. So I have added one more video related to SD-WAN automation related to configuring the endpoint. And then I have added DNA as per the syllabus. You can see 5.3, we have to understand about DNA APIs and DNA automation. And then the rest of the automation related to iOS XE and Python integration. So please go watch this 6-hour video, and we are very much completing our 40% of CCIE enterprise. So the thing is like this. So this 2-hour video that we are going to do today, it may take 10 to 15 hours to understand. So when you perform the lab, when you check the code, maybe it will take maybe 15 to 20 days or maybe 1 month to understand the code, what type of code that I'm going to explain today. It's a big and it's a huge thing that we are going to do today. And anyways, whatever code that I have that I'm going to upload in today's recording, and the same for the like day 5. So once you check those code, and suppose if you want to create your own own functions, definitions you want to add in the code, you are free to do that. So if you understand that, okay, this is the code, this block is doing this, so next time you can add your own block as well. Like that, you can edit, modify the code as well. But yeah, to understand this particular code, to modify it, maybe it will take 2-3 months if you start from today. Itself, to understand what we are going to do today, it will take at least 10 to 15 hours. Means when you perform the lab, then whatever steps that I'm using, you watch this particular recording, you again watch it like 3-4 times. You can watch it, you can bookmark the video as well. So at what time, what lab task I have performed, because today we are going to perform good amount of lab. All right. So as you can see here, the agenda I have just mentioned, like, is like generic mention that more toward post method. That we post means that we want to create the object, and then playing with SD-WAN templates. Inside SD-WAN template, how we can view the template, how we can create the template, how we can delete the template. And then there are some pip tools, pip tools, from where if you install in your laptop, you can take the entire SD-WAN backup and all those things. Okay, so let's start. I'm going to start with the smaller one. I have one folder and I'm going to upload that folder. The folder is day 5, and inside this day 5, if you go inside this day 5, 2 folders are there, but the folder that you can see here, this section, this is important. So I'm going to upload entire folder. In this entire folder, you can see so many programs, correct? And there is one folder for template. So this is the template in the JSON format, and there is one other template related to vmanage, but vmanage CLI is here. So this vmanage template is just for your backup. It will not do much of things, but whatever arrangement you can see here in the folder, you can same as it is, you can copy somewhere and you can run the functions that I'm going to show you today. Okay, so let's start with one of the nice thing that we have inside the SD-WAN, and that nice thing is application aware routing. So you can see here, let me increase the size if I can increase it, so you can also let me increase the view. So first of all, I'll start with a interesting and day-to-day activity we are using with respect to application aware routing policy. So you can see somewhere you'll find that we have monitor app route stats. So let me show you that how you can play around with this. So I can go to day 5 folder, and inside day 5 folder, I'm inside the SD-WAN Python REST API. Obviously, if I want to run this code, I need my vmanage to be connected. So I have one lab here. Let me go quickly and connect with the vmanage. And I'm connected with vmanage. In this vmanage, I don't know if I have the app route policy enabled or not. So better I can log into the dashboard and I can go to the policy section. I can activate that policy. But the other option we have that we can activate, deactivate from our program as well, correct? So let me go here and let me show you this program first, and then if I do not get any input in the program, then I'll go and activate that policy, app route policy. By default in this lab it is not activated. All right, so what you can do, Python and then monitor app route policy. You can always go and check the help section in this program. So here you can see that we have 3 fields. App route fields, what are the fields we have in the application aware routing? Then app route report, this is something that will be topmost usable thing for you, because maybe you want to show the management or the team that, see, this is the application aware routing report. Okay, and you can generate the report in the notepad or the Excel, etc. Then you have the app route status. So a status you can see for all the tunnels. So first of all, let me show you the smaller thing. You can go to app route and the fields. Always go and check the help section as well. So if we have any thing after that, it will show in the help. That in that manner we have the program. Oh my god. Someone has deleted my files from the drive. Just give me 1 second. And let's continue. Okay, so here you can see that what are the fields we have that we can generate the report for. So we have the device, local system, source IP, destination IP, loss, latency, jitter, all those parameters related to application aware routing, correct? Now next very important thing that we want to do is to check the report. So I can go and check app route and report, and you can see here in the help section that what type of report you can generate. So here you can see that you can go and create the report like this. You can go and give the hub list. So let me go and do that. I can go and give the hub list. I have one file there. YAML file with list of, so actually I have one file. So let me quickly show my folder here. In this folder, you will see one hub list. So what does it mean? That here I have given 2 IPs, but suppose if you have more IP and you want to generate for more IPs, you can go here and then you can give system IP and say 10.3. This is one of the branch IP. Then I have one more IP, that's 10.3.0.2. But these are the branches, and the name you can see here is the hub routers. In my hub, I have these routers at least. All right, so I can go back here and then I can go and give the name. What's the name? Hub underscore YAML. Yeah, you can ask.
That IP, that is IP for IP, one of the IP last octet you did not put.
Yeah, sorry for that. Thanks, good catch. Okay, so hub list dot YAML. Now you will see that it is asking, please enter a start date, year and month and date. So 02 and today only I have started the lab. So I will do one thing. I'll give 19 for example, or maybe you can give 18 as well, 18th of February, and then the end date I will give 02 maybe 21. Okay, so 18 to 21, and then I'll go and press enter. So oops, yeah, I have put 21 and seems it was not taken. Maybe that was out of range, but no problem. So then you go and press enter, and then you can see here in the bottom that created a report of average app router stats for tunnels between hub router and a spoke. Okay, so now if you go here to the folder from where you are running this program, you can see you have 2 reports. Okay, so one report you can see for hub and one you might see for the spokes. So let me increase here. Now here you can see that hub sites. Because I have given hub site as a branch one, so that's why it is taking that as well. But you can see clearly the point here is to check these items here. You can see these items, you can go and check. So what's the loss, latency, jitter, and good thing here is that you are getting all those information in nice Excel format, correct? Like this. And you can see the date as well. Because anyways, I started the lab on 19, so that's why it is not showing 18, 19, 20, etc. But you can see, nice report. Any question on this?
No, Ramesh, we are good.
And then you can see the other report as well we have. This is the tunnel stats. So it is showing the tunnel stats as well, I think. Let's see. Okay, so that's
this
the.
is
Yep.
this is only for IPsec tunnel, is it? Like or
It's for IPsec tunnel, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so you can see that it generated 2 files, 612 and 614, and one is for tunnel and one is for entire stats. And one report is actually quite big, and it's robust, where it is showing you, anyways, it's showing you which tunnel is there, what color is there, what branch size, and then loss, latency, jitter. Because they are using API, so that's why we are getting result in this nice format. Now there is no CLI that can give you such type of results, correct? Okay. All right, so let's move on and let's check our next agenda here that we have in the course. I want to show you this particular section, that playing with Cisco SD-WAN template. view the template, create the template, delete the template, etc. I have created two different type of program. So first of all, I will show you one very important and good program, and then I have one complete big package type of program. There also I will show you the template. So let's start with the smaller, and I want to mark you. So when you watch this recording, what template you can see here I am highlighting, so it will be easier for you when you watch that. Whatever name that having template, so create bulk template, create template, delete template, generate basic template. This is in .sh, some script. We don't need this, but get template. So you have four program: get template, delete, create template, and bulk template. Okay. All right. So once you watch the recording, you can check these very important program. And good thing about this that you are free to do modification, edit, and all those things. Okay. So let me quickly show you any of the program, and suppose if you want to see here, let me quickly show you this, the differentiator here. So we know about this stop. In day one I have covered that. Then you have to create the session with vmanage. That's the session. So up to line number 1 to 26 is that is defined. You have to do with all the programs. Now these things that you're saying, it's not required because this is commented. So I can remove that. Now you can see that actually you have to understand only few lines, only these 4 or 5 lines, correct? And it's very easy because say the last line here you can see in the bottom is the main function. It is the way that you are running this program, you know. So this is nothing. Here what you are doing, simply you will go and give the vmanage IP, you will run the script. But the logic you have for this program is this 4 or 5 line. So what it will do, first of all, with open, it will go and open a particular file in the JSON, that particular file that you are going to give as an input. Okay, so because you want to create the template inside the vmanage, for example, NTP, BFT, whatever, I'll show you all those things. So it will go and it will take this particular file as a payload. This is the most important thing here. So the method that we are going to use for creation is nothing but the post. Let me highlight here the post. This is the method. Now either it's a get or post. There is one difference. In post method, you have to give the payload. What is the payload we are using here is a JSON data. Now this JSON data, from where it is coming? It is coming from this field here, you can see. So you already have one folder, you can see here, vmanage cloud feature template. Inside that, suppose if you want to create NTP, let me quickly show you the payload. This is the payload. So once you run this program, this whatever coding we have inside this NTP folder, that will get created inside vmanage. So what are the things we have here? This is very easy to understand. First of all, the name of template. So API NTP. I'll go and give the name, say for example, Sam and Ishwar. That's the name we have, API. That's the NTP template name. So you have defined the name. Then version is 4. NTP server prefer, if you want, you can give that. What's the source interface? You can go and give that source interface. What's the VPN value? You can go and define the value. Now I will show you this exact thing inside vmanage as well. Okay, so if you go here and if you go to the template, if you go to the feature template, and suppose you want to create a template related to NTP, so vEdge cloud, let me select one device, vEdge cloud, and then I want to create NTP. So see, in the NTP, what are the fields you have? You have to go and give the device type. That's very important. Then template name, description. Now if you go here and check, you have to go and in this program we have defined as a VH, but we'll see that. So you have to go and give the template name, and if you check here, you have the template description as well in the bottom. Okay, so you are giving the template name, you are giving the template description. Then you have to go and define the server. In server, if you have any new server, you can go and give host name, authentication key, VPN ID, version, source interface, prefer. All these things you'll find here in this payload. Everything you have to define, or actually this payload is already there, you can use it. So each and everything that you are seeing there already you have here. What you need to do, remember in JSON we have two fields, key and data. This is the key, and here you have the data. So whatever data you will feed here, that will automatically populate inside the template. Okay, great. So let's do it. So I can go here and I want to create one template, and I can go and start this, create the template, and the address is 198.168.1.10, and then I should have to give the JSON file. So if you go here and type help, you will get this string. So it will tell you that how you have to run this program. And then we can go here and we can give the host name 198.168.1.10, and then you have to go and give the JSON file. The JSON file, now it's up to you. The JSON file that you are giving, so I'll do the one thing, I'll go and give ntp.json. Okay, enter. So now it will do connect, and you can see here ntp.json successfully deployed to be managed. So that means if I go to the place and if I go and search, say I have given the name as Ishwar and Sam, so I should get that. Let me check this. Let me refresh this page first, because see, we have this NTP Sam Ishwar got created for Edge Cloud, and you can see this, you can edit this, there's no problem. So these fields are there, but if you go and change, so VPN is 0. Now if I do one thing, if I go here, oops, so if I go back, oh, where is my NTP? I think I have two files. So here you can see the VPN is 99. If I go and put 99, and I can go back here, and the server address, if I can go and give the, let me close this file unnecessarily. Two files are open. Let me quickly close this. Yes, yes, yes. One second. Okay, ntp.json, I have that. I have three files open, I don't know. Okay, later on I'll go and close. Okay, no problem. Let's continue like this. Later on I'll. So here you can see I have given the this as a 99, and then I want to change the NTP server. So let's see here. I can go and click edit. NTP is variable. NTP server is variable, means when you push this template, it will ask you, and it's actually good, you know. So you can create these things as a variable as well. Okay, so You can see the variable if you want to create as a variable. So VIP variable name NTP server VPN. Okay, so you can go and check here the VPN, and you can see the VPN here is not, it's a default actually. It is not a variable like this NTP server VPN. So it's okay, no problem. It's up to you that you want to create is as a variable or you want to create is as a value. Now let's go back here and let's delete this. I don't want. So I can go and delete this. The moment we are using this GUI to delete, but you can do this with program as well. So now we can go and create, and you can see the speed. You can go here, refresh the page, and we can go and check that. Now this is something that you have to go and you have to spend time that how we can play around with the data, because anyways as a architect, as a design engineer or implementation engineer, you have to put those values, correct? So this is one of the thing that you can see. Now, so this way you can create one feature template, correct? But maybe in the organization, maybe if you have to create 20 or maybe 15, 30, 20, 25, 30 templates at a time, means all the feature template at a time you have to create. Then what you will do? So for that, we have one more program that's name is bulk. You can go and run this bulk and just give the IP. What it will do that in our folder, you can see I have AAA banner, BFD, BGP, bridge, DHCP, IGMP logging, multicast, NTP. All these templates will get created automatically inside the vManage. So it's like one-time hard work that you can go and change the variable, play around with the variable, but once your program is ready, click enter and done. Correct? Now you can see that we have one error with NTP because this is already there. Since this template was already there, so it will not create this, obviously. Apart from that, now if you go back and if you go and check the API, the name of the templates are starting with API C, API PIM, IGMP security. Everyone is created at 21st February 6/27. You can see the date. Within 1111 second, all these feature templates called created. If you do it manually, obviously it will take time. Correct? All right, guys, if you have any question, feel free to ask.
So after this is created, that's when you want to attach it to a device, you can go in and change the variables, the values.
That's right. So then once we have the feature template, you know, the main thing we have is the feature template in SD-WAN. So then you can go and create the device template, and then that device template, you can call all these feature templates and you can attach it. If you want to do this via the program, I'm going to show you that as well in coming 10-15 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
And Ratnesh, do we have any way to create even CLI template as well? Or
If you are creating CLI template, then I guess then you know what is there. You just copy paste that configuration to CLI.
okay, no.
Because
No, suppose like
yes, there is a
True.
way. There is a way. So what we can do that CLI configuration we can put instead of JSON, we can put in a file and then we can upload here as a post, as a data method. So yes. So here what we are doing, you can think that we are creating 20 CLI templates. It's a feature template, but you can think like this. Why? Because anyways the program is uploading all these files. So instead of all these files, if you have one CLI file that you can upload there's no problem. Correct? So yes,
yeah.
we can create it. Yeah.
So So for this list, does it consist of all the feature template that we need, or there's more?
This is not all, but most of the things are here, like PIM,
Oh,
OSPF, OMP, NTP. You can see the system as well, security. It's not 100% all, but yeah, if you do little bit of digging, you will get the JSON file. I can give you the JSON file for all the feature templates and all. Today only
yeah.
I'm
So
going to show you that how you can generate.
okay.
So from vManage itself, you can take a backup as a JSON. You got my point?
Oh, okay. So
Hmm.
if you go to the vManage, you can you can take a backup and put it here.
Yes,
Whatever feature
yes,
template that you don't have, you
yes,
can
yes.
get it and put it here.
That's good question. Let's do it first. So I have some other things to show you, but I want to show you this first. For that, I need to disconnect my VPN because actually I don't need to do that. What you need to do in your laptop, so once you are here, there is one package called pip install SAS3. That's the, or you can do Cisco SD-WAN, but this is the name. And anyways, I'm recording, so you can see this. Install SAS3. Oh, sorry, I install, spelling is wrong. So install, one second, let me correct that. Yep. So you can do this pip install SAS3. If you do that, because I have connected with VPN, let me really quickly disconnect my VPN and let me show you the steps. Okay, so you can go and check this. Warning, you're using pip 20, you should use this. So let me show you this thing first. And so there is online WebTeller tools from where you can take the backup. So if you go and check Cisco SAS3 something, and yeah, here you can see this SAS3 something, and it will come here, and oh, it is pointing to DevNet, but no problem. You can go to the GitHub. This Cisco underscore SD-WAN is the name, but I think pip is there, so I can go and check pip and SAS3. This is spelling. You can see Cisco SD-WAN is the keyword. So you can go here and you have to do pip install Cisco-SD-WAN. Okay, so we can go and do pip install Cisco and then SD-WAN. If you do this thing, so then it will go and install. In my laptop already it is there, so it is telling that already satisfied. Once you do that, okay, then this tool will give you option to do take the backup, upload, etc., etc. So now what you can do, you can go to the Python and then you can check the SD-WAN, what was the name of the install? So the name, either you can use SAS3 or you can use, let me see the site here. So then you can go and use simply SD-WAN version like this. So let me quickly connect my VPN quickly. And let me give the credentials there. Here it ups. Okay. Now you can go here and you can put this. So I'm connecting my lab. Once we are here, then what you can do that you can go here and you can check simply. So SD-WAN help. SD-WAN is not recognized as a program. Wow, no problem. I'll show you other way to do this. Let me quickly check if I can have that. I just want to check the reference how it is. Oh, SD-WAN version. So do I am using correct SD-WAN and version? It is not recognizing SD-WAN at this point of time. Let's see. So what I will do here, again I can go, I'll show you both the ways that you can run this program. We have ways to run this program. It is telling that SD-WAN help. Once you do this thing, it will give you all these options. Here you can see that you have option to upload, download, and all those things. So let me try other way to do this. Python SD-WAN help. Let me disconnect the VPN. What you can do, that you can go to the GitHub. It is strange that it should work. Like if you do pip install, maybe I don't have proper Python package install in that particular location, but it is working fine. If you do pip install, it can work from any CLI actually. Let me do one more time pip install. I can see that I have this package and SD-WAN. Okay, no problem. So other way is this, that you can copy the code. See, you can go to this link. It is devnet sastre, and you can go here. Then you can open your git bash shell. You can paste that. It's telling a sastre already exists and it's not empty. So I have already downloaded this, but this way you can go and download it, correct? Now then you can go and check where it is. It should be inside this folder. So I can go here. I can open one more folder here. I can go to the documents. I think I should go to the C drive and the this PC users, and then I should go to SAST. So I have this folder. What I'll do, I'll simply copy this to our day 5, so I can upload. You can go and put this folder here. Okay, once you have this folder, you should have the Python files as well. So you want to run that program. Oops. So we are inside 5. I can go here, I can copy these files. You can go and copy, and then you can put Python, because I want to run this Python. So I can go and paste. Here you can see that you have the SD-WAN and SAST, both are actually same. So now I can go here back one step, and now I can go to this folder, and then I can go and run Python and then SD-WAN and then help. Now can't open the file SD-WAN. What file is this? I should give sdwan.py, because I don't have the VPN connection, so it will not give you the result. I need to connect the VPN, but your program is working. You can see like this. Now for result, I have to connect with my VPN. So let me go and connect with my VPN, and then I need to give the credential. So you can go here and you can connect this. Once you're here, then go back to your program. See what this program can do. Once you run this program, you have to give the username, password, port number, etc. Then you have to give the task. Inside the task, you can take the backup, restore, delete, migrate. These 4 things you can do. Basically, we are using this to take the entire vManage backup, and even you can restore as well. So 1 year back, we have one task that we want to migrate vManage cloud from Azure to AWS. So then we have taken the backup from the Azure with the backup function, and then we have restored to the Azure. So all those things already populated to that, and within 1 hour we have done that. Okay. It's a powerful tool. Apart from that, you can see the delete option you have. You can delete it, and then you have the migration option as well. You can migrate it as well. The good thing about this program is that you can go here and you can check the task. So let me quickly show you that how you can run it. So once you are here, then you can go and then you can use the keyword say backup. Okay, once you give this backup, so that's the task. You have to choose one task out of this, and then you have the argument. And there is good amount of arguments you have, so better you can go and check the help. So when you can do the backup, you can see the long list where you want to take the backup. What's the directory or the default directory? They have default as well. Then when you are taking the backup, in that backup you want to take all backup, you want to take policy backup, policy definition backup, policy vh, policy cs, template, feature template, what you want. If you want to take the backup for all, and if you want to see the log as well in the screen, you can use the verbose keyword. Click enter. Now what it will do, it will go and take the backup for each and everything. Okay, so I think this keyword, it is not taking backup all, and I want to see this as well over the screen. So let me see this, if I can go and use verbose. That was correct, I think. Or you can do, I think, like this. You can use this verbose first and all. Let me see. Okay, I'll do one thing. You can go here and you can see the verbose backup all. Yep, see, it is working in this way. So in the in the recording section, you can you can copy this command. It is asking about the vmanage IP. I'll go and give, then the username and the password, and now you will see it is taking the CFS RFS configuration backup, vmanage, vsmart, template, all policies. Means it will go continue for 5 minutes, because in our lab setup we have less configuration and all, so it will not take that much time. I think within 2-3 minutes it will get completed. But the good thing about this is that it is taking the backup for the JSON formats as well. Okay, so once the backup will get completed, then you can go here. You can go to SAS tree, and it is by default it is taking the backup in the backup folder. So it will create one folder for you called backup, and there it will put everything. So let me see. Yeah, see, you have to go to this folder where I have the program, and then you can see the data folder it has created. Once you go there, you have the backup and the date timestamp. Once you go there, you can see still it is going on, but you can see the certificates, device conf, device template, feature templates that we are looking for, correct? But I want to complete this, and then I will open the feature template. Once I'm inside the feature template, Sam, this is the thing you are looking for?
Yes.
See all JSON file. So you can,
Yeah.
oops, sorry for that. So we are here, and we are here, and we are here, and we are inside the feature template, and we can go to the SNMP, and I can go and open like this, see. So let's do this thing. Let's add this SNMP in our template. Okay, so I'll do one thing. I'll go back here. I will copy one or two example is enough, I think. So I'll do one thing. I'll open the other side as well, where we have the feature, where we have the other program. So I can go here. I don't want to disturb this folder. Okay, but as per program, if you want, you can change the name, and you can direct the direct that requirement to that particular folder. Means it's up to you where you want to direct. So do I have SNMP? I can see the SNMP here. So what I don't have here in this list, I just wanted to use that, and that I can put here just for example. So BGP was there, DHCP, I think DHCP, and you can see this is also using APIs. You can see all APIs and all. So I think, oh, these are our actually, we have created, correct? Whatever API you're seeing here in the backup, you can see we have created just now. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
No problem. So they are taking those backups as well. So let me take anything that, so for example, all SNMP basics. I can copy and I can go to the other file here. I'll put here in outside the folder here, because then I will redirect our program to this particular JSON. Okay. So the name is all SNMP basic. Let me copy this. And I think this is already in the vManage. So let me go and quickly delete this as well from that. So I can go here and I can search for that. You can see, and it is attached as well. That's a problem. So we need to detach, and then only we can, Okay, no problem. I'll do one thing. I'll change the name. Instead of basic, I will make basic _ Sam _ Ishwar, like that. So we can understand that we have created with the program. Okay. So let's go back here and we have this is in, let's do a small edit here. I can go here and where we have the name, we'll go and change the name. So what's the name? The name is all SNMP basic. And if we go to the bottom, we can go and check all SNMP basic. This I'll change to Sam. That's the description, but new one. Control S. Okay. And now you can go here and see the backup is completed. Ishwar, you are happy now? You want to take backup?
Yeah.
Ishwar has told me that you want to take the backup of it. I have shown you two variations. One backup we have taken just for the configuration. And this backup is related to everything. Okay, so let's run that. I need to go to that folder where I have the program. That is SD-WAN something.
And
step.
one quick question, Ratnesh. Like, suppose you have taken this backup, and suppose, like, due to some reason, like whatever, maybe irrespective of the reason, like, something goes wrong, and you want to restore back. I mean, you want to push this back. I mean, this configuration back up to devices. So, do you have any?
Yes, we have that.
Way?
Okay, so backup you want to push to vManage or any device?
Let us take both the ways, like to all the device or even particular related to particular site ID.
Because all the devices will not lose the configuration, correct?
Configuration, yes.
It will never happen. So say for example, if device will get rebooted or something, then you have the configuration at vManage. Because in vManage you have a template, you can reattach that template, correct?
Yes.
Now if vManage is running over VM, and suppose if vManage will get lost, then whenever
if
the
you have
vManage, so whenever the vManage will come back up, you can restore. So like we have taken the backup, we have the keyword called restore as well. You can restore as well to the vManage.
Okay, so that means like this backup should be somewhere in a storage server. Then once you in the vManage cluster, if one vManage goes down, then that file wherever we have in a storage server, that file you can restore back to other vManage and you can.
That's 100% right. Yeah. So you can take the backup anywhere in local system as well, in local drive as well, as long as we have connectivity to that system to the vmanage, it will restore. Okay.
And can we customize this like schedule kind of thing?
Yes, we have the code, we can do it.
Okay.
Because we are running the code, correct? So you can change the code, you can customize it. You can give my name as well in the code.
Okay.
That's great. Yeah, why not? Says in the open forum, Cisco has given to use this, so you can customize it. SNMP and basic and one. Oops, I should give the JSON dot JSON. So what it is telling that this folder is not in this location, and I'm going to show you to change the location as well, how we can do it. But I don't want to change the main program because maybe later on it will be difficult for you to create the same one, or maybe. So I'll do one thing, I'll create one new program, and this new program I'll say new create .py something, and then what I can do here is that the folder location that you have, you can give any folder name, okay, where you have all the JSON. I can remove that because anyways I want to push only one file. So this is the JSON file. It will ask me as a input. You can see this will ask you as an input. So now you can go and enter. Now it should take that particular. Still it is. Oh, I am running. I'm not running the new one. So we have created new programs, a new dot create, and then I should go and give the 198. Oops, 181.10, and then the JSON is this name. Enter. Okay, so what problem it has? It is telling there is no file name this. Okay, no problem. I will go and see that where I have saved this new file. So it is there, all JSON basic one. It is there inside the REST API all. Okay, so let me check the name. Should have the correct name, otherwise it will never work. So I can see here that it is not saved as a JSON file, and then it should be in the JSON format, but let me just, for curiosity, I'm using this. So what error it is telling that VHCS are running mixing to create CS and VH, it's not possible, etc. So it is telling that such type of template is there, and it is not allowing us to create same type of template, mixing of both and etc. But just wait on. Hold on. So you can do one thing. Whenever you're saving those templates, you save as a JSON dot JSON. Okay. And then let's try one more time. You can go, oops, you can go here and enter. Yep. So now it is giving this error because of the template that we are copying and we are using like this. But don't worry, we have one more program called delete the templates. Let's see. You want to delete all custom feature templates? Yes. Again, do you really want to delete all these that you are seeing here in the list? Yes. Now it is showing somewhere you can see 400 is the error, but 200 is a success. Why 400 error means? That means it is attached. So if it is attached, it will never get deleted. Okay. So that's the reason it is not deleting. But yeah, when you are doing this, then you can. I'll show you the other way as well. But yeah, you have multiple ways to do it with the program. Because I have taken the backup, so I can show you the restore process as well. So once it will delete everything, whatever it can delete, like whatever is 200 you're seeing is a success code. So it is going on, going on, going on. Let him delete. And then we will verify as well inside vmanage. Yep. So now we can go back here and let me delete this, refresh this. You'll find that those templates who are attached, somewhere I can see that they are not attached. Maybe they are referenced to some other template, but mostly the templates who are not in use, they got removed. And that's actually, one good thing in operation. So we are getting sometimes these use cases that whatever templates are not attached, delete it, just to do the cleanup of vmanage. You can use this function to do the cleanup, because if the templates are attached, they will not get detached. But before doing this cleanup, make sure that you have the backup. Now, how many templates we have? Here you can see 46. It's showing 46 rows. And other thing is that it has deleted all the custom made. That's the non-default. Custom made templates it has deleted. Okay, so 46. Now what I'm going to do here is, let's do the backup, the restore. Okay, so we can go to the folder called sastre, and then we can go and do the Python, and then the SD-WAN, and then the restore, or let's see the help. So here you can see that you have the task, and that task is restore. So restore all, or like you can do like this. So say verbose restore all. What happened? So backup is not found. Now you can see when we are doing the restore, it is assuming that we should have this file, but we don't have this. No problem. But these things we can change inside the code. You have the option, you can change the file name and all those things. So what we'll do here, we'll go to the data, and first of all, you can make the copy of this as well. I'll change the name. Okay, I'll change that name like this. And then let's try one more time. Now it is asking the address. Admin. So what happened? You can see here, I am showing you the
Now it's
problems as
looking
well.
for the
Yep.
original backup name.
Yeah, so no problem. We'll do one thing. We'll copy and we'll rename, and we can paste, correct? So paste. Let's do that. Oops. I'll do one thing. I'll paste here, and then I'll go and rename that. These things are actually very easy in Linux, copy, paste, and all those things. If you're using Linux machine, then it's actually very easy to perform these copy, paste, movement, all those tasks. Why it is not moving the file? Maybe it is open somewhere. So some of the files that we have opened, maybe that is causing issue to copy this. But anyways, I'll try one more time. Let's go back here. What I want here, I need one more copy. Okay, let me try. Okay, so this is the name. And can I paste? So this is the name it is looking for, correct?
Yes.
And then I'll create one more folder, and that folder name, I can give this name that initially it asked. But this is, this is not the name actually. It is exactly looking for this only. Let me see. Let me try one more time. It should run actually. So while it is running this program, it is telling that you don't have this working directory. So let's do this thing. Let's see. I can give the working directory location as well, correct? So we have that option. You can go to the help, and you can see that we can go and give the work directory, and then we can go and give the name. This is the name. Let me check this thing. A tag is required. You should go and give all as well. But yeah, when you're making, when you watch this recording, you can copy these commands, because again, you don't need to spend this much time. So now you can see that starting restore. From where to where you can see? From this backup location to vmanage IP. Okay. So it's a start this loading process, and let's see, it should take the backup. Maybe it will take some time, 5 minutes. But this is the way that you can load the configuration. And it is working because we have used this thing in the production as well. So this is nothing that it will get failed. Meanwhile, guys, if you have any question, please feel free to ask.
So with this backup and restore,
Hmm.
can you summarize what the backup can take and the restore, what it can do, or what can really be restored, and the deletion, what can be deleted, what can't be deleted?
Yes, everything. And they have very nice document actually, if you go here to this link, and you can see the documentation, the amount of information that they have given here. So you can see here, task, then what are the things you can do, then how you can achieve all these tasks, everything you can see. And you can see how to use this, all the commands, everything you can see nicely documented. Now some of the features that you are seeing here, you're not seeing here. Why? Because this is one of the licensed, licensed type of package. For free, you have 4 options that you can take the backup, you can do the restore, etc. Okay. Okay. Anyways, you can spend some time on this particular tool. This is good tool to take the backup, to take the upload, restore, and migrate, and one other function was there. So 4 function it is doing, but in terms of backup, it is one of the nice tool we have to take the backup. Okay. So you can copy this code and you can play around with this. It's a nice one. And apart from that, whatever this tool can't do, for those things we have different programs, so we can achieve our task with those programs as well. All right, guys, you have any further question? See, it is going on. You can see here, and maybe it will take some time. Meanwhile, if I go back here, you can see it was 46. If I refresh this, it should increase. See, it becomes 73, 75. You can see. So number is increasing. That means your restore process is going on. Correct? Shall we take one 5-minute break? Let me resume the recording. I'll start with a small. I have 3 interesting program. Let me start with a small and then big and big. So I have one. Let me go back to my main folder. That is SD-WAN REST API. And then I have one program called vManage APIs. You can always go to the help section and you can see that what are the things you can do. So attached devices related to template, control, stat, all these functions are actually small, but they are going to give you nice information. So for example, if I start with system status, and this particular program, you can use it in your production. From today onwards, if you want, you can use it. So you can go and check the system status, and then you have to give the system IP, say 10.1.0.1, and we'll see the result. So what it is telling that your host, that's the IP, is uptime, version, memory used, and CPU used. It's like small information but good information. We often looking for the CPU, memory, version, uptime. Correct? Likewise, you can go and check the interface status. So I can go here and I can change this. Oops. To interface status for this particular guy, and you can see the interface. It's like show IP interface brief, interface IP, and so these informations that we are seeing here, we can club together. You know that we have done in day 3. So it will ask you which IP you are looking for the system information interface status. You can club. So here this done, this done. Device list, we already know it will print the list of the devices. Device counter. So let me show you the device counter. I can go back here and I can show you the device counter. What does it mean? Device and then counters for this particular device. So OMP peer down, VS Smart Connection, BFD and BFD. So basically it is telling you both the data plane and control plane and the OMP connection, correct? So this is BFD is nothing but your data connection. OMP is your VS Smart connectivity, correct? And then your VS Smart connection. Then you can go and check the device list. This we have done earlier. It will give a nice tabular format of the device ID, system IP, etc. Then finally, let me show you 2 more functions there we have. So we check the system interface, device list, device counter, then detach and attach. Remember, attach and detach. Let me before doing this attach detach, I can show you the control status. So I can still go here and show you the control and the status. So you can see this the control connection status and last updated, correct? Now we want to see the attached devices. So I can go here and I can show you the attached devices. Let's always check the help. And should spell it correct. Devices. So it is asking about the attached devices and then the template and the template ID, correct? So this is something like retrieve and return the device associated with the template. You can simply go and run like this also, I think. Yeah, you have to give the template ID here. So let me see if I can give the template ID. Otherwise, I have to get that template ID from some other program. That's why I need to some little bit arrangement of this particular these programs. Okay, no problem. I can show you this output because 3 program I have this in I have in this folder. One is vManage API, It's very important. vManage API. One is vManage config API. This is a little bit advanced. Okay. So now if you run this, because I need the template ID. So you have the template list. I can go here and I can go back and I can get the template list from here. Say template list, but I can move this function here in this or some other things. So template list. Okay, I'm doing a little bit wrong here. So just give me a second. I can go to vManage APIs and then the template list. Okay, it is giving you all the template lists that whatever we have. Now I need this template ID, correct? To run in other programs. So attached device, and if you go and check the help, so it is asking me about the template and the UUID. So template and the UUID. For example, I'll check this DC guy. So you can see that you have this particular template whose name is DCV Edge. It is attached with two devices, this device and this device, whose host IDs are this. Correct? Now, what we want? Now, I want to detach. So let me check that. So I have the detach. So it is asking about the target text ID of that device, the target whatever ID, you can see the ID, host ID, and then the system IP to be detached, correct? And here you can see the help as well. So we manage detach target ID, system IP like this. So before doing this detach, I just wanted to show you here in the device template. For this TC, you can see here two devices are attached, correct? So now we can go back here and we can use this function of detach, and then you can use the target, correct? And then you can go and use the target ID. Target ID is nothing but this guy here. And then you can go and use the sys IP, and that is nothing but 10101. Attempting to detach template, let's see. It is trying to detach the template for DC1VH1 inside this particular template. This template name is DC template. This template name you can see here if I scroll a little up. DCVH is the name of the template. Okay, it is trying. So meanwhile it is doing its work. You can see that we check the system, interface, device list, device counter, controller status, attached devices, and then finally we are checking this function to this particular program. That program is vmanage_API. And let me go back here, and if I can go and refresh this page, you can see here one is gone. So if I go and refresh, see DCVH initially two devices are there. Now you can see only one because it has done its work. Still, I think it is change configuration mode to CLI. You can see. Okay, so I have shown you how you can detach the template as well.
So So after it detached, then it changed from vmanage mode to CLI mode?
Yes, that's right. Because then you can do changes from the CLI. Correct?
Okay. Yeah.
Great. Like you have the automation. Suppose if you have good amount of devices to do the detach, then you can use for loop or while loop, and then you can loop it. Correct? Okay. And now let's see the other vManage API I have. It's a little bit advanced. vManage config.
Can you
Yeah,
attach this same device back? Or we have already done that?
okay. So the device that we have done the detach. Yes, why not? So I have done the detach. Let's see how we can attach it as well with the program. Right? Let's see. I have the functions for that. I can show you that. So let's go back here. vManage. So this particular section that you are seeing here, vManage config API this is little bit advanced to do some more operations. Okay. So what operations this can do here? You can see. You can activate policy, you can do the app route, modify color, deactivate policy. You can check this is actually related to policy. Okay. This particular API is related to the policy. So you can activate the policy, you have the vSmart policy and you want to activate it. You can activate it. You have you want to modify the app route color. You may be using MPLS, you want internet, you can do it. You want to deactivate the policy, you can do it. You can go and check the policy list. That's the vSmart policy. You can go and check it. Template list we have already seen. So it's very much like self-explanatory, correct? These things you can do it, but let me show you all those things. I'll come back to your question as well, how to attach it. Just give me 2 minutes. Let me complete this. So Python vmanage APIs and then activate the policy. And then you can see which policies. I have one long list of policies in the dcloud. And then you have to give the name of the policy. So for example, if you go here and if you can check the policies, you can see everything is false here. I'll do one thing, I'll go and I'll activate this policy. So I can copy the name here. It is false at the moment. You can go here, you can give the name, you can put this, and then behind the scene it is working. So it is telling the policy UUID is this. And you can go here, and if you give some time, it may take some time to, you will find that this status will become active, means true instead of false. Successfully activated the vSmart policy. Now if you refresh the page, you can see it become true. So now your policy is activated. Likewise, you can deactivate it. It's very easy. You can go and check the list of the policies. You can go and check the template list as well. If you want to modify the app route color, you can modify from the program itself as well. And generally, we are doing this from the vManage itself. Okay. Any questions so far? It's good.
Yeah, good.
All right. So let's come back to
Good.
yeah, Sam.
No, I think it's what it should be.
You're telling. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, anyway, good. Yeah.
Thank you. Now you can go here and check the one more program I have, and that's the SD-WAN CLI. This is also very interesting. You can go here and you can see what are the things you have. And in this program, you will see, so we have BFD, control, device, IPsec, all those things. But you can see here that you can go and monitor, see details, monitor. You can create, edit, delete. Okay, so somewhere you'll find that you have the post method as well. So template, you can go and you can manage the device and feature templates, list, and so I'm just focusing on the template section because we are dealing with template. You can go here and you can check the help. What are the things you can do with a template? You can see template. We know that we have two templates. One is device template, one is feature template. So device template, you can create, you can delete. Okay, so I can go here and I can go to the say device, and then I want to create. Like that, you can go in depth. So let's see something that it is showing me some error. 1 second, give me 1 moment. Yep. So you have delete, you can list. These things we have already seen. That's why I'm not going in this. I'm just looking for one thing that Sham as well. Attachment of device. I think I have that function. I'm just checking in which function it was there. But anyways, once we are in this location, I'm not deleting anything, but you have this delete function. You can go and delete, and obviously you have to give the name what you want to delete. Fail to delete the template none. You have to give the name of that particular template that you want to delete. So at the moment, I'll do one thing quickly. Let's check this. So we can go to template and we can create one copy. Let me create the copy. Say just one. You can see that just one got created because whenever you are deleting template, it should not be attached, correct? Delete just one. Unexpected argument. Let me see here. You can go to the delete and you can check the help. Okay, you have to give the template ID. It will not delete like this. So what you can do here, you can go and check the device and show. And let's do like this. Okay. So you can go to the device. You can go and do the list. It will tell you what device templates you have. So here you can see the test guy here. You can go to the delete and you can give this guy name who's his test like this. So copy, let me copy this, paste here, enter. I think I'm getting some extra. Okay, I should give the template ID, correct? So you have to do like this, and these things you can create notes when you watch this recording. So I should go and give the template ID like this. Successfully deleted. Now if you obviously, oops, if you see here in the list itself, it will be gone. So test is gone, correct? So like that you can delete them. There's no problem on deleting that device. And let me see, the attachment option is there. So we have the delete, we can delete it, we can see that. Then let's see this show function. Again, you have to give the template ID show and then the template ID. So let's see. So UUID, template ID, all these are very important. It is showing you this template in the JSON format. Okay, you just play around with all these programs that we have, okay, because it will give you good amount of information. Only thing I haven't covered at this point of time is to attach, correct? Let's see the attach, how we can attach a device with a template. And other thing I should do that all these function I should put in the same program, so you should not check this there, this there. So that thing I will do. I will merge most of the program related to template, and I'll make this template program really powerful. Okay, so what I will do, at least the vmanage API and vmanage config API I can merge. Okay, and then this SD1 CLI that you're seeing, I can merge it, and then I should add one more function here that's related to attach, because I thought there is attach is there in this template.
Yeah, I think the attach function was the same PY that you did use for detach.
Yes, you're right.
It's the
So
same.
I
It's the
will
same.
go there and I'll check that. Yep, that's correct. So before going there, the last thing here is the related to feature, and here you can see that in feature you can go and you can see list, show, create, delete. So those options you have related to feature template. Already I have shown you how you can create the feature template in bulk as well. Okay, so you can use that function, but this is also okay. Let's try to do it. So feature, and then I can go and check the list. First of all, let's see all this. There are lot feature templates are there. See, oh wow. In production, you can see how big that list will be. So then we can go here and then we can go and do this create and help. So we have this only these options at this point of time. You can create the banner, system, VPN engines. That's okay because it is actually coded inside the program and the file. But we have better option to create the feature template rather than this. So better we should focus more on that program that I have shown you. Okay, the last thing related to template and device. I want to see here that also create function is not there. It's okay. Let me quickly go back to the 1 second to the SAS tree, and let me see that do we have anything related to attach here. So I can go and do help here, and you can see that you have the task. No, you don't have. You have backup, restore, delete, and migrate. Then let me go back. Then we have used the attach and detach that was related to vmanage API. So I can go here and vmanage. Oops, so I should go to SD1 REST API folder and then Python vmanage APIs. Here you can see. So we have detach and we have attached devices, correct? So I
Yes.
can go and I can see the attached devices. Help. So we need the UUID to attach. Okay. So I'll do one thing. I'll go and do the template and I'll copy the UUID. And let's do one thing. We have created one new template called test. I think that I have deleted by mistake. So anyways, I'll go to this particular UUID. That's a DCVH, and I'll provide that. So here somewhere template and the UUID of the template. And oof, done. See how fast this is? And if I refresh this counter should show you 2. It's showing, but I can't see anything here. Okay, so where I have attached, let me quickly check what message it was. DC1 VH2. Host ID is this. I haven't got any failure message as well. That's okay. We can wait. Let's give him some time. And no, it will not take this much time. DC1, I can see DC1 VH2, and it is telling actually it is not attaching, it is telling that with this template, which device is attached. So the attach function is missing at this moment, but no problem. Let's see if we have any other thing as well. I don't think so that. So what it will tell you that we manage API. If you go and check the function here, attached devices, retrieve and return device associated. It is not attaching actually, but it is telling us the information which is attached. So one thing we can do here, let's go back to the program. This is we manage API. Let me go back to that program. Let's do it quickly. So I can go here and we can go to we manage APIs and here. What is this? Your backup file could be. Can I cancel this? Okay, great. And I'll not disturb this function because it is working fine. I'll take a backup and inside backup I'll do the modification. So say we manage APIs and then the new, or maybe backup underscore. So we have this new function where we can play around. What we want to add one function called attach instead of detach, correct?
Yes.
So let's do it. So you can see this attach detach function, and we can copy this. CLI.add underscore command and attach. Okay, and then make some space here. Put that, go up.
Ritesh, sorry for interruption.
Yep.
You carry on. I need 2 minutes break because somebody is on my doorstep. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Please carry on.
Yeah. Thank you.
Meanwhile, I'll edit attach. So attach like this. All right, attempting to attach the template. So payload, what we want. Device ID, system ID, that's okay. And then I want to attach with a template. Template config device mod, okay. That's okay. URL is device action status. The only thing I need here is the exact API who will do the attach function. Okay, let's continue. Let's see. While the URL response 200 push say summary is done, success, okay, print failure. Okay, so all these messages are good to me. Only thing we need here is one API that will do the attach function for us, to not detach. So let's quickly see here in the API doc. API docs. And you can go and check the template section here. So you can go and use the template. Oops, not here. So still loading. Let him load. Okay, so template. Now here you can see that you should have the post method configuration, the template. What are the things we have? Let's see. Device template. Obviously, we should be inside device template. And then what you want? You want attach the device template. Create device template. No. Attach the device template. This is the guy. Correct. And what are the methods? What are the things you need here? Let's quickly see. So it is telling to attach body function with the post method. You need some body here in the payload to do the attachment, correct? Okay, and you can see the nice thing here. Let me quickly scroll up. So here you can see that you have the attach and you have the detach. There is no much difference in attach and detach. So only the API will change. So now if you go here where we are changing, you can see the API and this is for detach, correct? So I'm not seeing anything related to detach here. Let me quickly see. Detach. Cool. No problem. Otherwise, I'll use that API to do the detachment. To do the attachment, sorry. Let's see. Let's come. So you have the target. That's a target ID, and you have the system ID. I think this should work. This should work. Let's see. Okay, template config device mode CLI. Let's quickly check that template mode device CLI. Template config. So you can see template / config. Can't see this. Why? No problem. Template. Seems they are the old APIs. Okay, now leave it. Attach the CLI. I think this will work. Let's use this API.
Yeah, I think that should work.
Yeah. Okay. So we can go here and the URL will be this. Let me go scroll. Okay. So I think we are okay with this. We can go back here and now we can go and check our Python and new vmanage where I have saved that file. So let me really see where it got saved. It is saved in the SD-WAN Python REST API. Okay, so we can go and check the same folder. You can go and do Python and the backup vmanage and you can check the help function here. So you should see all the function and it will add one more function called attach. Okay, so let's do that. It's not showing here. So when we have added this here, attach. what you need to do, what function you need to change. So we have defined that attach here in the definition. That's 100% correct. And I need to give some these things as well. So you can scroll a little down. Wait till a space here. Now this is the way that you can edit. You can just take few code of copy the code, and then you can work with that. And if you see this detach, let me see, should not be any other place. So yes, it is not there. Small program. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm back, Ritesh.
Thank you. So we have created one attach, and this should change the notes as well. So if you can go here on the top, you can see that you should change this also. Attach. Okay. And then go and use it. So py attach help. We created the help function as well here. So what it is telling that if you want to attach, you can use the target IP and this. We have done this thing earlier, and I can use this here, and I can go and use here as, let me use the backup. Oops. I should copy that. Let me quickly copy that UUID and all those stuffs. Yep. From here, and from here to here, and then I can go and just give me a moment. It is going on. Okay, so now you can go to Python, and we manage backup vmanage API that we have created. Backup vmanage API, and the rest of the things I can copy and paste from here. So copy and paste, enter. It's just telling that they don't have no such option called template. Option is not there. Yeah, I need to check this function completely. So I'll do one thing. I'll work on this. Actually, this is not the template ID. It is the system ID. Okay. So give me a moment. I can go here and I can go and check the I think this function will not work because I need the template ID, and then I want to connect that template ID with the system IP, but this seems to be the device ID in this particular function. That will not work. So Sam, I'll work on this attachment function, and I will update you on that.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. But the rest of the things I have covered, and one thing is pending from my side is to attach the template. But apart from that, I have covered everything.
Yeah.
Let us learn REST. REST is a representational state transfer. What it is doing, and there is a misconception that this is very difficult to learn and understand. But behind the scene, what it is doing is that simply that how we are accessing or surfing the web browsers, the same way, the same method the REST is doing. So in the diagram, you can see that when we are retrieving any website, we are sending the GET request, and then we are getting the page, HTML page. Now, same way, we can use the protocol REST. We can send the request as a GET, means we want to retrieve it. We'll see that what methods or what verbs we have. So we want to read or retrieve the information, and then we'll get the information either in JSON or XML format. That's how easy is this, correct? Now more hands-on lab will do, more and more will understand about that. So I am planning to show you the lab in the next session, that how you can do the lab from scratch. Alright, so REST is the method that is going to use various type of verb or methods. What methods that it is going to do, I'll show in the next session. But it's very much similar that how we are accessing the web browsers. Again, remember that we have the encoding in form of JSON and XML. What methods we have? We have this CRUD method. CRUD is nothing but create, retrieve, or read, update, and delete. So actually the methods that we have is the get method that you want to retrieve or get some information, is put method that you want to update an object. You have post that you want to create new object, and finally you have delete, that means you want to delete the object, correct? So these are the methods that we have being used, and these are the top methods, means the widely used methods that we are going to use inside the CRUD. So CRUD is nothing but the methods or verbs inside the REST. This is a stateless client server model. That's true. Again, we'll see in the upcoming slides. Developed by W3C, proposed by Roe Fielding in 2000, and nowadays it is widely used. Even if you want to do the automation in terms of configuring, monitoring, uh, other stuffs like certificate management, creation of object, deletion of object, in all those things are possible with the REST API. Obviously, you need to encode or you need to embed this method with some other method. So for example, I'm using Python to take these REST API objects or data, and then I'm converting with Python language in my table format. So I'll show you this lab in the upcoming session. Same way you can also use, and how you can use it, I'll show you. So we have the CRUD method, we have the create, retrieve, or read, update, and delete. And here you can see that's interesting diagram, and it's very important diagram. So when you're creating, you are sending the payload. Let me go back. And that's very important because you want to send some data. You want to create new object. When you are retrieving or reading, the success code is 200. This 200 is nothing but your code method. So you are retrieving the information, you are sending query, and then you are getting some payload information, correct? Finally, if you want to update, you are updating with the payload. Finally, if you want to delete, you can go and give the reference and you can delete it. So delete is the easiest operation. Then you have the get operation, then you have the put, and finally the post. In post, obviously, we should be very careful while creating an object. There are chances that you can create the same type of object, so that you can use certain other keywords that the objects will not collide. Or suppose if same object is there, if you're not using the force command, that means it will not get created because already you have the existing object. So those things should be taken care. This CRUD method we have, and we can do all sort of thing related to get, post, put, delete, and we have the patch as well. But mostly you will see that we are using get, post, put, and delete. These four methods will serve all the purpose that we have. Okay, so get, that means you're retrieving the data, post means you're creating new object, put means you're updating the object, and again here you can see patch means update and modify. So slight difference in between put and patch. Put will update and replace a resource. Patch, again the name suggests patch, will update and modify the resource. Now what methods we have and what type of output will come into the picture, again we'll see in the next slide when we have the lab section. So once you go and do the REST API call, you will get these information. So first of all, you have the HTTP verb, means what you want. You want to get the information, so you can use the get method. Then you should go and use the full URL. I will show you that how it look like. Then there is some optional thing that body, if you are making certain changes, this is optional in what format you want the output. Again, if it is a post method, so we have the method plus the payload. And if it is a get method, we are doing the request and we are getting the output plus payload, correct? So you will find that you have the header, you have the key values that will be there, but we will look for the data field. And these data fields that we can go and convert with Python language in some readable format, correct? So again, you have the content type, you have the acceptance. You can go and run the API. I will show you again what are the tools available we have. So here you can see that we have the curl method, which is a very popular tool. We can go and use the web-based method, that's the Postman. But the thing that I want to use is the Python language. So because Python can interact with a number of devices, because now we have so many plugins, we have so many inbuilt programs as well, and we have so many resource code in the GitHub as well that we can go and utilize. Obviously, we can go to the Postman and we can do the query. I will show you in the next slide. All this information I'm going to share in the next slide. So before ending this recording, I just wanted to tell you that if still if you are in the Windows machine and if you have your PowerShell, so you can go to the shell. Once you are in the shell, here you can see the font size is very small. If I can go and increase the font size, font, and make this 24. All right, so now once you're here and you want to check this curl method, it's very easy. You can go and use the curl, and there are so many options we have with curl that you can go and explore. So I'm doing curl google.com, and then you can see that we are getting the result 200 is okay, that means success. You're getting the content related to Google page. Here you can see that the get request related to Google we are getting with the curl method. Okay, so let's stop here, and in next section I'm going to show you the Python integration with the API. Next protocol we have gRPC, Google RPC. This is the functional subset of netconf run over HTTPS. It has high performance. It provides simple client development. And here you can see the protocol stack. Now already we have discussed this, that we have the data model, we have the transport, we have the encoding, and then the protocol. Correct? So here you can see the encoding is JSON CLI, the transport is HTTP, data model is YANG. And now next, if we go and check that what type of methods that it has, so here you can see that the method that we have is, obviously we know that we have get, put, post, and delete. Likewise, here you can see that we have different type of methods. We have the get conf, merge conf, delete, replace, get operation, so retrieve the operational data, CLI config, merge the configuration data in CLI format, and finally so CMD text output. Okay, so likewise other protocols that we have, this is also will be used, and this is high performance, again the functional subset of netconf, and the protocol format also we have seen. All right, so let's stop here. We can see that section 4.2 is going to deal mostly with the theory. So let's start with section 4.2. First of all, describe the features and capabilities of Cisco DNA Center. And subsequently, we have to understand about the network assurance API, intent API, multi-vendor support, events and notifications. Correct? So let's go through one by one and let's check first of all the features and capabilities of DNA Center. Now, DNA Center is a big platform, and we know that the evolution of DNA Center, there are so many things behind this DNA. So first of all, we have Epic EM, and whatever good thing inside Epic EM that has been already there inside the DNA. And now DNA is keep adding the new features into it. Correct? So one of the nice thing we have with the DNA Center is that we can do each and everything with respect to the APIs. So here you can see that the capabilities that DNA Center has, it's a combined complete solution, combined in terms of that we can go and integrate with the policy engine, that's the Cisco ICE. So here you can see the ICE. We have full automation capability, analytics is inbuilt inside that. Then we can go and integrate with Cisco Umbrella, we can go integrate with the Stealthwatch. With respect to ICE and DNA, it can learn. So we have the Pixie Grid feature inside the ICE, and with that, DNA Center can learn the contextual information, and according to that, according to those information, it can run their algorithm with respect to artificial intelligence or machine learning, and then it can provide the solution. Correct. So inside DNA Center itself, there are correlation engines, there are multiple different sub processes that can analyze a particular event and provide the result. While using this DNA Center, you can see here that it has the adapter. So you can see that we have the intent-based infrastructure, DNA Center, and then it's open for different integration, either with Cisco uh, other product like ICE, Stealthwatch, Umbrella, Cisco SD-WAN, etc. Or it can be integrated with non-Cisco um, vendors as well, like Aruba or Juniper, etc. Correct. So that's the true power we have with the DNA. And in this slide, you can see the summary that what are the things and capabilities we have with the DNA. So we can go first time in, I think in any Cisco SDN solution, that we can go and integrate the SDN solution with the IT automation engines like ITSM, um, live actions are there, W is there, all those infoblogs and other integrations are there. So we can completely automate the IT process. Correct. So whatever IT process automation we have, like Snow or ServiceNow engine we have, that can be integrated inside that. So what does it mean? It means that if any event will trigger inside the DNA, automatically one ticket will get created to ServiceNow, and inside that ticket all the steps will be involved. So check step number 1 with these commands, step number 2 with these commands, step number 3 4 with these commands, and finally if you are not able to resolve, then you have uh, the contact, means Cisco contact number will be there, you can go and raise attackers. Correct. So those type of things will be there in the integration. Then you can see that it has the business intent APIs that we can go and manage entire software inventory, network device discovery. We have the read based command runner APIs. We have the template runner programs. We can go and virtualize the branches, plug and play, troubleshooting. There are good amount of business or intent based APIs are there. If we use those API in proper manner, that means we can drastically reduce the operational cost and we can enhance the troubleshooting capabilities. Then you can see that we have the third party integration as well, like we can integrate with Meraki, Stealthwatch, Cisco ACIs, etc. And it is supporting third party SDKs as well. So in short, that DNA Center has full capability that it can be integrated either with Cisco or non-Cisco vendors. It has full API support, everything we can program, and with a script it can provide you the solution. And then it can be integrated with IT automation processes as well. Correct. So these are the capabilities we have with the Cisco DNA. Let's stop here, and in next section we'll go inside section 4. Actually, we'll go inside subsections of 4.2, and we'll go and check different type of APIs and features. This particular recording, after that we have 3 videos. Here you can see that we have DNAC API part 1, DNAC API part 2, and then your first lab related to API, DNAC first lab API, where you will understand the integration of DNA and the script, Python script. So those are going to follow here, correct? I'm going to cover section 4.2a and b. First one is the network assurance API, and then the intent-based API. So this video and upcoming 3 videos are quite important, that will build your fundamental, your basic knowledge, that how exactly how these APIs are working inside DNA. First of all, you can see the assurance workflow. So once your DNA is up and ready, then you discover the devices, you do the designing and provisioning. And in design, again, there are so many things like setting the site, setting the global network configuration settings, creating the network profiles, authentication, etc. And then in provisioning, you are assigning those devices to the site. And then if we have certain templates, you are pushing those templates. So they are ready. They are day in ready devices managed via the DNA. And then the telemetry feature will kick on and your devices are ready for the assurance. Correct. Obviously, there is a separate assurance engine we have inside DNA. Inside the same dashboard, you have the assurance option from where you can go and check the network devices health and other stuffs. So if I can go quickly here, and if I can go back to the DNA. So let me quickly go back to the DNA Center, where I can show you that you have the assurance tab, and then you can see that you have the health. You can go and check the overall network, client and application. These fields you have, and these are actually in detail. You can go in detail. Multiple labels are there. You can go deep inside the detail about the devices, their trending, their failures, their tickets. Each and everything will get from here. Coming back to our slides. And then just I told you that we have the follow-up 3 videos after this. So go complete those videos. If you have the lab setup, actually in this 3rd video from here in the list, I have shown that how you can go and use the lab as well, from where you can get the lab and the credential, and you can try your first lab at your home in your laptop or PC. So go for it, complete these, and then we'll go and check the multi-vendor support and events and notification before moving to section 4.3. Now coming back to DNA RESTful API, here you can see first of all the overall structure of DNA, where in bottom you have intent-based infrastructure, where you have the endpoint devices and all IT related devices, correct? Then we have the DNA Center, that's the software that is going to glue the intent-based infrastructure and the open platform. Now, when we are talking about open platform, that means you can go and integrate with so many different type of open available softwares. Obviously, that will increase the agility, and that will overall increase the performance of DNA in terms of when we are using all of the capabilities. So obviously the total cost of ownership will get reduced. The overall end-to-end network optimization plus visibility will get very much improved. Now here you can see that we have integration with the IT management tools, say for example ITSM, IPAM, Infoblox, etc. Third-party integration is there. We can go and connect with the SD-WAN, ACI, security, Stealth Watch. Those are used inside the security monitoring. But even Stealth Watch is doing more than that. Even Stealth Watch can take the input and send somewhere for further analysis or other stuffs as well. So, but overall, we have the integration with other domain, cross domain as well. But where is the intent? Now, intent you can see an intent based API you can see on the top where you have the business and network intent, where we have the application policy, assurance, plug and play topology, wireless provisioning, network discovery, software management, etc. So the list is long, and here we are using the API. At this point of time, we know that when we are using a RESTful API, obviously we are doing HTTPS call, and the methods are, say, get is something like show command, means you are getting the output or result. Post if you want to create a new object. Put if you want to update object. Delete means if you want to delete any object. Okay, so means the important thing here is to understand that whatever technology we have, either it's a ACI or SD-WAN or DNA, every year you'll find that same type of a structure has been used for RESTful API. So once you understand the API and the calls, then that is applicable for all the cross network domain or all the other domains where this API, RESTful API, is going to be used. Now again, if we use this approach, overall cost of ownership will reduce, the optimization for network will improve, and again we can add, or we can have new capabilities in the network. How we can do that? I'll show you. I'll log into the DNA and I'll show you that where you'll get it. But if it is a new installation, you can go to the software update. So here you can see that we can go to software update, and then we can go and install the software update. Here in the bottom you can see that we have the updates. Now once you do the installation, then you should go and enable the DNA Center REST API. Once you enable DNA Center REST API, then you can go to the development toolkit. Inside development toolkit, you can see now you have the get, post, put, all those methods. Suppose if you want to check the health of the network or health of the devices, so this particular first API get site health, it will give you the health of site, return overall health information of all the site. So once you do this get method, means you want to see, this is something like show command. If you want to see that health of the network, you can go there, click run, and then it will go behind the scene. This particular API will run and you will get the output. So here in case you can see that you are going to use this REST API, where you have the DNA intent API version 1 network devices, and then you will go and as per the query you will get the result. Now while you're getting the result, if the code is 200, that means successful. And likewise, you have all the codes here. So for example, 403, that means server recognizes the authentication, but client is not authorized to perform the request. So likewise, we have all these success code, the messages. A success code is 200, but suppose if you are running the API, and how could you know that which particular state you are in? So if you go and check these codes, you'll come to know that up to which particular point you have any issue related to REST API. All right, again, so here you can see the model schema for the API, and you can go and click run, and you will get the output in the JSON format, but again you can convert the output as per the desired. All right, so let's stop, and next section I'll log into DNA and I'll show you that where you will find this API. All right, so let me show you that how you can go and verify any of the API. So once I log in inside the DNA, here you can see the dashboard, and it's quite robust. You can go deep inside the DNA dashboard and you can see so many things here. So what we want to do here, that first of all, let me show you that where you'll get the information about the API. So here you can go to the document section. Here you can see that you have the API references. You can open this particular page and you can get the information about the API. Let me open this and let me show you this particular page that once you open how it look like. So here you can see that developed by DevNet, and then you can go and see the intent-based APIs, and there's so many revisions and you can learn a lot from this place, correct? So you have the SDK APIs, how it is going to work, what are the methods we have like post, get, put, delete, etc. Each and everything you can go and understand from here in detail. So this is the documentation page for the DNA API. All right, so let me walk you through that. If you are doing this first time, from where you have to go to enable it and then how to use it. So for that reason, you can go and check the platform. Once you are inside the platform, here you can see that you have the bundle. Now in the bundle, you can see bundles are easy to use feature set for consuming intent-based API. So if you go and click there, now here you can see that suppose your API, REST API is not active. So what you have to do, you'll get one button called enable. You can click there and it will get enabled. So for example, ITSM service now is not enabled, and other integrations are also, you can see that not enabled, but our RESTful API is enabled. If it is not, you can go and click enable it. Now once you do the enablement, then on the top you can see that you have the manage bundles and configuration. You can just go and verify the configuration as well. But if you want to check the REST API, so for that you have to go inside the developer toolkit. Here you can see that you have the developer toolkit and API. You can go there and then you will get the RESTful API related to authentication, know your network, site management, connectivity, operation task, policy, etc. So suppose if I go here and click know your network, and inside know your network you can go and check the site, topology, device, clients, user, etc. Then site management, you can go and check the site management related stuffs. In policy, you can go and check the policy related stuffs. Again, you can see the color coding is also there, and that's true for all these methods in most of the API runner. So for example, SD-WAN, we have Swagger where we are running the APIs. So here you can see that the green yellows for get and then put and then post and delete is red. Okay. So what I want, suppose I want to know my network, and say for example, if I go to topology, inside topology, I want to know that what type of VLANs I have. So here you can see this particular API will run. Let me go back. So here you can see that you have this get the VLAN. You can go and click here to this blue get VLAN detail, or you have three dots. You can go here and then try it. Both is okay. You can go to any of the place and click it. So now you can see that the public URL, and you want to run this API, and success code is 200. That means correct, and then you are getting the response. So all the VLAN in your infrastructure you are able to get from here. If I go and click here also, so here you can see that this is the API, and again it is telling all these codes that we have seen earlier. Then here you can see that route map option, response and version. So here you have little bit much more output, and that is adding the model schemas as well. Now again, if you run, it will go and reach to this place and you'll get the output. Okay, so this is the way that we can go and execute the API, and we can go and check all different methods as well. Let us check about our lab. So the lab you can go and use Cisco sandboxes. Here you can see the URL, username and password. Two sandboxes are there, sandbox, DNAC, cisco.com, sandbox DNAC2 cisco.com, and you can see the username and password. DevNet user is the username and the password. Now, this is the lab, and we are going to run our APIs with respect to this lab. Plus, when we built our post related APIs, we built our delete related APIs, then I will use private sandbox, a private lab, and at that time I will show you that the lab topology and other stuffs. All right, so now we are ready for our first program, and that is related to Authentication API. Now, what is happening that suppose if you're running the APIs for certain tasks, at that time you need some sort of authentication token, means you are the valid user or you are the valid API user. Once you have that token, then using that token, that will be associated with other API, other task related APIs, and we can execute certain tasks. Correct? So I'm going to show you this post method that how you can go and get the token. I am going to show you the token as well, that how with the program we are going to generate and get the token. Now in upcoming sections, we have to learn and execute so many different tasks such as site management APIs, know your network APIs like client, your devices, client sites, etc. We have the command runner, template runner APIs as well, discovery APIs, connectivity APIs, etc. So long list of APIs are there that we have seen in earlier videos, and in the upcoming section we are going to learn about that. Now for lab 1, or for the first program that we are going to execute now, what are the things we have? What are the programs we have in this program? Now you will find that we have actually 3 different type of Python program. So one file I will show you, config.py, or you will see that I am going to use a env_lab.py. Basically, this will be one small Python program where I have stored the DNAC URL, the username, password, port number, etc. Now, this is a variable file, and suppose if I'm going to use this variable file, so suppose this is the first program, and second program, obviously I have the library API or library Python program. I will show you that the library name is DNAC_API.py, correct? And third thing that we have is the main program, correct? So main program. Now connecting program number 1, program number 2, program number 3, we will execute a certain task, correct? So what I was telling about that program number 1, that is the config or environment lab, env lab.py, that this will be your variable. So you are not going to do any change inside your library program. You are not going to do changes inside your main function. Means obviously you have to generate and develop your program, but once you develop your program, then if you are running those program, what is the reference, which particular DNA you want to run? You want to run with respect to sandbox 1, you want to run with respect to sandbox 2, or you have any private or enterprise lab or network, correct? So that's the thing here, that's the scalability here, that the environment lab, we have to change the variables, and once we change the variable, then the library and the main functions will be as it is. Now in future, if we have the library, so suppose in future if we have a new task, correct? So suppose if I have new task, then you can write your program. I'll write PR as a program, and then that program will point to the library. So that means inside the library, I have to go and create new function like function 1, function 2, etc. And then in the program, only program will go and call that particular function inside the library, correct? So you can see the reference point here that you have something called the variable, and then the variable is referenced inside the program, and program is referenced by the functions inside the DNAC API or the library, correct? So let me quickly show you the program first, and then we'll go and proceed according to that. So here we have the program, and here you can see that I have my main program. What this main program is doing, that it's although it's a small program here, and inside this a small program, let me take the drawing tool here. Let me take a pen here. Yep. So here you can see that I'm importing certain packages. So import datetime, time, request, JSON, URL library, all these functions or all these packages that I'm importing is not required for this particular program. Okay, but what we need to import the URL library, and from request.auth the HTTP basic auth, and again from URL library 3 exception import insecure request warning, otherwise whenever you run the program it will generate some sort of certificate errors, correct? And then finally, so what important things we are importing here, let me clear the drawing. So we are importing, very important thing here is the DNAC APIs, line number 15. And then we are importing the DNAC URL, you can say URL, the password and the username, that's the line number 16, from one of the function, one of the Python program, that is environment underscore lab, env underscore lab, correct? Now you can see the main body here. So the main body here, it's get the token. So DNAC auth is the name, and this DNAC underscore auth is calling something from the DNAC API. So you can see that DNAC underscore APIs is my library Python program. It's a big program. From there, we are calling one function, that is get underscore DNAC JWT token, and then we are printing that token. And that's the whole idea about this particular program, is that we want to print the token. So you can see the program itself is only of 2 lines, but you can see the overall structure of the program, where we are importing certain packages or functions, then we are defining the main function. Inside the main body we are writing our sub function or sub routines, and then finally we are closing the main function, correct? And this is the overall structure of the program we have. Now what we can do, that we can go and refer the other programs. So let me quickly show you the variable that we have, that we are calling actually. So that name is environment lab, and now here you can see that the DNAC user, the port, username, URL, password. And suppose if in future I will use some private lab section, so here you can see this is my private lab section credentials that I will use in upcoming sections as well. And because we have used this comment here, that means they are not used. Means in Python, if you use this pound symbol, that means they are not used inside the program. And then finally, we are referring our main function. This is the library function, and you can see this is a big, so many lines are there, but again we will learn, understand this in future more and more. So we have already understood the import functions that we have, and then you can see that we are calling this function, and in this function we have the API for the token, correct? So let me highlight those things. Let me scroll a little bit down, and let's check the API related to authentication token. So the API related to authentication token is API system v1 auth token, that was there in the slide as well. Then we have the header, and then we have the response, where we are using the post method, and that's the key. So we have different methods like get, put, post, and delete. So we are using this post method, and from the response, so you can see that from the response we are taking only that field related to token, and then it is returning the token. So this is one of the classical example that how we can build a function with argument. So what's argument we have? The argument we have is the DNAC underscore auth. Correct. So now this is the execution time. I can go here and my code is inside this particular folder. So simply I can go and run that code. And what's the program name we have? The program name is get token py. So I can go and use get token py. So let me write that. And now behind the scene the query is happening and we are getting the valid token. Now this token is belonging to which particular sandbox? You can see here the sandbox is sandbox DNAC, correct? And suppose if I make this 2 and if I go back to the program, because that is the different sandbox, so now you can see that this time it will generate a different token because this is belonging to different sandbox, correct? You can see how easy this is, but there are so many baby steps involved here, and this is the same way that in future we are going to build our programs, correct? So let's just stop here. In 4.2c, we need to understand the DNAC multi-vendor support. So what does it mean? Now we can think like this, okay, the enterprises we have at this moment, all those enterprise network, they don't have 100% Cisco devices, correct? So enterprises may run non-Cisco product like Juniper, Iowa, HP, etc. There are so many other vendors as well, correct? Now since your DNA is single source of truth, that means from the DNA, we are managing the IT infrastructure. So what will be the use case or how we are going to manage the non-Cisco devices? And that's the answer we have with help of multi-vendor support. So with help of multi-vendor support means that DNA can download some sort of packages for other vendors, and with those packages DNA can manage different like non-Cisco product. Here you can see two examples. HCL, what they have done the automated provisioning of HP switches and third-party devices using Cisco intent-based API, PNP, plug and play, and multi-vendor support. Wipro, they created app policy through Cisco DNA Center to prioritize the critical application using the intent-based policy APIs. And there are some other examples as well where we can go and we can manage the non-Cisco products with the DNA. Now, what are the features we have? So suppose it's not like that we have all the features that we have in the DNA supported to Cisco devices that can be supported to non-Cisco devices. But you can see the list of features that is supported after 125. They are discovery. So we can discover the non-Cisco devices first. Inventory, we can see inventory list. So when we go inside the inventory list, we can find that inside the inventory we have those non-Cisco devices listed. We can go and check the topology. We have the topology view, that feature that we have in DNA for Cisco devices we have there. Then assurance is also supported. So with help of SNMP polling, it can give you CPU, memory, temperature informations. And finally, we can run some basic command runner commands as well. So with the help of command runner API, we can go and execute certain basic commands in a non-Cisco product. So these features are supported. If you want to know more, you can go and click this link here, and then it will redirect you towards Cisco DevNet, and you have this multi-vendor SDK. Once you are inside the multi-vendor SDK, you can see that you have the download nodes. So SDK for Linux, SDK for Windows, etc. And then you will get the guide as well, means once you download those packages, then how you can go and utilize it. So have a look on this reference document. In case if you have non-Cisco devices, you can manage from DNA as well. We know that DNA has capability to do the integration with ITSM or management tools. It can do the integration with the webhook servers as well. So we can send the event and notifications to the webhook server. And then once we have the integration, I'll show you that we have various listed notification and events that we can subscribe, we can send to webhook servers. Correct. So apart from ITSM, that's the IT automation, or you can say that that's the IT management tool. And again, in ITSM, we have the CMDB integration as well. So that means that entire inventory that we can see inside DNA that can be synchronized, or that can be synced with the CMDB, and the tickets and the priorities that we are getting inside DNA, again, those can be reflected inside the ITSM tool. Correct. That's the one aspect of DNA integration with IT automation or IT management tools. The other aspect is that the integration with events and the notification webhook external servers. Now this new capability, new feature we have in Cisco SD-WAN as well. There also you can integrate with webhook, that I will show you in a while. Now, if you go and check the history of monitoring, so now you can see in the screen that generation 1 we have ping, accept, expect, and then the syslog. Syslog is still we are using. Still we are using SNMP get SNMP trap method for polling versus alerting. But what is there in the next generation alerting? In next generation alerting, we are using, or we have that option to use API based monitoring, and that's nothing but the webhook. It's lightweight and it's faster than SNMP, because we know that what are the things we have, what are the hurdles we have with the SNMP. It has some time stamps, sampling, etc. Means after few interval, it is running this polling, SNMP polling will happen, and then you will get the information. Or maybe if timers are set in terms of SNMP, so we are not able to get the real time events. Although in other hand, with the API and the webhooks, we can go and get the real time alerts. Now how we can go and do the integration, what are the steps? So again, you can see here the API plus webhook, so API based of a webhook, how we can do. That's actually inside 4.3. So implement Cisco DNA Center event outbound webhook. So let me log into the DNA Center and let me show you all those steps. Inside DNA Center, we will go and check that. So let me log into dashboard. We are inside a dashboard where you get the option. This is a little bit older version, but it will also do the same work. So let me show you that. This version is, let me show you 1.3.3x. And what you can do that you can go to, I can show you inside the platform as well. But you can go to the settings. So let me go to the system settings. Once you are inside the system settings, go to the settings. And inside the settings, you can see that you have events and subscription. Once you are inside the events and subscription, then you can see that we have the list of events related to WLC was rebooted, power supply. These are the events that is already there. And you can see the subscribe column, it's everything is not subscribed, not subscribed. And even you can see the name, and we can go and check these events one by one. So let's take any one event here that we want to subscribe and we want to send to the external webhook server. Correct. So for example, interface flapping on network devices. Correct. So now it is telling that it is not subscribed. You can go and click, select this and go click subscribe, and then it will give you some more information. So the subscription details that you want to fill, I can go and give network flap as a name. Subscription type, you can see the REST API, RESTful API method will get used here. Then select an existing endpoint or create a new endpoint. Yes, new endpoint. This is for network endpoint description and then the URL. So I need to put the webhook URL. Let me copy my webhook URL and paste here. And my webhook URL. You can also go and check hook.io, and they're providing the webhook external services. We can go and install the microservices over there. All right, trust certificate, no. HTTP method, post, yes. Authentication, no. Auth. Header and other fields, we can leave it. Click subscribe. Now once I subscribe this, then you can see that network. Okay, so this is not that I have subscribed. Let's go. So here you can see that we have this interface flap on network devices that is subscribed. And let me show you detail about this particular method, this particular event. So here you can see that active subscriptions, count and instances, and we can go here. That's the same thing. If you want to edit it, we can go ahead and edit, but we don't want to edit. Let me close this and let me show you the event details. So once I go inside the event detail, you can see that a port interface is flapped on a switch. This is the event ID. The namespace is assurance, subdomain, category. The DNA event link you can see with the instance ID, the version, domain, type, severity, node, etc. Now, if you want to see the detail about this particular event and all, so here you can see that detail about this model. So the type, event source, the assurance issue, priority, etc. And then the REST schema. There you can see the REST schema as well. And we have subscribed that. You can see how easy this is to configure and this is to subscribe. And we have given our webhook destination as well. Like that, you can go and check all these methods that we have, all these actually events here, and you can get the detail as well. Now for these particular events that you have here, if you want to do any modifications in this, then in that case you have to go inside the platform. Once you are inside the platform, then you can go and check the manage and configurations, and then you can see that you have the event setting. Now event setting related to network flap. So here you can see that now we have so many network. So let's just scroll this, and we should have interface flapping on network device or anything, just to showcase this. So you can go here, interface flapping on network devices, and you can see the type, category, severity, the workflow is incident. You can go and click edit, and then we have the option to edit that. So let me scroll up just to see that where, see inside that event. So once selected, and you can see so many things are there. So let me go back. I want to cancel this, and let me go back here and let me show you this one more time. But meanwhile, you can see here that these events settings are only applicable for the ITSM integration use case. For webhook server and destination, click here. So webhook I have already shown you. This is something that when you change the severity, now if you have the ITSM integration, so any of these events when it will go and synchronize with ITSM. So those priority you will see here in the ITSM tool. You can see there, okay? So for example, fabric device connectivity border overlay. If this event will get triggered from DNA to ITSM, it will show you the severity as a 2. That's the high priority, correct? Now, if you want to change those priority and also, we always have options. So here you can see that we are in this particular line and we can go and check here the priority. Let me scroll down. Say for example, I'll make this 4. It's not advisable. And then you can see the info. So the device connectivity border overlay, I made this as a info and severity is 4. This is the incident, problem, event, RFC, etc. And then we can click save here. But this is the synchronization with respect to ITSM, correct? And if we have the webhook plus the APIs integrations and all, then here you can see that we have already done that subscription. So we have 2 subscription, one in the top and one we have just now we have done that subscription. And let me show you here. So you can go here, click is already subscribed. If you have any other guy subscription, or if you want, you can take a bunch of events as well, and then you can go and give the name. I'm just giving any random name, but you can go and give the name. If you have any endpoint that you have created earlier, you can go and select. Now you can see that webhook URL and other stuffs are coming. Now the authentication, the method, because initially we have to the post method, so post is coming. If you want to update an object, you can use put, click subscribe, and that's it. Okay, so this is the way that you can edit the events for ITSM. And second thing that you can subscribe these events, and then that will be triggered. So whenever these events will get triggered, the alert, the event notification will go, and you can check those inside the webhook server, correct? All right, so let's stop here. Now we reach to section 4.4 where we have to learn these APIs little bit in detail and how we can implement, how we can integrate these APIs with Python and other examples. So 4.4, implement API request for Cisco DNA Center to accomplish network management task related to intent API, command runner, site API. So let's break this section into multiple sections or subsections. So first of all, let's check 4.1 A, B, and C because here we need to understand these API in terms of management task. And in section 4.5, whatever we are going to understand here in 4.4, we have to go and do the implementation, correct? So what are things we have? We need to understand the intent APIs, the command runner API, and site API. Now, where we can find this inside the DNA? So you can go to the DNA Center. This is the latest one. This is 2.1 series 2125, and here you have new menu tab where you can go to the menu, you can go to platform, and then you can go to the developer toolkit where you have the API and can see that the categories. So what categories we are looking for? We are looking for intent based API, command runner API, and site API. These are just few examples, but they are a lot, correct? So here you can see that intent, and if I scroll down here, you can see that you have the intent, get the site count, get the site, correct? Get the site health, and likewise you can go and check, know your network, then you will get sites topology, etc., then site management, then connectivity, operational task, policy, etc. Although these things we have discussed earlier. Now if you want to check the number of sites in this particular DNA, so DNA is managing response is 3, so it is managing only 3. Let's check the site name. So we can go and check. So what are the information it will give you? Site ID, type, offset limit, etc. But we are looking for site name. And here you can see that you have one global. That's the site name hierarchy. And then you can go and check inside that you have the location, Luxembourg. Then you have the namespace. Then you have the Lux. But these things I will show you later on, that we can go to our program, and from our program with our Python program we'll get these list of information. We are getting this information in JSON format, but we can convert that format. It's up to us. You want output in a text or the CSV or JSON, it's up to us. Likewise, if you are looking for VLAN details, you can go and check that VLAN details. So running these APIs is not a big thing from here. The problem here is this, that with help of DNA based this API tool, if you need information, if suppose if you need information in a way that one API will get connect to other API and other API will get connect to other API, means if you have nesting of API, so one API output may be the input for other API, and that input may be the input of other API, and then finally you are running the API to get the final output, correct? So that means the nesting of API, because we know that's the power of API, that one API can be input for other API, correct? So if you want to do the nesting, or if you want to run the API with certain condition, with for loop or some condition like if else condition or any other condition, then those things are not possible when you're running these API in a flat manner. Means if you go and run this API one-to-one, obviously you get some output, but you will not get the output as in the desired format, correct? So then in that case you have to go and use the programs and all. Finally, you can go and check the command runner. Command runner will give you CLI type of command outputs. So you can go here and you can see these commands are there, and what you can do that selectively. So we have examples related to command runner as well in future in the upcoming videos, and you will understand more about that. But what this command runner is doing exactly, that you can go here to the provisioning and inventory, for example. Once you are inside the inventory, then you go to any of the device selectively. And then you can see that you have run command. Now this run command, basically whatever output that we are getting here, this is with respect to command runner. You can see command runner. So this is one of the program passed with the device with help of command runner, and then we are getting the output like this. Any command like show, run, or show IP interface, preview, etc. But remember, you will get only the commands related to show, means read command. If you want to do any post, if you have to do any configuration in the standardized format, so for that you can go to the tools and template, and from their tools and template you can go and create the template, and then you can push the template to the devices, correct? So those things are there. At this point of time, I assume that you fully understand that from where you can go and open your API toolkit or API reference. Now this is the place where you will get a list of all the APIs, and if you want to do basic testing, at least the get related APIs, you can execute from here. But if you are looking for a certain big task, if you're looking for some deployment, implementation and all those things, then you have to build your program, you have to call those APIs, modify those APIs, and then you will get the final output. Great. So those things we will check inside the implementation section in this section only, but the next half in next video. So you can go and watch the next video where we are going to learn about the implementation of these API with respect to API, DNA API, and the Python integration. In section 4.4b, we have to understand about the command runner API and how we can go and execute or implement this particular API, integrate with Python, and get the results. So let me quickly show you here the command runner program that I have. You can see that first of all, we have the import statements that we can go and import various things that we have related to the environment variables. Then if we have any specific functions like JSON or time or sys, URL library, etc. Then we have some user defined function, how we want to print, we want to get the token. Now these things that we are seeing here, we can put these information inside the DNAC API library as well. But if you wish, you can make local to this program as well. So we have the get DNAC token function. Then we have get all device function, and here you can see the API. So one of the API that is used here is DNA intent API network devices. Then you can see that the device name where we are matching. So we are calling the get all device info function inside other function, and then we are getting the device ID as a return. So this will give you the device ID information, and then main functions related to command runners will start. So first of all, here you can see that we have the get the legit CLI command runner function. This function, what it will do, that it will get all the CLI legit CLI commands supported by the command runner. So if you go to DNA and inside the API, if you go and check the list of commands, whatever list of commands we have, you will get with this output. You can see that it is returning the CLI list, although I can show you this as well. So let me quickly copy this function here, and I can scroll down to the main function, and here I can go and call this function, and then we can go and put this token because we need that token. So now what will happen if we run this program? Even before running the program, it will come. So let me do this thing. Let me cut this and let me put here. So that means once we'll get the print statement related to application is running, then first of all we'll get the list of all those commands, legis command, correct? So that's one of the API that is used here, and you can see the API. network device polar, CLI legit reads. Then we need these functions. So whenever we are running any type of configuration, we need it to put inside the file. So now for that we need get content file ID, and this will give you the content file ID. That means that once we go and run this with the file ID, it will give you the content of that particular file actually. And the API you can see here is the API version 1 file, and then we have to put the file ID. Now this file ID will go and get from the output command runner. So here you can see that we have file ID that will get called here, and this is the main function with respect to command and device name. It will, so once we run this program, we will see that in the main function we have to call get output command runner. It will run, and then you can see that for device ID we are calling other function. Here we have the main API related to command runner, the device polar, CLI, and read the request. Once we execute this particular command with respect to post method, then it will go and generate the task ID. We need the task ID plus we need the file ID as well, and then the command will get executed with respect to that device, with respect to that command, and then we will get the output. Correct? So here you can see the task ID and then the output. Check the task ID and output. We have some verification as well for the task completion as well. Now one key thing here is that while you are running this program, it depends that what's the round trip time we have with the DNA and the device. So suppose if there is a latency that say for example I am connected by the VPN, and then with that VPN I am requesting DNA to run some commands to DNA hosted or DNA managed infrastructure. So here you can see the round trip timer in terms of that my request will reach to DNA, and the DNA will run that script, and that script will query to that particular network device, and then the request will come to DNA, and then response I will see over the screen. Okay, so if you have certain time limit, if your network is not that fast enough, then you can go and put little bit more sleep timer there. You can vary from 2 seconds up to maybe 25 or 30 seconds depending upon the latency you have in your network. Correct? Otherwise most of the time you will see failure message. Correct? All right, so that's the program explanation. Now in the main function you can see that once we run this, first of all it will give you the list of supported commands that we have added now. Then the command list, whatever command that we are going to execute here, and then with respect to the device it will go and run that command, and we are going to get the output. Correct? So let's save this and let's go to the CLI mode and let's run this program. Here I'm in the CLI. Let me check the command runner is the program name. So what I can do here, let me go and run this program. So we can do Python exe and command runner. Here we need to give the host name and the command. So let's see that it is asking 2 argument, and I should give some help function as well here. So let's see that how it is. So first of all I have to give the command and then the host name. So let's do this like this. So I can go here and I can give the command, say for example show IP int brief, and then one of the supported network devices, we have this network device, and let's run this program. Now when you run this program, let's see, so we have given the program and 2 argument 1 and argument 2. Argument 1 with respect to the show IP int brief, and 2 is with respect to network device. Now because we have given some sleep time delay there, so it will take at least 10 seconds of time, because 5 second timer is there, and then it will go and run that command. So it is telling that it is not reachable. Do I have my VPN connected? So I don't have my VPN connected. I need to connect my VPN. Let me connect my VPN and come back. So here you can see that my VPN is connected now, and let me press up arrow, press enter, and we can wait till 10 seconds to get the result. Command runner is started. The command starting with show is supported. Okay. And then it should show us our program return as well related to supported command list. And the output, we got it. But show command, show IP interval. So result is okay. Only thing I'm not getting here is, so let's scroll down. And you can see that we are not getting the output that I'm looking for related to this. So what I can do, that support equal to this, and then I can go ahead and print the support. Save this. Let's go back and run this command one more time. And here you can see that we are getting the command, supported command list here, correct? Show is there, sh is there, standby, syschat, trap, test, trace route, verify where, everything is there, correct? And then we'll go and get the show IP int brief. So this is the way that we can go and execute our command runner. Suppose if you have n number of commands and if you have n number of devices, so in that case you can go and loop there. So you can create different type of loop condition where you can loop number of devices and you can loop number of commands, and one by one those commands will get executed and we will get the result. In 4.4c, we have to learn about site related APIs. Now I'm going to show you 3 different programs related to site-based API in DNA. With one of the program, we'll get the list of sites. With one of the program, we will create the sites inside DNA and then how to delete those sites. Correct? So let's understand that how we can get the sites and what is the API for that. Now here you can see the program, and in this program you can see that if you want to get the number of sites, how many sites you have, you can use this API group count, and the query is group type equal to site. So basically we are doing the query to the site and how many sites we have in that particular DNA, in that particular DNAC URL, we'll get that. Next, we want to print what are those sites. So with this group, and the query is group type site, and then obviously we have offset and limit. With those information, we are going to get the details. First of all, the number of sites, and then nextly that those sites detail, correct? So let's run this program. So I can go and run this site.py, and at this moment I should go and change the environment variable. So the environment variable I have here, I want to run with the other environment variable that you're seeing in the bottom. So let me go and enable that. Let's run this site.py. So now this is the URL you can see, and then the number of sites, we have 15 here. Now with the next run, it will give us that those 15 sites, what are the detail, correct? So we can wait, and you can see the details: name, type, address, and ID. These are the site we have with the detail with these information, correct? Now let me go and delete a few of the sites, and then again we'll go and create. Now if you want to delete the site, you do not delete the global one, or maybe we can take one list here in the bottom, you can see. So for example, if I want to delete these sites, let me copy these first, we need the site ID for the deletion program. So I have the program where if I go and put the site ID, as per the site ID, it will go one by one, check the site ID, and then it should delete those. So let's do one thing. Let's create one file with the site IDs that we have. And here you can see the site ID should be like this. So these are the site ID I want to delete from that list that we have. And then I have this delete sites program. It's very easy. You can see that we are going to use the site ID one by one, and we are going to put those site IDs into this particular file. So that means let me go here and save this with this name. Oops. With this name .txt. Seems it is already there. So I'll do one thing. I will make this one. So 1.txt, save this. And in the main program, I'll go here and edit this as one. So here you can see that the API that we have is delete. So let me show you this delete site. And if you want to see this, it's there in our library. So if I go here and check this, delete, I should have this inside my library, otherwise the delete will not happen. Seems this particular delete site is not there in my main library. And let me check one more time. Delete seems it's not there. I need to create one function related to delete the site. So let me add that function somewhere in the bottom, so it can go and delete that. Let me check one more time here. My delete site and site ID. So see, the input is site ID and the DNAC auth. So let me write that code inside the DNAC, and then we'll run this program. So let me go and add that code here in the library that we have. In the bottom, I can go and add the delete site code. Here you can see that delete site code we have, where it will get the site ID and then it will go and delete that. So it's done. Let's check here. And before going there, I should go and do delete the sites. In that, obviously we have given that the site list, and again I will go through that program as well. Site ID for the audit purpose, delete ID, delete status is not defined. No problem. Let's check this code one more time. So what error it is throwing? That delete status is not defined. All right. So let's check this here. If we go to the library, we have the library, and I can go and uncheck this, and here I should give message because it is giving the message. Let's run this one more time and let's see if it will throw in any error. Site ID for audit purpose. This is the site ID. So these are the site ID it is printing. Okay, 5, 6, 7. How many we have put? Okay, great. So if we go here and if we check how many we have, 7, and I can see here also 7 got printed. Now if you go and check this site, let's see how many sites we have now. So initially it was 15. Now still it is showing 11, but still I can see that few of them have been deleted. So if I scroll up, let's see how many it was. Initially it was 15. Maybe still that is in progress because DNA is generating the task ID, and that task ID is taking a little bit of time to refresh in the database. So you can see that here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Still I'm seeing 11. And what was the actual number here? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So let's wait for a couple of minutes and we can check. So it means that few of the sites deletion is successful and few of the sites not got deleted, and that's the automation script we have. So you can see that we are not getting exact what we are looking for. And if we go back to the code and let's see our code. So if I go back to the delete APAC and we are getting the message, we are returning the status. And if we go back to our main program, delete sites, and here you can see that deleting the sites, it should return some message as well, correct? So what I can do here is say I will message or something, anything related to this, and then print message. Let's go back and let's run this program. So already few of the site ID have been deleted. Let's check if I got the message as well, correct? So site ID request has been accepted for execution. So that was the message I was looking for. So request has been accepted and maybe it is taking some time to get fulfilled. Meanwhile, if we go back to our DNA, let's go there. And from the DNA Center, if we go and check how many sites we have in the dashboard, let's verify from the DNA as well. Let's go there. So what I will do next here, that I will go and add few more sites as well, and then we'll delete that one more time. Correct. So DNA is still loading. Meanwhile, let's go back to the program. It's coming now. Let me open the dashboard as well so we can verify from the dashboard as well. It's coming up, it's popping. So here I'm inside DNA and I can see that number of sites showing 9 only, correct? And if we go and run the program one more time, the sites, let's see the count. So it's coming up, it's taking a little bit of time, you can see. So yeah, you can see clearly here that DNA is taking some time before generating the result. So we can see that how we can view the sites, how we can delete the site. In the same way fashion, we can go and create that site as well. Now while creating the site, so you can see the create site function that you can go and create. Here you can see that you have to use the post related function or the method. The API is API v1 site, and then we have to give the payload. Now important thing here is this, that in this payload we should give what is the format we want to create our site. So for that I have one JSON file. Let me show you this. This is one of the example. So here you can see that the area and then the name, parent name is the global, and again you have area, inside area 1, area 2, area 3. That's the hierarchy, and this area 1 is inside global EU, like that. Then area and building, you can see we have the area and then we have the building, and like that we want to create the site. Apart from that, I should have one more example, or maybe the same example we can try. So let's try site example 1 JSON, and let's run this, and let's see that when we go and create the site, so how this is the payload. Simple program only. Only thing here that create the area, create the building. We have the APIs for that, and get the URL and create the URL. Those are the common thing. But then in the main function that you are going to assign the file in the JSON format, and then it will go and check the fields that we have inside the JSON. So area, name, and parent, all those information it will take one by one, and then it will load inside the DNA. Once it is completed, it will tell you the building creation is completed, the site creation is completed, correct? So let's run this. We want to create the site, and then we should have the JSON file. So I want to give site example JSON is okay. So let's go with that. Now you can see it is reading because we have given the pprint function here to read these informations. If I scroll up, you can see that we have the pprint function here. So it will read the information from the JSON payload one by one. So it is reading those things one by one. And if it is already there, it will tell you it's already there. Area 1 is already there. And if it is not there, if it is a new site, if it is a new area and building, then in that case, it will tell that I'm creating it. Correct. So you can see the site IDs as well here in the list, and with this site ID in future, if you want to delete, you can group the site ID that we have done, and according to that you can go and delete it. So it's already exists. Here you can see this creation completed successful. You can see that site creation successful, like that we are getting the messages. So it is going as per the hierarchy. It is creating all those sites one by one. Once it will create this, then we'll get the final message. The final message is that the site and the, let me scroll down. So final message is the site creation completed, building creation completed, correct? Great. So one by one it is creating, and we can wait for few seconds here. You can see that it's successful. Now if you go here and check the site detail, meanwhile let me quickly go back to the DNA. If I go and refresh this page, clearly we'll see that number of sites will be more. So it's refreshing, and once you can see now it is 15, correct? So you can see that the number has been increased. So these are the important function. You want to see whatever available sites information you have. You want to create if you don't have those sites with help of your payload, and then if you want to delete it, you can go and delete with respect or with help of API. All right, great. Let's stop here. Now we are ready to do the implementation. In section 4.5, we have to look and do the implementation related to network discovery, device APIs, etc. So what I'm going to do here, that I will break these sections into multiple subsections, where one by one we'll go and check different type of programs related to API, and we can learn more in this particular fashion. So first of all, network discovery APIs, how they look like, and then how we can convert equivalent to Python and then execute the task. So let me go here to the DNA. Here you can see that we have the DNA Center, where I have 3 devices that has been discovered and assigned to sites Now, if you can go to the menu and tools, let me quickly show you first of all the discovered devices and the name of the discovery. So here you can see the view all discoveries, and in that discovery we can see that we have one discovery router switch where 3 devices has been discovered successfully, correct? Now how we can do the discovery? We know that you can go to the discovery, add a new discovery, and you can do that discovery, correct? Now point here that this is from the DNAC, and what are the related APIs we have inside the DNA? So for that you can go to the menu, you can go to platform, you can go to the development toolkit. Once you are inside the API section, then you can look for operational task, and here you can see inside the operational task, so it is coming up, you can see that we have the discovery. So all the discovery APIs are grouped here. Inside that you can see that we have group of good amount of discovery related task, where you can go and check the get count for all discovery jobs, get the network device from discovery, these APIs. So for example, if we go to first API, check the count of the discoveries, how many discoveries you have done. So you can go here and then you can click try it. Let me show you that how this particular API look like. Here you can go and it will tell that you have one response, means total discovery that we have is 1, correct? And you can go and check the code preview and etc. Now once you check that how many discoveries that you have done, now if you want to know little detail about that particular discovery, here you can see that you have the get discovery by range option. So I can go here, get discovery by range, click there, try it. It is asking what's the start index. In my case, the start and end index 1 1 only. So I can go and run this, and now you can see that we are getting the result. So this is the correct result. I can copy this to the notepad and I can show you this. Let me copy this to the notepad and let me open this. So we can check that exactly what are the things there. Clearly you can see that it is telling that which IP range you have discovered, the protocol order, and rest of the information. If you have n number of discoveries, obviously we'll go and get from there. But now if you have n number of discovery, and those discovery if you want in CSV format or any other printed format, it's difficult from this API output, correct? From here. So for that, what I have done that I have converted the program. So let me quickly show you the program. Here you can see that get discovery program. In this program on top, you can see we have the import functions, then some of the print function. In the main function, after the authentication, we are calling the get discovery one from the library, and then I'm opening one CSV file where I'm putting the information related to discovery name and pool name, and then I'm printing it. Now if you want to see that get discovery API, which API we are calling, so the same range API that we have seen, I'm calling here in the API. So this response will come here in the main function, and then that particular response with help of Python function and CSV file function, we are putting inside this particular CSV file, correct? So let me quickly go and run this program, say Python exe and get discovery.py. Now it is running. Since I have given pprint for the discovery, so you will see that JSON output here as well that we have seen inside the DNA output, DNA API output, and then you have this IP range CSV file that you can go to this folder from where you are running the program, and you can go and check that information. So here you can see that the discovery name, and then you have the list of IP ranges, whatever. Now again, if you have good amount of discoveries, all this discovery will get printed here line by line. Okay, great. So this is the way that we can go and run the discovery. So from GUI, we can discover the devices, and then for the operational things, task, if you want to get the information either in CSV format or maybe in the table format, then with help of Python, you can go and get like this. Next two program we have related to how to take the device backup and then how to get the device list as well. So let's start with the backup function program first, and then we'll check the device list. Here we have the backup program. So first of all, what this program will do, that program will go and create the log file as well. Then once the program will start, here you can see this is a little bit new type of program that we are using, because we are not using our inbuilt DNA library, but you can go and you can do pip install DNA Center SDK. So once you go and do this, say pip install, and then you can install this DNA Center SDK. So it will get installed in your system. Already it is there, so that's why it is telling that it's already there. But it will get installed in the system, and then we can import different type of APIs. Again, if you go copy this name, and if you check in Google, you'll find the complete document related to DNA Center SDK, and there are programs, functions, or function modules, those things nicely defined and nicely explained, so you can go and have a look. Then other thing here, that from the environment variable, when we are taking the backup, the folder name we are defining. So if I go here, and you can see that the folder name, if I can go here and give, say, sandbox backup, this is the name of my folder. I want to save the configuration inside this folder name. So that's the use of this. Now once the program will start, first of all, it will obviously I want to take all the APIs from DNA Center, and this DNAC.api is becoming my library. So device count, for that, again, there are inbuilt function. So if you go and check that document, you'll find that get device count is one function that will give you the list of devices. Likewise, we have a get device list. This is the get device list. So from DNA underscore API, inside devices folder, you have subfolder or subprograms like get device list. You will get the device list. Correct. Now once we have that device list, obviously what we want to put all those configuration inside user defined folder. Correct. So here you can see that one by one we are taking the devices from the device list. So devices from the device list, and then for those devices, so device A, B, C, D, etc., what we are doing here is that first of all we are getting the device ID, because inside DNA Center, whatever configuration we are getting, those configuration we are getting in that API with respect to device ID. Correct. So device ID we are putting here inside this particular function that is giving us the device configuration. So get device configuration by ID is just the name. With the ID we are getting the information, and the response function will be your show run command. Correct. Then it will go and put those saved configuration inside that folder. Correct. So let's go here and run this device backup. I can go and run Python exe, and then the device backup. I can see that application run will start. It will generate the log file, and here you can see that 4 devices are there in the sandbox. So you can see ASR cat 912, and it is putting those configuration backups inside the sandbox folder that is getting created. So if I go here and if I go and check, see, you have the sandbox, and yeah, you have these configuration here. You can go and open and read, check those configurations. So these are the backups that will get generated and stored here in this folder. It's lightning fast, it's good, and this is the way that we can go and take the device backup. Correct. Now let's check the next function related to getting the device report either in Excel sheet or or the tablet format. In this example, although you will find the report or the result in the CSV file. So let me show you this from the top. So first of all, we are getting the device info. This is the API, although these things we can put inside DNA APIs, that's our library, and we can call from there. Otherwise, if you want to read from here, both options are there. So we can call these functions in the main function from here as well. So get the device info, and first of all get the token. Once we have token, we can get the device info. Once we have the device info response, from that particular response we can go and filter whatever things we needed. So here you can see that all the device, get all device info, then the device count. If device count is 0, it will tell you that none is there. If it is not 0, then the condition will start. I want to open a file called device report CSV, where I want to put certain information from that particular response inside the CSV. Correct? So this is the response. It is a big response. If I go and print this API result, you'll find that this is a big information. From there we are uh, filtering device host name, type, software management, IP, serial number, but there are so many things. Correct? So this is the way that we can go and generate the report, and we can save inside this particular CSV file. So let's run this and verify this device report. Say device report, run this, and you can see 4 devices and it has been saved. What's the name of this? Device report.csv. So I can show you this device report.csv, and here you can see this information. The same it has generated here as well. So if I go back to the main folder, and you can see that device report timestamp also you can see. If I go and open that, you can see that yeah, you have the information. Correct? So this is the way that we can go and run this program, and we can get the uh, device related APIs and the management related task we can complete. Now we reach to 4.5, where we have to learn about template API, and we need to learn about that how with the help of a script we can apply a template. So let me show you the format and a script that we have here. So we have one script program here. With this program, what we are going to do that first of all, that this program will go and create one project. The project name is CLI templates, or we can give any name. Now under this project, it will go and create one template. So template name I am giving basics.txt. Now this basics.txt, you can see I have some configuration here related to NetFlow, related to loopback 11, correct? So clearly you can see that what is the purpose here? Purpose here is this, that the script with help of API will create project, it will create a template, and then the script will ask us that what is your device, which is your device that you want to push this template. And once you give the device, this particular program will run and it will go and push that template to that particular device. Now we have option, either we can give that device a host name, correct, in a program as a user input. So one device host name as a user input, or we can create some sort of loop, say for example while loop, where the device host name will put somewhere in a file and the program will read those files one by one. And suppose if I have a file of 100 host name, so for those 100 host name, this script will get pushed one by one, one by one, one by one. Because it's very easy. That's the power of program. Either you're doing this is scripting for one device or n devices. So if it is an n device, just put those names inside the while loop or for loop, and then one by one it will get executed, correct? That's the overall idea. So what we are going to do, that this program will create a template. First of all, it will create a project. Inside that, it should create a template, and this is the content of the template. And then it will go and ask you that which is the device, what's the device name you want to push this template. Once you give that, then it will go and push that configuration. Here you can see that we have the data input. From this data input, it will get the project name, it will get the template name, and for the device host name we have given as an input function. So it will ask that what's the device name you want to push this configuration. Then you can see that it is creating the project. So you can see the project ID. So it will go and create the project, and then it will go and create the template, it's a blank template, and then it will feed this particular template information in that blank template. So name of the template is basics. And then once we have the project, once we have the template, then the next thing is to push that template to the devices. So for that, you can see that once you have the project name, once you have the commands, CLI config name is just the template file name, etc. But here you can see that we have the deployment, and inside the deployment you can see that you have the config name, you have the project name, you have the device name. So basically you have the template name, project name, and the device name, and then obviously the authentication should be there, and it should go and pushed. Now here I'll go and increase the time sleep. So if I have any latency connecting to my DNA to VPN to devices, it will wait till that point. And then you can see that we have the deployment status as well. So it is failed, success unknown, etc. It will go and give you those messages. Once it is completed, we'll get the success message, correct? So before running this program, I just wanted to go here and I want to run this program with my private DNA configuration. So let me go and uncheck these variables. Save this. That's the another important aspect we have. Now what I want here, first of all, I just wanted to know that which devices we have inside this particular DNA. So I will go and run this program, and seems that permission, okay, seems this file is already open. This is with related to sandbox, but this time we are running the program with new variables. Obviously the new information will get feeded inside that. We can go and check the devices. So now we have 385093004451, etc. Initially we have sandbox devices, now we have our own private lab type of devices with a VPN connection. Great. So what we want to push this configuration. So let's go here, and the DNAC config template py is the program name. So I can go here, and before running this program, I just wanted to show you that inside the VPN I don't have any old template. So let's first of all go and verify that do we have any existing project like CLI template and existing template like basic.txt, because if it is already there, then our purpose will not get fulfilled. So let's go inside DNA and verify that. We are inside DNA. Let's go to the tools and the template. Tools and the template editor. And let's see that what templates we have. So at the moment you can see that we don't have the project called CLI template, and inside that we don't have any template. So let's go back to the program and run that script. So I can go here and click enter. Now if everything is okay, the script is okay, so it will work. Here you can see script is running. Now it is asking about the device name. So I can go to 3850, but you can choose any, and then we can wait. So now it has some problem. DNAC APIs has no attribute called create the project. So I need to map this with the correct library functions. I have one other file as well. So let me correct that. let me go and remap with the other DNAC APIs library function file that I have. So what basically I'm doing here is that I have other library function where I have more functions, DNAC underscore APIs one, and then I should go back here, and when we are calling those functions, I can make this one, save this, and then I should do all those import DNAC APIs one in other files as well, correct? But even if I do not do this, this is okay. Okay, so now let's go back and check device name, and DNAC APIs is not identified in. Oops. Okay, so let's check line number 56. Line number 56, we have some. So I think that I need to go and yes, I should go here and replace this with all this, replace all, and save this not only in the import statement but everywhere, correct? And now let's run this. Oops. So the import statement, it got 2 ones. Great. You can see that the problem we have while running this, but let's check this. So enter the device to which deploying the template. I have given that name, and okay, so it's still the project ID, result task data. Still it is creating some small issues here. Let's fix this issue. While fixing this issue, what I will do this time, I'll go step by step and check. So let's see this time. Okay, the project with the name CLI template found, and DNAC APIs do not have any attribute called check IPv4 duplicate. All right, so you don't have that attribute that I can go and check in my other files, you know, and let's go here and copy, and then I can go to my DNAC APIs that is inside basic 2, and then I can go and add. So this is basically checking, this function is checking that if you are deploying the template and already if you have certain IPs that you have in the template existing in DNA, so it will not go further and push. So it will basically be checking the duplicate IPv4 address, the stuff. Now run this one more time. The project with the CLI templates found, great. And then utils, so it is telling that utils identify this function is not found, great. I need to go and copy the utils function as well in the same folder where I should have this IPv4 matching parameters, correct? So let's do that. Now what I'm doing here is that I'm creating the new utils inside basic 2, and inside that I should have the matching function that it is querying. So let's go here and check. Yeah, I have that. Now let's run this program one more time. Let's see that what function it will ask one more time. So now you can see that CLI template found. Okay. Then we are getting some more problem inside DNAC APIs. Okay, so what I have done that I just fixed the utils and the DNAC1 APIs. And let's go back and run this program one more time. All right, so press up arrow and print, and that's the problem that inside these files I should have the env underscore lab. And in the utils also, if I have any function that is called, so it's okay. Things are good. And let's check this. Device, what is your device? So this is my device. Then you can see now it has the ID, project ID, and that's, we are doing good. And anyways, let's check the program. I'll come back to this DNA page. Now it is working as per the program, step by step. It should go and create the project, should create the template, and then it should go and push that configuration to this particular switch. Correct? Now let's go here and refresh the page. I can go back. We can go back to the tools and the templates. So let's go back to the tools and template editor. And now you can see that we have the CLI template, that's the project name. And then inside that we have the basics. You can see the configuration inside the basics. And then let's check the program. Still it is going on. Still it is in progress. And it should go and push this configuration, correct? Meanwhile, what's the loopback we have? The loopback is loopback 11. Checking the duplicate IP address if it has any. Then it is generating the ID. And we can wait. So here you can see we have the success message. That means that we can go and run our other program. Let's check with the program only. So I can go to Python exe and we have the command runner. In command runner, we can go and give the command show run interface loopback 11, and then we can go here and give the the device name. So the device name we have here is this. Let's copy this and enter and enter. Great. Check with the device and then the configuration. Last time we have executed this. It is telling that it has some range issue. Let me quickly check the command that we have run earlier. Seems we are doing correct. So first of all, give the command and then give the space here. Let's see. It should work. Now it is working. So the space was missing. Now let's see that it is generating the loopback and the IP. So that means that the template push is successful, correct? We can wait because we have given some sort of sleep timer there. But once the sleep time will get over, we can get the result. So here you can see that yes, indeed, the template has been pushed there. And if you want to see the net flow as well, you can see here. Let me show you that from here also you can go and verify that. So you can go to the provisioning, you can go to the inventory. Once you are inside the inventory, we can go and check our device. So here we have, I can go to this particular device selectively. You have the command runner, you can go and check the command runner. And from the command runner as well, you can go and check. So show IP int brief. And then you can go and check the other command as well related to net flow. Show run. Let me show the show run here. And if I scroll up just to show you some of the configurations and details, we can see here that somewhere we'll find that our NetFlow configuration is also there. Here it is. Okay. So like that, you can create the project, then you can create the template inside that, and then with the given device, you can go and push it. Then you can use other command runner API to just verify from your CLI. So most of the things, so idea here is good that most of the things you can go and check from here. So you can check your site, you can check your command runner APIs with respect to those devices. You can push the template, you can get a lot of information about the templates as well. Correct? Alright, so let's just stop here, and in next section we can go for troubleshooting related APIs. Now we reach to the last section of this particular session, and that is related to troubleshoot with help of DNA API. Now for this, I'm going to show you two different type of program or the script. One related to DNA assurance, where we can go and get the health related to site, client, network. Correct? And then other, the path trace option that we have inside DNA. This is one of the nice feature that we have inside the DNA, that with help of path trace, it will give you various stats related to interface status, device status, ACL trace, and QoS status. So it's not like path trace or trace route. It's a robust path trace option we have in DNA, and that it will go hop by hop and give you detail about the ingress and the egress interfaces plus the device information, ACL and QoS stats. So let's start with the assurance API and feature. This particular script, what it will give you is that overall health of a client, overall health with respect to IP MAC, plus the average as well. So average with respect to DNA as well. So you can see that we have the argument parser, and with parser with respect to MAC addresses or the device name, we'll get the information about that particular device. Then even we have the option to get the output in the JSON format. We have the option to get the verbose output as well. The API used here, so let me quickly show you the API. And API used here is the client detail, is the device detail, but mostly in this particular program, we are looking for three different health. We are looking for client health, network health, and site health. Correct? So let me quickly show you this result. Now this particular program I'm going to test with the sandbox. So let me run this program. If I go here and run the assurance, now you can see that the assurance we are running with respect to sandbox DNAC. It is telling that all sites, the site type issue, the router health, the access health, the client health. This is the summary, correct? But if you want detailed information, so we have options to get the detailed information as well. Still the program is running now. It is telling you about the client health. So here you can see the site health, client health, and then you have the network health. Correct? So overall, what is the status with respect to client, network, and site we are getting? Now if you go here and check the options, so options you have that you can get the MAC details with respect to MAC, details with respect to device name as well. And let me go and check the device. We have some device name here that we have collected from the last run. So here you can see these are the device. So now if I go to assurance, and if I can go here and check the device name, and then if we go here and give this particular device name, let's see if it can resolve the host name. Otherwise I can go and give .abc.inc. Let's see. So now we want the detail about this particular device, and seems that it is not giving me the result with the domain name. So now you can see that it is giving you the result. So it is telling that this is this particular switch, the OH version is this, the health, CPU score, memory score is like this. Now if you want to get the raw input, so it will give you the JSON output, and in JSON output you can see that you have a much better detail. So you have the CPU score, memory, overall health, the stack, and all those informations that is required to do first line of troubleshooting. Now once you are doing first line of troubleshooting, or suppose let me give you one scenario. So suppose we are doing troubleshooting where client is complaining that they have some issue to reaching to some web application or web server. Now client may be at any branch and web application may be in data center or anywhere in the cloud as well, correct? So from that particular branch with that particular application to reach out to that particular destination, how many hops are there, and in between those hops what's the status related to network device, ACL or QoS. If you want to check those information, for that we have nice API, and those APIs are used inside the DNA, and then API is flow analysis. So we have this nice key feature inside the DNA that we know that DNA can recognize the application and it can take action based on application as well. Plus we have this flow analysis, very much like we we are using such features in ASA firewall or any other application security appliances, correct? Application security appliances, etc. So that feature is here. What this feature will do, that it will analyze the flow. So here you can see that in flow analysis we are giving the path ID, but and it will give you the ingress and egress interfaces and everything in detail. So you can go and give the source IP plus the port, source port in range from 1 to 65,000. Likewise, you can go and give the same thing with the destination IP and the port number. If port number is not there, you can just leave it as a null, and then you can run this application and it will give you nice output. So now if I can go here and run the path trace and enter, so you will see that it is asking input the source IPv4 address. I have taken the source and destination just for our example purpose, so I can go here and use the source. Then it is asking about the port number. If you don't have, leave it. Then the destination, so let me go and give the destination IPv4 address. Port number we can leave as a blank and leave it blank. Now you can see that the trace has been started. What's the source, what's the destination, and it's completed very fast. Wow. So now if I go up here, you can see the detail, hop by hop detail, correct? So information you can see here, it is going to get these information. Then the IP address, the source IP is this is the wired client, and this belongs to this particular switch. And this particular switch, what's the ingress interface, input packet, output packet, flow. We're getting all those informations, correct? And then the interface collection is successful, all those information. Then it will give you the egress interface output. So now you can see the egress interface detail. So it's started with one device, checking the ingress and then the egress. Then it will go to other hop device. So it will go to the next hop. Then, and in the next hop, there is cat3k. Where is the IP of that cat3k? And for that particular switch also, it will give you the ingress and egress uh, packet information and other informations as well. So you can see output drop, input drop, etc. Correct, those detailed information. And finally is to reach to their destination, and in destination what the ingress interface, and then the destination host is connected to which particular egress interface. So it will give you the information about that particular egress interface where the destination host is connected. Once we have all the information, then finally it will give you, So here you can see that summary is completed, and then finally you can see the hop by hop, interface by interface detail. So starting from this interface, going to this interface, then reaching to cat 9k, then from cat 9k this interface means that's the egress of cat 9k, then the egress, then the ingress of cat 3k, then egress of cat 3k, then ingress of cat 9k, and then the egress of cat 9k and the destination. So you can see the complete flow and detail of the flow is very much needed to do the troubleshooting. And once you figure out that what problem and etc., then it will tell you that where exactly the problem is hitting. So these are the scripts supported to do the troubleshooting. Apart from that, DNA has nice GUI troubleshooting option. You can log into the GUI, go to the assurance section, and you have the visual representation of everything, like the client details, their diagram, the flow analysis, everything is there in the GUI as well, that we can go and do the troubleshooting from there. In 3.2, we have to understand about ncclient that uses netconf. And I'm going to show you examples related to how you can go and configure the iOS XE devices. Before doing the lab, let's learn more about ncclient, and let me show you the URL where you'll get most of the informations related to ncclient. Now here you can see the link, and this is ncclient.readthedocs.io. ncclient is a Python library for netconf client. It aims to offer an intuitive API that sensibly maps the XML encoded nature of netconf of Python construct and making the network management script easier. So what this ncclient will do, that it will go and support the operation and capability defined in this RFC, request pipelining, asynchronous RPC, keeping XML out. We'll see that how we can take XML as a input that we are going to see in the lab, and then this is extensible, correct? Now there are some other useful links as well, and one of the important link here is that developer.cisco.com. If you go to that particular link, you'll find a little bit history about ncclient. The ncclient, you can see that integration of Python library to netconf clients, correct? Now this ncclient was developed by Shikhar Bhushan, and it is maintained by these guys. If you want to reach out, if you have any specific question, you can check their Twitter handle as well. Docs are at this location, and then PyP location here, we can go and check these links. So if you go to PI, and here you can see that how you can go and do the installation. Because I'm using pip3, so I can go and use pip3 install ncclient. And let me show you if I have my automation tool here and if it is running. So what I will do that in the next section, I'll show you the labs related to ncclient to do the configuration to iOS XE devices. Let us do the lab related to ncclient, and obviously with respect to iOS XE. I want to show you my topology diagram as well before doing the lab. So here you can see the topology diagram is very straightforward. I have one iOS XE device connected with this switch in this common LAN network where I have my automation tool as well. Now what I want to do before doing anything, I just wanted to do the pip3 install ncclient, correct? Now since I have already done the installation here, you can see that already my ncclient is installed. Then I have few codes that I put inside my CSR folder, and in this code I have few programs just for demo purpose. So for example, I want to run this program with respect to my device list that is there in device info. So I can go and show you that device info. In my inventory, device inventory, I have 2 iOS although I'm going to use only one because in our network, we have only one device connected. So here you can see that I have iOS device where I am using port number 830 that is used for netconf SSH. This is the IP and the username and the password. Now, from device perspective, what are the things you should do inside the CSR device that we have? So let me quickly show you that we should run the netconf that I have done. I have enabled the netconf SSH and netconf YANG. I have enabled the SSH as well, and then I have done the configuration for line VTY where transport input is all, and then finally the username. So someone can connect to this device. Even you can go and do the testing as well before running the actual program. Just check the SSH connectivity is there or not in your CSR device. Now once everything is there, I should check the reachability with the iOS device, and if it is working fine, then we can go and run our program. So here you can see I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 program. So number one is to check the capability, what type of netconf uh, supported modules we have in the devices. So what I can do, first of all, let me show you the code. Code is very easy and straightforward. So what we are doing, we are logging to the device as per the device list. We know that the file is iOS.exe. So we are logging to the device and then we are checking the capability. Okay. Now important thing here is that we should check the functions from where we are calling the or we are importing the uh, input in this particular program. So we have the device info already in the same folder. We are importing the iOS.exe. Then we have ncclient from where we are importing the manager. Now this manager.connect will connect to the device as M, and this M here will give the capability, correct? Let me show you this in the nano file as well. So this is actually colorful and here you can understand more. So with manager.connect as M, and then you can see that we can go and write the capability, because here you can see that for capability in m.server capabilities we are printing the capability. So very easy and a straightforward program we have. Now if I go and run this, so you can see that what output we'll get. Obviously we will get all the capabilities that we have related to netconf inside the devices, inside that CSR device, correct? Good. Likewise, we can go and check the other program. The other program will go and give you the interface detail. Again, let me show you the program as well, just for the reference. So here you can see that we are going to take the input from the filter IETF interface.xml, read that, then we'll go and connect to the device where the device is imported from iOS.exe, obviously the device info, and from there we're extracting iOS.exe1. Then we have the manager, and then we have the XML to dictionary. Because we are using the XML, so we need some dictionary. We need actually some library who can convert XML to this dictionary format. Correct? Great. So we'll do the connection, and then we have the netconf reply. So here you can see that the program is quite structured, and again we are using the netconf protocol to get the results as well, correct? So let me go down, and then it will go and print the output for the interface related output in this format. So interface detail, what's the name, the type, the physical address, the unicast in and out packets. Great. So let's run this program, and then we have 2.2_int.details as the program name. So here you can see that the interface is gig1, the MAC address is this, and you can see the packet input and packet output. Even the counters are increasing. That means we are taking the live counters from the interface. So now if I go to the interface to this particular router, we go to the router, and here you can see whenever we are logged in, we can see that the user connection is there. Now what I want to check the input and the output. So here you can see that we should have the packets input and output, etc. Include input, and the same thing we can go and verify from the output here. Okay, so 4018 is the input packet, and here also you will find some big counter. So 4087, now its packet is increasing, so that's why we have increased number. Great. So you can see that how easily we can go and add multiple things in our program. Now here it is showing only one, but the list can be big. Simply we need to go there and add more and more interfaces, and then we'll get more and more results. Correct? Then I have the third program as well that will give you the interface stat. Again, if I go and show you the program, it's very straightforward, where we are collecting the stats related to gig1, the unicast packet, and then again we have the interface detail, and we are collecting the output in this particular format. So I can go and run this program as well, and this program will again give you the interface stats of one of the interface. Again, we are not restricted for one interface. We can add more interfaces, and then we'll get the result for more and more interfaces. Let's quickly go and run the last program, that is config interface. So this is actually interesting, where you want to send the configuration and you want to do the configuration. So before running this program, I just wanted to show you the configuration. What I want, that one of the interface, that is gig2, I want to send some configuration. So configure by netconf, say today, and the IP is, I can change the IP, say 172.1.10, and then the subnet mask is okay. Then they configure the payload, and it will go and do the configuration with that particular device. Obviously, which device? That is imported from the device info IOSXE1, and the interface is gig2. Now before doing this configuration, we can go and verify that what is the configuration over interface gig2, and here you can see that gig2 having IP 10.255.255.255.1. because this is not physically connected, so it is showing down. That's okay. Let's go and do the configuration via the Python program. So what I can do here, I can go to Python 3 and then for_config interface py. Now here you can see that it is connecting to the device. You can see connected by netconf by VTY, and transaction is there. And now if you go and see the IP interface brief, still we can see the transaction is not successful, seems, because I can see this. Let me see that if I have saved that program. Yes, it is saved, and still I can see that the configuration is not completed. So do we have any error? Let's see. So we are sending the payload, the IP address, the net mask to that particular interface. That interface is nothing but gig2. Alright, so it should do the configuration as per our result, and I can't see this. Show IP interface brief, still it is showing the old configuration. And okay, so here you can see that the description is configured by netconf today. The IP is this. Let's see that inside the program. So if I go inside the program, you can see that the netconf template is from config ietf interface.xml, and let me show you that what is that. So if you go here and if you check this config ietf xml, so here we have this format which is telling that use this particular format for the execution, but the value we here can see that is coming from this particular place. Now if any problem in this particular configuration, it will not work. I'll do one thing. Let me quickly change this to, say for example, 123. Okay, 12.12.12.12, and let me run this program one more time. So here you can see 12.12.12.12, and seems okay. So I can see that the gig2, my device is not able to change this configuration, and you can check the configuration is still, this is not there. Alright, to make this program work, I have done a small change here. So if I go here and show the interface, you can see that is 12.12.12.1, and then I can go to this interface, default interface gig2, and then I can go to the program where I have my program. I'll do certain change. So instead of 12.12.12, I can give some other IP just for our verification, and rest of the things are okay. So I can give, say, 16 dot anything, say 199, and then we can go and execute this program. And once you execute this program, and if you go and check the output, so we can check the output, and here you can see it got configured. So remember, when value was there and interface was down, then it was not able to put those values, means override those values. But if we don't have any configuration, it went there and it has done the execution. All right, so we have seen good amount of examples related to iOS XE, NCC client or NC client, and netconf integration with Python. So we have checked the capabilities, the interface detail, the other interface detail, and then finally we have configured the device as well. Now I have taken the example only for one interface or few of the stuffs that we have done, but same is true that you can take n number of interfaces and you can push n number of configuration step as well. So if we are able to do with few of interfaces, few of the configuration you can do, and you can have to add more and more configuration to run execute these programs. And now we reach to 3.3, where we have to configure device using RESTCONF API utilizing Python method request library. Now what I have done that I have created two videos related to SD-WAN API with Python, and you'll find that it's quite interesting and important as well, that you can use the same trick that I have used. You can use the same type of code that I have used. I have taken help from GitHub, and then you can do the automation. You can do the you can create the script for your organization as well that I have created. Now, not only these programs, these Python programs, you can create and do the automation, but these programs will help you to do the troubleshooting as well in the future. So watch coming two videos, and those videos are actually very informative, again with relates to do the automation or do the scripting with respect to RESTCONF API with respect to Cisco SD-WAN solution. Now we reach to 3.5. Till 3.7, we have same type of concept that we need to understand. In 3.5, we have to understand the subscription for model-driven telemetry. In this example, we have iOS XE, but that's true for iOS XR and other projects as well. CLI, netconf, RESTCONF versions. Compare publication and subscription for telemetry model, what is periodic, what is on change, and finally that while we are using the telemetry, we are using the model driven programming, then how it is going to help us in the troubleshooting. Now all these topics are interrelated, so I have planned to cover it in same series of videos that we are going to follow up. So let's start with model-driven telemetry inside iOS XE. Now before that, if you want to know about the history, that already we have the SNMP method to get the network related information, but still why we are preferring the model-driven structured programming environment or programming related option to get all those information. We'll see that in upcoming slides. You'll understand what's the actual advantage we have with the model driven telemetry. Now what is happening in case of SNMP? You can see that SNMP MIPS, they're quite fixed, means it's very difficult to write your own MIP because they are vendor locked, first of all. Second thing, that they are lacking security, they are lacking a scale, and again they are not complete, means they are not giving all the outputs that we are looking for. Now when we are talking about SNMP pool, you can see here that the polling method in SNMP is that you have several servers, and then inside the box itself you have SNMP MIB, that is with the operating system, and then whenever you're requiring, you are sending the request, and then the device they are processing that and giving the response, correct? Now you will find that some places, if you have so many SNMP servers configured for a given device, and all the time device is busy sending all the responses for all the requests, so you may have high CPU due to SNMP, and there are chances that high congestion, say for example in high congestion network, where you want to use your bandwidth for your data transfer, not for only for your management, correct? So these are the cases you have. First of all, you have restriction, you are locked, and second thing, that inefficient use of bandwidth as well. Now again, the push versus pull method, that SNMP pull method is bit traditional, and the telemetry is push method, that is very much fast. We'll see that the timer even improve drastically, where you have the telemetry timer is 5 seconds, SNMP that may go to 300 seconds or 5 minutes. So there is a huge difference in the timing. Now why we want this new model? Speed and a scale, it's really fast. We'll see later on when we'll go and run the API, the result that we'll get from the API, it will be faster. If you want to do the same thing even with the CLI, it will take time, because you're writing some command, again it will go to the processor, then it will send the request inside, and then the output will come. So it's actually fast, and scale is there. It has quick fault isolation, open source appliances, near real time data availability. Now the summary of this is that we are moving to digital world, where the speed is very important, first thing. Second thing, the data, the amount of data. So now you have to process the volume of data, and that much volume of data, if you use the traditional method to uh, get the result or get the troubleshooting options or get the uh, device specific alerts, it is time consuming and it's not scalable. Now for the digital environment, you need something which is capable enough, something which can understand machine to machine interaction rather than any third vendor in between that, and it should be very fast, automated, and uh, it should be very light actually in the operating system or in the CPU. So while sending n number of requests, still your load in the CPU should be less, and you can send parallel request as well. Okay. Now here in the diagram, you can see that you have Grafana, you have Elastic, you have big data. Means you can connect. So you can take the input from the device, and we'll see that later on, and then you can send for further processing, further analytic to these type of maybe cloud hosted or maybe in premises analyzing tools. Now if you want to use Elastic, they are giving 14 days trial version. It's free, you don't need to give your credit card information. You can go and use Elastic. Inside that, again, you can get Kibana, and there are so many other plugins that you can enable and check. All right, so what's the benefit we have with the model driven programming? We can get either periodic or on change alerts or information. It is a structured data because it is going to use model driven Yang model behind the scene. So it's a structure, it's scalable and less load on CPU, correct? Now we have the methods, say for example, SNMP, syslog, netflow, but if you go and compare, you'll find that they don't have any structured data model, first of all, and they are not capable that the Yang models are. Within Yang model, you can do each and everything. There's no restriction. Now again, this model-driven programming here you can see, and this is actually very important slide that we have. Let's learn more in this slide. So if we go and check this slide, you'll find that model-driven programming, you have your network devices in the bottom, and then you have the programmable interface. You can think this as an API, application programmable interface, and then you have the telemetry engine. Now we are sending this to the collector. Later we'll discuss more about the subscription and the collector. Now this collector, you can send this over the Elastic, over Grafana, Kibana, Splunk, Gangula, etc. So there are so many good collectors where you can send your real-time information, real-time data. They can do the analysis and they can give you the nice graph as well. So for example, you can send the data to the Elastic, and then Kibana, you can go and check the graphs, correct? Now again, you can see that while we are doing the model driven programming, still we have option for SNMP. SNMP, you can use it, and slowly if you want to move from SNMP to the latest telemetry model, you can move, correct? So here you can see that we have the open native operational Yang model, netconf is a protocol, and then you have the external plugin. Okay, so far we have discussed that what's the advantage we have with the model driven programming. It's actually advantageous. And then we are going to plug in this data model. So here you can see the data model with the netconf. One of the best example for netconf plus data model is the Cisco SD-WAN. Cisco SD-WAN uses netconf behind the scene. If you go and check the programmable things, you'll find that they are following the format. So we have the format options. So for example, the encoding methodology is JSON, the protocol is netconf, the transportation protocol is SSH. Correct? Now here you can see that how this program look like. So we have this model driven programming, or you can think that MDT is a model driven telemetry. So you are importing some definitions from MDT. Again, you are importing, and then you have the organization, content, description, etc. I will point you the link where you will get all the young data models program that is combined in a single place. Cisco is putting all those information publicly inside the GitHub. We can go and have a reference. Again, you can just check the definition how this program look like. So here the RPC we have, and then if you go and read this, you have the XMLNS, and then you have the netconf as a program, then establish the subscription. What is subscription will learn in upcoming session. Event notification, yang push. So the structure is something that you have the model driven program, then you may have uh, encoding, you may have transport, you may have protocol. A protocol netconf, then transport can be SSH or any other, maybe TLS. The encoding is XML and JSON. Model is Yang, and there are so many, not so many, but there is a number that we can count for the Yang model. Cisco has their own structure, or Cisco can use their own structure, or Cisco can borrow from the standard one as well. Both options are there. So what Cisco has done in Cisco ACI, that Cisco hasn't used the whatever standard is there. So for example, industry standard Yang model, rather than Cisco has used their own model driven program in Cisco ACI. Okay, so let me quickly go to the next slide so I can show you a few more. Now here you can see that you have Yang model data, and then you have the XML payload. Somewhere you will find this payload as a JSON. Here you can see the standard body. We have OpenConfig, IETF, IEEE, Cisco. Again, in Cisco ACI, Cisco has used their own data model, but Cisco can use OpenConfig, IETF, IEEE. It's up to the vendors that what they want to use. I told you that you can go and check the data models here. So you can go to this GitHub. You can go and check the Yang model. You can go and check the OpenConfig as well. Again, how within the box it is working. So now with the new operating system in the Cisco iOS XE, you'll find this Yang models are embedded. That is their build. But suppose if it is not there, then you can go and update or upload as well. Okay, so best option is this, that you upgrade the image and you will get all these options inside the operating system. If you want to understand more about the Yang hierarchy, then you can go and use this software suitable for MacBook, OmniGraph. Now here you can see that you have the model driven telemetry operational data, then the connection, subscription, stream, subconnection, receivers, containers, and like that. This is again the structure, and we need not to worry to memorize that what is the hierarchy and the structure. What we should do, that how we can go and enable the telemetry in my box, then how I can send those information to the engine or to the analytic engine, say for example Elastic or others, where they can go and analyze my data. So how we can enable the feature on your box and how we can send those data to the collector to do the further analysis. That's the important thing that we should learn. Next important topic we have about the network subscription. Let's try to understand that how we can subscribe a service, and obviously this particular section we have follow-up section with the lab. So in the lab we'll understand more about the subscription and how with the push method the telemetry works. So here you can see that the subscription is a contract between the subscription service and the subscriber. So the subscriber is there and the service is there, correct? Obviously we have the collector as well, where we can go and analyze everything. We'll check this in the lab. So we have one complete lab, and I'll show you that how you can access the lab and how you can book the lab and perform the lab task in the Cisco developer site. Now again, we have the subscription and then the publication is there. The important point here is, and we have already covered this in the previous section, that we have the Yang model. We have a structured data, and that's the key. We'll discuss this in the last slide for this particular session. The encoding method, we have either XML, JSON, and the push method that we have can be periodic, can be on change. Let us understand more about this subscription methodology. So here you can see that it can be periodic, it can be on change. And there is difference between periodic and on change. In periodic, we have regular cascades sends a complete object set every time. It's periodically you are sending the data. On change, something like whenever the change is there, whenever it is required, then it will send the data. So periodic, you can see that certain time interval, the data has been sent. Now either it's a periodic or on change, we need to subscribe the model driven telemetry. So here you can see that we have the subscription, and for subscription we should have the reply message as well. So let's understand, and one of the key point here, and you will find this all the time, is that XPath filter. Even whenever we have to do certain subscription, whenever we are doing the push methodology, we are using the XPath filter, because XPath filter define the data object to which you want to subscribe. Again, in the lab you will see that suppose if I want to subscribe high CPU or high memory and those type of information, then I can use the XPath filter to push those information. Okay, and again with the XPath filter, so first of all here you can see that you have XPath filter and then you have the period. So period is in centiseconds between push update containing the subscribed information. Great. Whenever you do the subscription, obviously you will get the reply. So switch reply with the notification and the subscription ID. Here you can see NOTIF notification bis, okay, and then the subscription ID. Remember, either this is periodic or on change. Both the cases, obviously you have the subscription ID. You can go and verify the subscription as well. We will see that how you can verify from the CLI. Again, in the XML format, you can see that we can go and check the MDT subscription that can be verified. Now the second option we have is the on change subscription. So whenever it is required, either a state, configuration or identifier, we are getting the on change subscription. In this example, the XPath filter related to CDP iOS, and again with the dampening. So CDP neighbor with XPath and dampening period, you have the filter, what you want to push means what information you need, and then you are getting the notification and the subscription ID for that. Great. In the lab section, we'll go and check this show telemetry IETF subscription all. These results we are going to check in the lab section. Now again, we have the option to delete the subscription as well, because you don't want that information to pushed all the time. So you want to delete that. All right, so let's see the key difference between the telemetry and the SNMP. And these differences are actually the benefit. And this is actually huge. So you will see all the points, 7 to 8 point. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points listed here. And in these 8 points, it is clear that why we should prefer telemetry over SNMP. So here, point number 1, device stream data based on specified frequency or upon a state change. So we know that we have the periodic, we have on change. So it's not like SNMP that all the time you are pulling the information, rather than you have the push method that is lightweight to the processing process and cycle. Why this is lightweight, or why this is light on the device, you'll see the reason as well. So data is sent as soon as it is available, reducing the need to buffer. Again, in SNMP we have certain buffer time, maybe 5 minutes or 600 seconds. But here, whenever data is available, it will be pushed. No single large request for all data, unlike SNMP polling. Send incrementally, that's again the key. So you're not sending, so for example, all the data that you can think like RIF versus OSPF. RIF is sending the entire data, entire routing table, but link is to particle, they are sending the updates. Something like it's lightweight, sending the incremental data rather than sending everything. Now, ability to distribute the telemetry source. Okay, subscription requests that we have discussed earlier. Again, the key important point here is the well-structured common format that is based on the YANG. It is secure, authenticated, reliable channel. Okay, so these are the important key features we have in the streaming telemetry, and we should encourage more to the streaming telemetry rather than the SNMP. Now, again, in the lab section, I'll show you that over GitHub, we have all these YANG models. Means if you can go and check the data models, their coding, etc. Asset management, system monitoring, feature monitoring, everything is there published as per the operating system. As per the release, you will find all these YANG models in the, you can see the below the GitHub link, if you are able to see that. GitHub YANG model, YANG tree master vendor. You can go and check that. Even I'll show you that as well in the upcoming lab section. Again, if you want to learn more and more about Cisco DevNet, Cisco is providing the sandboxes and labs as well, even the videos, documents. Cisco is providing so many documents related to IOSXE, because remember the IOSXE is not only true for the routers. Now WLC also uses IOSXE, switches also uses IOSXE, DNA switches, DNA routers, they are also using IOSXE. Some of the IoT devices also have the IOSXE. So this IOSXE is the key. Maybe in future you'll find that most of the infrastructure element they are using IOSXE devices. All right, so let's stop here, and next section will perform the lab task. Welcome to the lab section. Now here you can see that I can go to the devnet sandbox.cisco.com. Here you can see that we have the iOS XRV 9000, the devnet box. That means we have the servers where we can perform the task, and actually I'm looking for the CSR 1000B. Now the question here that how you can book this lab, how you can reach to this lab. So for that, now you can go and check developer.cisco learning modules. Just go there and search the learning lab for IOSXE, the same lab that you are able to see here, enabling telemetry on IOSXE. Then you get the lab. In this lab, we have 6 sections. One is the summary. So enabling telemetry on iOS XE, status troubleshooting, TIG MDT Docker, Telegraph, in FluxDB. We'll discuss more in this lab. You can go here. Once you reach to this place, you will see that you have the prerequisite that introduction of model-driven telemetry. Already we know that what is model-driven telemetry and how it works. But for the lab section, if you go and click to this link, this model-driven telemetry sandbox, you will reach to this place. Now, once you reach to this place, what you have to do that at this place where you are seeing the activate, you will get reserve option. So you go click here reserve, and after maybe 5 to 10 minutes, this will become activated. Now, activation means that you can go and use this lab. Now, once you have this get activated, then here you have this output. Once you click the output, then you will get the information for any connect. So here you can see the VPN information, what is the username, what is the password. So I need to go and connect to this VPN, then I will be able to log into the devices and perform the lab task. Correct? So let me quickly go there and do the VPN connection. All right, so I'm connected with my VPN, and then the device detail here you can see the username and the password. So what I can do here, I can go and connect with these username and the password. Say, let me go and create one folder, telemetry, and inside that I can go and connect with the username and the password. So what is the username that we have? Let's go back and check that. So one IP we have 10.10.20.30, that I'm interested, and then 10.10.20.50. Great. So one is 10.10.20.30 SSH username and password I can give. Let me check if I'm able to log in. Oops, here it is. Yep. So I'm connected with 10.10.20.30, and likewise I want to connect with the server, that is 10.10.20.50. For that, username and password is different. Let me type the password and let me try to log in. All right, so we are almost there. Let me check the username and password for the DevNet box, that is 20.50, developer and Cisco 123C in a small. So one place C is in cap, one place that is in a small. All right. So now we are inside the CSR device and inside the server, correct? Let's follow the step that we have in the lab. I'm going to follow the same steps that we have. So we can go here. Once you logged in, what you want to do, that you can go and do the configuration related to telemetry. So telemetry IETF subscription encoding, and then this is important. This is the XPath filter, where I want to check the CPU iOS XE operational CPU usage utilization 5 seconds. Correct. Likewise, you can go and add multiple XPath filter, so CPU, memory, and any other type of XPath filter. Whatever information you will feed it here, you will get to the publisher. So whoever is the server where you are collecting the information, you can get the information. Now there are different type of servers. In this, we are using the Cisco a lab server, but in production you can check the Elastic, and inside Elastic, so once you go and check that Elastic, in Elastic you have multiple options. We have Kafka as a messaging server, but there are Kibana where you can give the visual diagram and all. You should have the database plug-in. So what is the front end, back end, what is the messaging system, everything should be connected. And then you have the Elastic, where not only you will get the information about your telemetry, but you can see that you have the n number of things that you can go and check over the Elastic. Okay, so have a look on Elastic, Kibana, Kafka, and others, and how you can utilize this in your production. That also you can debate with your management. So now what I want to do here, that I want to subscribe this here. You can see that I'm going to publish this at this IP with these port numbers. So let's do the configuration over the CSR device. So I can go to my CSR device here, and I can add those lines. Once we have those entries, then we can go to the next page. So telemetry status and the troubleshooting. Once you come to this page, again we can SSH to the device and do the configuration, but we have these options, these verification options: show telemetry IETF subscription all, subscription 101, subscription in detail. So we can go and verify those. If you want to delete the telemetry, you have that option, you can delete it as well. So let's go and do the verification. So we can go and check the telemetry and IETF, then the subscription. So we have the subscription and 101, you know that subscription is 101 and detail. So here you can see this is the server that is where I am doing the publishing, and you have the XPath filter, you have the stream, subscription ID, all the details we are getting, correct? Now if you have n number of subscription, then you can go and check the brief as well rather than checking all the subscriptions, but we have this option of all as well. All right, so once you go and verify the subscription, then what you want to do next? Obviously we should go log into the server and we'll see that the subscription that we have from the subscriber, what will be the outcome for that, correct? So next what we'll do, that we'll go inside the server, that's the Docker container we have. I have already logged in, and inside that we can go and verify it. So we can log into the server, and once we are inside the server, we can go and check the Docker PS. Then if you want to go and log into the Mgmt, you can use the docker exec command. So I'll show you all these steps that is written here, and then we can go and check the process as well inside that. So we have Telegraph, we have InfluxDB, we have Grafana server. Okay, where we want to go and verify all these information that we are sending from the CSR device or IOS device. Again, we can go and check the Telegraph conf, and inside Telegraph conf we can verify that the subscription is coming there or not. So let's log into the server that we actually already logged in and perform these commands. So we are here, and here I can go and check the Docker. So we have the BIOS start.sh that is running, and then if I want to go inside the TIG, then I can go to Docker and then exec, that is TIG and MDT. We have inside bin and bash. So here you can see that we log to the MDT model driven telemetry. Once inside that, I can go and check the process. So we have the process that is running related to influx TB, related to Grafana and Telegraph. Now next we can go and check the subscription that we have done from the switch to here, correct? So for that I can use this command, that is cat root telegraph telegraph.conf. So even I can show you from here as well, or even if you want you can use more cat that is inside the root and telegraph telegraph.conf. So here you can see that the services that is coming from the Cisco MDT, and the log file we can go and check from the inside the telegraph.log. Just follow the steps that is given there in the Cisco developer page. Then we can go to the next where we have the telegraph log. We can go and check the telegraph log. Once we go and check that telegraph log, then finally we can go and check the influx DB, that's the database, and that will be the final thing that we want to do, correct? So let's go here and check the telegraph log, and if you go and check the log, so here you will get the information about the 10.10.20.30, the subscription, about the high CPU. Now again, if you want to see this in the database, then again you can go and log into the database and you can check that. So next I can go to influx, I can check show database, and all these commands I can go and actually run that. This command that you have in the bottom is some sort of query inside the database, and that will give you the time and the count of the CPU utilization. So let me scroll down. So we can go and check the database and all, but when we'll do the query, you will get the time and the count, correct? So let's log in inside the database and let's check the database, and then we'll do the query as well, correct? So we go to influx, type Control Z, and then you can go to influx, that's the database, and we can check that. That is, here you can see this, even the help page is also there, which is telling that what is the correct command to run, and the correct is show databases. So I should use show databases. Let me type here, and then we can go and use the rest of the commands and the query. So I want to copy the query as well. I want to use the Cisco MDT and then show measurements, use Cisco MDT and then show measurements. Great. Once we complete up to that, then we have the final step to do, that's the query. So let me copy this as well, show measurements, and here you can see we have CPU uses, CPU utilization that we want to check here, and then I can go and do the query. So you have the query. Now at this point of time, maybe you are thinking that why we are doing all these manual steps. Do we have any way that we can go and check the graphs and all? So the answer is this: yes, we can use Kibana. Even you can go and check the Elastic that I have already told you. That's a cloud-based reporting system where you can go and integrate with that Kafka, Kibana, and other servers where you can have your collector in that you can have the visual representation of whatever we have seen in the CLI. Now here the main goal is this, that what configuration you are doing from the switch. If you are doing this configuration in the collector, how you can go and collect those information. Correct? So now this collector is also not very straightforward, that in case of SNMP, you have SNMP server and there you are getting all the information and graphs. But you need some sort of collector who should understand the model-driven telemetry, who should understand the who should have the database, who should have the messaging system, who should have the log server, and if you need visual representation, then that particular database, log servers, and messaging system should be integrated with the server where you can have the visualization. Okay, so do search Elastic and Kibana, and you will get good information about how you can do the visual representation of your telemetry inputs. Hi there, thanks for your enrollment. We are in 1 minute ad break. In this break, I'm going to show you that I have so many courses uploaded over Udemy. And if you're going to enroll my courses, you will get 95% discount. Every month, 3 times. First week, mid of the month, and the last week of the month. I am sharing the coupons. If you go and use those coupons, then my courses related to CCNP, related to CCI, all those courses, you are going to get heavy discount, up to 95%. You can see the prices are a little bit higher here, but if you go and apply the coupon, the prices will go rock bottom. So go use those coupons. Suppose if you don't have those coupons, then you can always ping me over YouTube. You can send me email. You can ask for those coupons. I will provide you that coupon. So get the coupon, get the discount. Some of my courses over Udemy, they are bestseller. Some of the courses are quite new, like SD-WAN automation, DNA automation, CCIE Data Center 3.0. Those are the new uploads as well. So please go, continue your learning, take the coupon, enroll my courses, and study well. All the best. Hello, everyone. I'm going to give you offer related to CCI lab. In this lab, what you will find, so let me quickly show you that. In this lab, you have multiple switches. You can see you have more than 16 switches, 20 routers. You have SD-WAN full-fledged lab. Actually, this is complete CCI Enterprise 1.0 lab, where you can do section 1, section 2, section 3. Maybe you know that in CCI exam, you have 3 different sections. Means already sections are defined, but generally these 3 sections that students are practicing. And in this 3 sections, you can perform everything, all the tasks you can perform in this particular EVE-NG lab. You can see the version and the supported images. This is exact match that we have in the exam as well. So for example, for SD-WAN, you need to work on vEdges and the vManage. Release is 18.4. That's the same release we have in the exam as well. So this will be your very much similar lab setup that you have in your CCI exam for your practice purpose. Now, what you can't do in this lab, you can't do lab related to DNA, because in this EVE-NG lab, we don't have Cisco DNAC integration, and you can't do ICE lab as well, because in this we don't have ICE integration as well. For that practice, you need full-fledged online rake from any good place. You can go and have it. But apart from that, apart from 2.1, 2.2, actually, you can go and perform all the tasks. Even if you are not practicing for your CCI exam, for example, you are practicing for your CCNP and you want to check your OSPF knowledge, BGP knowledge, MPLS knowledge, SD-WAN knowledge, all those tasks you can go and perform in this lab. With this lab, I'm providing the video guide, how to do all those tasks. Even we have the lab guide as well. So you can simply follow those guides. You can simply go and complete all those tasks. Suppose if you are new to the technology, so I have multiple free videos in YouTube and Udemy that you can go and refer to upskill your knowledge, to learn the technology, and then simply you can go and use this particular lab and you can break any CCNP, CCI exam. Means you will pass it easily. Now, what is the cost? And these are the sections that we have in the CCI exam. So what is the cost of this? Because I'm offering this for the students, so I put very little a small cost here. So you have to pay only 150 USD to get this particular software. And how you can go and get it, you have to email me. So my email address, you can send me one email request. Let me write here, Ratnesh721, Kumar721 @gmail.com. Just email me and send me the request, and I will give you this particular nice software, full-fledged software, EVNG software, or the file where you can go and practice your CCNA, CCNP, CCI, SD-WAN, full-fledged SD-WAN is there. So if you can go and watch my YouTube videos, in YouTube I have 22 hours SD-WAN video recording file, and so many SD-WAN videos I have uploaded in YouTube. Those YouTube videos also you need some lab setup, right, to practice. So even if you're not preparing for your CCNP or CCI, simply you want to learn Cisco SD-WAN, you can go watch my free videos in YouTube, use this particular lab setup, and you can perform your SD-WAN. You can become master in the SD-WAN. Likewise, if you're preparing for CCNP, in CCNP, again, we know that we have N-core and one elective. For that also, you can go and perform all the tasks related to routing and switching, OSPF, BGP, everything in this lab. It's a full-fledged lab. So I will recommend you to send this email right away. Take this particular lab, practice, enhance your skill, and become very good in the market, so you will get high paid salaries. All right. After that, you go and watch the technology video. Thanks for watching. Thanks everyone for enrolling this course. In this course, you will learn all the technologies related to CCI Enterprise. But in case you are looking and you are preparing for your lab exam, please feel free to contact. We are running some sort of 100% guarantee program to make you pass. I will provide you the lab, resources, everything. If you want to know more about this offer, you can go and email to this particular address. Anyways, in this course, you are going to learn all the technologies. This will be very useful course to you. But in case you are planning to write your lab exam, just feel free to contact us. We'll provide you all the guidance, all lab related tips, techniques, all the passing techniques, etc. So please do not hesitate. Feel free to contact us and we will provide you and we will assure you that you pass your lab exam in first attempt. Thank you.